side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky.
When you're not around it,
I was putting in the I was putting in the hours.
Well. DreamHack Dallas. I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday. But guess what? Today is Elimination Day. We've already got Sinclair and Hamburg warming up. We're going to take it from 16 teams to 8. Let's see who can make the playoffs, and let's get Elimination Day started.
He's about to get ripped. Thank you, Daz. Thank you for opening us up here down in Dallas, Texas there, sir. I appreciate the country accent attempts. It wasn't that good. Also, down here in the South tomorrow, we tend to finish off our fits. You wear the dress shoes. Stop wearing the Gen G Mobile 1 Gaming Racing shoes.
Jeez, let's just sell out.
With the suit. It doesn't make sense. Gingy, give that man some shoes, please. Anyways, I hope y'all had a great night because, of course, we had nothing but great action happening. I got a full desk here. I'm joined by Lacto. I'm joined by Relay. And also, I got a young man over there, one of the best CRL players of all time, Mr. Samba. Why'd you make that face?
I was pointing the camera.
Oh, okay. You made that face when I said best CRL players of all time.
He just knows it. I am. I'm number 1 in points per game. Or not points per game, all-time points. All-time points, I'm number 1.
Okay, that's because you played 9 million games.
That's
That's not.
Yeah, you kept going to game 5. That's unfair.
You got 700 games played. Of course you'd be number 1 in points. I mean, did you expect anything else?
No, I'm the best in the world.
Anyways, Samba, for those who don't know you, of course, you play for UTA for about 4 years, 5?
4 years, yeah.
4 years?
8 semesters, yeah.
You were here last year at the World Championship?
I was competing, made top 8.
Made top 8, what happened this year?
Look, man. Come on, man, he's on the desk.
I'm just asking.
Look, we don't even talk about that. I'm right here, all right?
Listen,
Listen,
I tried to set you up. You could have said at least you made the land count. Everybody knows I sure did not. The point being, anyways, of course, as Collegiate Rock League, we have nothing but fun here. We had 16 teams come, 10 from North America, 6 from EU, and all of them still remain. Nobody's been eliminated just yet, but that's why it's called Elimination Saturday for a reason, because 8 teams will be going home. They'll be packing their bags by the time the conclusion of this date's over, and 8 teams will move on to Sunday. Ooh, it's going to be interesting. Ty Lacto, are you ready for EU to be great?
I was always ready. I've just been waiting for a long time. Might have been waiting too long, but today, it has to be the day.
Okay, it has to be today. But before we get into that, of course, there's a CRL World Championship. There's an ROCS World Championship. A lot of people are complaining, where's NA? Where's NA? Well, NA's in 2 weeks. And also, you know where NA will be? They'll be at the World Championship as well, happening in Dusseldorf, in Germany, in August. But tickets go live June 6th at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern, and I believe that's 5 European time, something along those type of lines. We still haven't found a conversion, and Mr. European here hasn't yet described what UTC means. Tell me what UTC means in the chat, because I don't know. But I can look it up, but it's not really that important. Make sure to grab those tickets. Make sure, I want to see you in the skybox. I'll be there. But will you be there? Get your money right. As we move on, that's the ticket plug. You already know we have to do that. Elimination Saturday, but of course, that talks about how we get here. We had to have a Friday. Group shenanigans were all over the place. We have 4 groups here at the CRL World Championship. Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. Corelli, looking at the groups, did they shake up like you thought they would have?
I laid in bed last night and I thought to myself, are we just wasting our time? Is this just Northwood Blue again? 2-0 there in Group A, and they looked phenomenal. They had a little shake-up against Northwood White, their sister team, but otherwise they looked like the best squad. And honestly, the answer was realistically, no. I think maybe for me, in my own predictions, the only shakeup was Dr. Boomin not beating West Virginia. That was really the big one for me that I look out and I say, I think they probably could have.
We know it wasn't a surprise with Ty Lacto. He betrayed Europe immediately, right off the top rip of the show. That was incredible. As we take a little closer look in the group. But that's all 4 groups, but of course we're doing GSL style. Group winner goes 2-0. Runner-up is 2-1. Only 2 teams make it out of each group. As you see, Curly was just talking about it. Northwood Blue, they've already made it to Sunday. They're not playing today. Northwood White awaits the winner of Hamburg and St. Clair. Samba, looking at the Hamburg-St. Clair match, that's going to be our first match of the day later on. What's your thoughts on that one? Just initial thoughts.
Look, everyone knows who knows me. St. Clair kind of ruined my career. They took me out last year with a sub, which was probably one of my worst losses of all time. And they took me out in the LCQ to end my career. So I'm kind of hoping Hamburg, might come out and, do some work.
That's a clear case of bias right there.
I'm there tonight.
We already know where he's wrong on the predictions. You're looking at Group B. Colombia already made the Sunday as well. Berlin, they had to pull off an absolute miracle of a series against UNLV Talacto.
I went the distance. It was uncomfortable to watch, I think, for both sides. Could have gone either way, but Berlin, like you say, clutched it up. They got to the upper winners match, but they couldn't beat a Colombia who still went through performing cleanly in groups again.
Looking clean indeed. UNLV Stockton will be our second match of the day. Looking in at Group C, Group Charlie, Akron, Corelli, Tristan, Buzz. I mean, they've been doing this for years.
And they're looking like they have been doing it for years. They looked good. Buzz has been psyched about the way his team's performing. They got the day off today going 2-0. But you see that opening match down there? Boise State, Amsterdam. Okay, that one was on the B stream. That was an exciting reverse sweep from Boise State. They are on a miracle run, up, at least until they hit Akron, and Akron took care of business there with 3-0.
They sure did take care of business. Group D, West Virginia arguably had the best series of the day going up against Dr. Boomin. Dr. Boomin are the #1 seed coming out of Uni Rocketeers. And woo! A lot of people had a lot of props, a lot of expectations for Dr. Boomin. West Virginia Angel in Game 5 to Lacto.
Yeah.
Go your heart.
You got to give it to him. West Virginia, they showed up and they balled out. It was a beautiful showing from Angel. Got the last 3 goals for WVU in that series. And what goals they were. Dr. Boomin, they're going to not just have to survive against Nijmegen, who will have nothing to lose against them, but they're going to have to go get revenge for what happened in this series that opened yesterday.
It sure did open yesterday. Samba, did you get a chance to watch the series?
No, because Colombia was actually playing at the same time. I watched a little bit of it, and that guy Angel, man, he is a special player. I mean, he does that to me in NA as well, so I kind of know what's
You've been there.
Yeah, I've seen those clips before.
You know, clips before. Jack, did you think this WVU team, was that an upset or was it just more like a 50-50 match?
No, because, I mean, look, when you look at Game 1 in particular, both teams were super nervous to be on stage for the first time. Remember, this is the first game of the day of the tournament. So both teams came out super slow. We had like a 4 or 5 minute overtime in Game 1.
Sure did.
But then you saw both teams start to get comfortable. And honestly, Dr. Boomin, I felt like had a lot of the pressure, but West Virginia, those mechs came out from Angel, and boy, he took care of business.
I know. Me and Lacto, we started off the show yesterday on the desk. I said, Lacto, y'all haven't seen mechanics like that in Europe. And sure enough, what did Angel do? He had a first killer double touch off the corner right. It iced it up, bottom right corner, perfect accuracy. That was one of the best plays of the day. But did it make the top 5? That's the question that remains to be seen. Looking at number 5. Who's at number 5? Let's see here. Oh yeah, Tristan the Bullseye. Tristan the Bullseye off the back wall. Samba, you letting that go in the back end?
I'm not letting that go in. Just simply because it's Bullseye. He's my ex-teammate, and I will never let him score on me.
It's a big goal. That's a big goal as well.
Kind of lucky, too.
Akron had dropped Game 1. That was Game 2. Big statement response. But you see here the plays from Northwood White. I mean, they were already a long way in the lead at this point, but that was a ridiculous passing play.
And you saw Pirates just swing down from the ceiling to get the pass back. And Nitrous, that was perfect pace on it to get it across. And then Pirates saw Noxus on the far side there. That was some good work from Northwood White.
That was Northwood Blue. They wanted to give Northwood White a little bit of confidence. Let them have a little freestyle when the game was already 2-5. Have a little bit of fun, and they put them away in game number 4. Nagflow right here. Big shot to Lacto to extend this series.
Absolutely. They were down in Game 4 when Nagflow hit this to force it to Champions Field and eventually give Europe what is still only their 2nd ever win against a North American university.
Hey, that was a big W. Nagflow with absolutely no air roll, proving that he started playing this game in 2016, 2015. Angel Samba, you say you've seen this before.
Yeah, I mean, I've played 6-mans against Angel all the time, and I love when this guy's on my team, and I hate when I'm going against him, and he scores goals like this all the time, and I'm not surprised it was him as well. I mean, the big guy on the team.
And the placement on this shot is really what's incredible. I mean, getting that read is pretty routine for him, but the placement to the far right post there to get around that last defender.
Yep, and that was to win the series, but to get there with 37 seconds left on the clock, Angel hit an absolute miracle angle. Listen, I might see a little bit of hit there. Oh, it's not on that angle. See, the other angle's deceiving you. There was no rebound hit. There's no lag. That was a clean shot. Don't worry. We ain't going to worry about that. That's the best play of the night, because best play of the day, and it started off the day. So hopefully we can continue that mechanical prowess throughout the day, because I think the gameplay, the mechanics kind of started going a little bit of downhill after that. But I think since we're on Elimination Saturday, people are going to try to push it. Speaking of today, we do have a whole bunch of matchups. Y'all saw the groups earlier, but now we're going to get a little bit more into it. Let's take a quick look at the schedule here. Hamburg, Sinclair to start us off, Stockton, UNLV, Setu, Amsterdam, Nijmegen. We're going up against Dr. Boomin. They're corresponding that if Hamburg wins or if Sinclair wins, they immediately go to match 5. That's how that corresponds, just to get y'all a brief thing of how the TBDs fill out.
Which means if you look at match 4, Nijmegen and Dr. Boomin, the winner of that would play to the right of West Virginia, and Dr. Boomin, I think, would love to take another crack at West Virginia.
Absolutely. I just need to make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves. I feel like West Virginia will be also expecting Dr. Boomin to win, but we have not seen Nijmegen play on the main stage. And for some of these teams, for Nijmegen, for Sinclair, for Amsterdam, and of course Stockton, they're going to get their first matches in front of the crowd today.
That's right. Samba, anything you expect out of these matchups? You're just hoping for a Sinclair loss, huh?
I am, yes.
Okay.
I'll say right. I want to see a Stockton Berlin rematch of last year, because I think that can be another great match, another Game 5, and maybe Boomin. I agree. Boomin versus West Virginia. I think because best match was yesterday.
Boomin versus West Virginia. He wants to see a Stockton Berlin. Those are the matchups that could potentially happen, but of course they got to win the match coming. We're time to get into decision time, because we're going to, of course, eliminate 8 teams today, unfortunately. 8 people got to go home. 4 more will move on. The question is, who will it be? St. Clair's one of those teams who is playing. I believe we have a VT for you to watch.
This is the camera, right? Cut. Good. Hi guys, I'm Spoos from St. Clair.
I'm Christian from St. Clair. Hi guys, I'm Ramen from St. Clair.
So what does it mean to you guys for representing St. Clair, especially with you guys being the only Canadian school here at CRL?
It's pretty crazy to say the least. I think our run was nothing short of miraculous, to be honest. We definitely didn't expect to be here when our year started. Yeah, I can speak for all of us. We were pretty stoked to be here for sure.
Playing with these guys is a lot more fun, I feel like. We definitely in-game talk about certain things we got to change like really quickly. Just overall, it's more of a tight group.
Yeah, I guess as the one returning player from our Worlds team last year, we're definitely very different. I would say we're more of a tight-knit unit. Pure chemistry this year.
Into Spoons and the back of the net, 2-2.
I joined halfway through the year. I was on the academy team. We almost made CRL. We actually got bracket reset by Seton Hall, which was incredibly it was just so unfortunate. But making the LCQ run was insane. I personally, I didn't believe in ourselves, to be honest. It was just a crazy run.
5-4 opener, but it has been. Ramen double tap, bang bang!
I think as the 22nd seed in the whole LCQ, we kind of had an advantage because we were the underdogs. We were not expected to do well, so once we started doing well, everyone was betting against us and we were just proving everyone wrong.
Is coming and it's going to the CRL World Championship. So happy, hugs all around.
Yeah, I think our mantra as the underdog was probably the biggest reason why we managed to find the success that we did. I think, our first series was pretty shaky. I mean, I know second we played Kennesaw, we had a really crazy Game 7, and I think after we won that, we really believed, okay, we can do this. After that, I mean, the rest is history. We kind of we went against the odds and played our hearts out, and that was honestly it.
Yeah! Yeah! Let's go!
Samba.
Samba, how we feeling, man?
That clip right there. I remember that so vividly, and that game, Nava decided to drop 60 points as well. It didn't really help.
Not underneath the bus.
Man.
I am. You got SSL for the first time yesterday, so let's clap for that.
Hey, big move.
After our leave, of course, right, guys?
Yeah, it's too late by then, huh?
Yeah, about time you started grinding.
Gotta feel those shoes.
Yeah.
Samba, they said they didn't have expectations going into this. They didn't expect to make it. I know you expected to make it.
They kind of threw me off a little bit, I'm not going to lie. After we threw Game 1 against them in the LCQ, I mean, they kind of just took off against us. We were just snowballing down. They had confidence, you could tell.
They did
and
look
it's
different.
kind of unfortunate. It's unfortunate for us.
I mean, it is
Pretty sad.
But I mean, that's what makes CRL so
Yeah,
special,
it
though,
is.
because I mean, you saw the excitement, you saw the jubilation in the clips. I believe that was Quint jumping behind them, the sub is hyping them up, saying, "Let's go, let's go." They're also happy, and that's what it all matters. Because at the end of the day, this is all competition. People put a whole bunch of time into this game to be great. They're also in school. They're doing everything in their power to make sure that they have an opportunity, the chance, the ability to then make the CRL World Championship and compete for the World Championship title. So it's something that Tyler Bates never got a chance to do. But we don't need to talk about that. Taking a quick look at the schedule once again. I don't think we're going to have the desk the whole entire time, so we're going to skip match number 1, and we're going to go straight to match number 2, Stockton UNLV. Samba, who you got winning that one?
Man, I like both the teams, I'm not going to lie, but I think Stockton's going to win like 4. I got Stockton in 4. I think they're just a little bit too strong, especially busting top cheese. They have the experience. Ant's new, but I think he's going to grow into the stage, and I think Stockton's going to take it in 4.
Stockton's going to take it in 4. You got Samba's prediction. Does a CRL player who actually still plays know what's going on? It remains to be seen. We'll find that out soon, but of course, we got to go through match number 1. Hamburg, not the Hamburgers, according to the Mar, going up against St. Clair. Europe versus Canada to start us off today, Corelli.
This is an interesting one because this is what's kind of fun about a CRL is that we get a European matchup, a German team versus a Canadian team, which is kind of fun to think about. We don't normally get that. But I think for Hamburg, they're very, very motivated here. I talked to Calix extensively over the weekend so far, and he's in a different mood than he was in the previous World Championship, where he kind of came out and said, we're just going to see what happens. I have a lot of experience. He knows he's a very good player. But coming out to this, he's like, no, we're here to win now. Like, we want to get a series. We want to push into that top 8 bracket.
Absolutely, and they've showed the sort of ceiling where if anyone was going to be able to beat Dr. Boomin in Europe, it was going to be this Hamburg side, and they could roll with the punches with Northwood White as well, one of the best teams at this World Championship, but it all went wrong in that game 1, and I'm afraid it was Calix in his Jaeger. He can probably hear me saying this, but he needs to remember that kickoff was unacceptable. They conceded an equalizer with 5 seconds left on the clock, and he just missed the ball. He pulled a Ronicky, and that's just not acceptable at this level.
It sure isn't acceptable. Samba, looking at this Hamburg team, of course, I believe you're helping. Are you coaching Columbia?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
On stage, but in practice and scrim, I'm there for him, yes.
Practice, okay. When y'all scrim this Hamburg team, how good are they looking?
I don't think we scrimmed them at all. But look, based on what I've seen from all the U teams, looks like they have no mechanics at all.
Oh,
but they're smart. They're smart. But like that backflip double tap, like you said, they kind of look like a brick flying through the air, you know.
But I mean, that's just a European mantra. That's how they play. Not so much in RLCS now. They have all the mechanics in the world. Talking about Zen and everybody, of course, up there. Lee Fox, he kind of fills in with Calix as the mechanical wizards on his team.
I do just want to say Lee Fox is really the calm in and amongst the storm of Hamburg. If he was averaging anywhere near the demos that Calix and Hartman get every game, then Hamburg would have by far and away the most demos of any team here. But he is so calm. He's doing the pacifist run of the CRL World Championship. He doesn't demo. He doesn't get demoed. He's so efficient, and do look out for him because he's a quiet guy, but his play is noisy on the field.
His play is noisy on the field. I like that phrase. I like them words. But on the other side, we got old Canada. St. Clair qualifying through the LCQ. They got a roster Samba that could potentially pull off this upset.
They can, and I wouldn't even call it an upset. I mean, I think they were, like they said, they're kind of underseeded and like the underdogs, and I think they're better than what people thought they were. I mean, to me, they were very good. I'm not going to lie. Obviously, I lost, and they ruined my career, as I said.
That's a posture right there.
That's what Nava said last year, the hunch and everything.
Poor Nava can't even catch two sentences from Samba without getting name dropped.
We're free, right?
Didn't realize we had Bussy on the panel here. This is crazy. I mean, we move in here. I feel like Rahman coming in to the roster. I mean, especially this split as well. It's been quiet because they didn't make league play in either fall or the spring, but he was so important to the entire run, of course, where they took out Indian River State, which was the biggest upset of them all, even more so than, of course, a particular.
Not according to Sama. Don't say that while he's on the call.
Number 1 seed. I like that.
What happened?
Well, listen, I will say this though, St. Clair, they have looked different. They didn't, like you said, they didn't make league play, but ever since they've gotten a little taste here of some success in this entirety of CRL 2023, they have looked different. They certainly are on a mission. They may be different than what they were in the previous World Championship.
That's right.
But these boys are here to play, and they're no doubt they've proven themselves through that LCQ.
Yeah, the organization, they know what lands feel like. Different rosters, still same organization, still same preparation. They know what it takes to do well at the World Championship. Can they get the job done? Look at the crowd. They're already starting to come in. I see a couple Canadian flags. That's what we like to see. Come on, Saints. Guy in European. What are European fans at? I'm not seeing you.
That's why it says EU Hearts Canada. It's just a lot of love.
EU Hearts Canada. That's so great. Y'all are all so lovely. So nice. There we go. There's a German.
Hey, there's my Columbia boards right there to the left.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. There they are. Yeah. There you go.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Look at. Waving the finger. He's pointing at the
camera. No. Not yet.
No. The hamburger ale got the crown. King Calix He's out here trying to get a W. They're trying to move on. They're trying to make history. Some European team wants to make top 8 Talecto. Can Hamburg start that run right now?
Absolutely. We know it could have easily gone to 5. Probably should have against Northwood White, but they cannot overlook this Sinclair opponent. Europe took in all the bottom spots last World Championship, and there's a chance to send Canada home first.
Who do y'all at home think will win? If you believe that Ham will win, say hashtag Ham. If you think that St. Clair will win, do hashtag SCC. I think one hashtag's a little more fun than the other one, so I wouldn't be surprised if y'all go in one way. But of course, I gotta get the Dets. Quick predictions. Samba, who's winning?
Hamburg 3-1, and if you love me, you're gonna go for Hamburg as well.
Hamburg 3-1, Corelli.
Give me the Ahoy boys. I'm going Hamburg as well.
Yeah, they're not no baby sharks. I'm taking Hamburg. It's 3-0 for Hamburg.
Corelli, pass me that flag over there. Pass me that flag. Give me St. Clair, man. Of course I'm going to roll with St. Clair.
Oh, my.
I got to roll with Canada. They got a nice flag here.
Give me that. No, give me that.
Oh, man.
Where's the Hamburg flag?
He's gone from bias to a hater.
Chad's got 80% for Ham,
Upside down.
20% for St. Clair. CRL Elimination Saturday is about to kick off. Will Europe keep moving forward, or will North America take them out? Ooh, it's about to be spicy. Hamburg trying to prove everybody wrong. St. Clair, they came through the LCQ. They beat Samba. They beat the odds. Can they do it once again against Hamburg? It's time to kick off Elimination Saturday. Let's get into it.
We're saying goodbye to our first team of the day. We have Canada's last hope of St. Clair versus the German superstars of Hamburg. And who moves on to make their country proud? We're about to find out, Her.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here. It's the beginning of day 2, and I wouldn't want to be here with anybody other than you, Lemon. We've got Hamburg versus St. Clair, lower round 1. Let's get into kickoff.
I'm excited for this. The desk felt real strong about Hamburg, those Sharks. Top 3 team in Europe, even maybe arguably top 2. As St. Clair, the only ones to represent Canada with Valleyfield not making it through the LCQ. St. Clair, though, they upset a lot of teams. UTA, IRSC, they deserve to be here. They need to make Canada proud.
I have a feeling we've got a little Canada bias.
Sorry, I'm trying. You got to bring the European bias.
Yeah, I got the EU bias. Hamburg, they've had an interesting run to find their way here into the CRL World Championship. A little bit of a struggle. You look back at 2022 as the top 16 finish versus St. Clair. On paper, realistically, you wouldn't think Hamburg has the best fighting chance in this situation, but I think otherwise. I think we're pretty on even playing ground between these two teams here, and it's starting off scoreless for the time being. First minute, 0-0.
Good defense from Hamburg so far, and I mean, even Northwood yesterday were saying that they respect the heck out of Hamburg, and look at that redirect by Leapfox. Hamburg up 1.
Let's look back at this one. Nice pass up, Calix. He tried to take a shot of his own. It gets hit up towards that wall, and Leapfox ready with the follow-up placement. Christian unable to save.
But I mean, there's a lot of talent on Hamburg, as I was saying, because Calix is going to Maryville next year, and that's one of the very few European to North America imports. That's off the wall. Good defense, though, from St. Clair, needing to protect that shot from the right from Leapfox, but the pressure is coming. Hartman to Calix, down low. Right there is Ramen. He's ready.
I love the amount of team play I'm seeing out of Hamburg just off the rip in this game 1. You can tell they're working really well together. Communication's high. Slow shot there. Not the best from Hartman, but it's a threat. The amount of shots you put on target's a threat. Nice save there from Leapfox, placing it up high. St. Clair wanting to have a turn on offense for their own. Nice clear. Turns into a counterattack there. Hamburg, though, holding on to that 1-goal lead for the time being.
And Spoots had a real threatening shot just earlier, coming from up high, and get the perfect angle on the save, as you pointed out, from Hamburg. That's a mistake, though. It's off the cross. Spoots stuck in net. Christian will recover. Here's the counterattack. A demo removes one, I think, of Hartman, and Hamburg aren't too worried right now. Leapfox with the flick, and Calix with the cleanup. 2-0 Hamburg.
My EU bias is 100% coming out in this series. Look at this. Leapfox trying to take a slow shot towards the net. Ramen attempted a very soft clear, and Calix just enough push-up to be able to get the follow-up. Put that one in. Hamburg 2-0.
Ooh. The offense kicking off. What's up, Bates? Look at that. I get distracted very easily. So does St. Clair. Hamburg are on a roll. Hamburger.
I've been hearing this name too much. Hamburg. I'm gonna have to whip out the accents for this team. 3-0 against St. Clair, the former top 4 team. I mean, realistically, again, I hear all the St. Clair fans. Where is that?
Where are they at?
Why?
I'm over here. Sorry. I'm the one casting. Hamburg. They were able to recover this. There's some demos from St. Clair. Been hearing that Hamburg are a very demo-heavy team. They bring that physicality. That's the play style that maybe North America isn't used to. And St. Clair learning that the hard way here in game 1. They're getting shoved off the ball, and Spoods can't recover. Ramen off the back wall. Does he have someone to pass to? Calyx demos, and St. Clair lose that offense for a second.
I will give St. Clair the benefit of the doubt. This is game number 1. It's only day 2, right? It is a little nerve-wracking. This is an elimination match. But usually game 1 is a little bit of a warm-up for teams like this. I think St. Clair really just need to get used to how aggressive Hamburg can be in their faces. Nice challenge there from Spoods to try and keep this ball on this Hamburg side here. But it's gonna take a lot more than a challenge for St. Clair to catch up now.
Oh, Christian felt that redirect in his bones, but it didn't hit his bones, unfortunately for him. St. Clair still chasing that first goal, and they get these singular threatening shots, but putting on the pressure is a different story. Lee Fox, Calyx not making contact. Hartman keeps the offense going. Lee Fox gets demoed out of the play. St. Clair trying to make the space, and will do it by force. Calyx to the ceiling, trying to center it out to Hartman. Not on target, but in the corner, they maintain possession. Hamburg to the box, but no one home on the right. St. Clair get a good clear.
There's Hartman just lurking in the back, waiting. If there is a clear that St. Clair can get, defense is ready to go. Nice flick from Spoods, trying to get at least towards the net. That shot was wide. Christian up next, pass over to Spoods. Spoods towards the backboard, taking his time, leaves it. Maybe a teammate could keep that play going, but Calyx intercepts and, well, disrupts.
Yeah, St. Clair trying to get back to that top 4 position. Hamburg just excited to be here, right? They couldn't make it out of groups last year, and that's, oh, Calyx, I thought he was in a position just an inch too far forward. The ball came in with a lot of speed. It's a battle in the midfield. Spoods and Ramen whiffing that as Hamburg now battle. They spot that weakness. Calyx looks to strike, collides with Spoods, as Hamburg are okay with keeping this in the orange end for as long as they want. 13 seconds left, and it's Hamburg close to a shutout.
Yeah, St. Clair is definitely aware there's no taking game number 1. Maybe a shot for the road home from Ramen here, but 5 seconds left is near the impossible for St. Clair. Hamburg is up by 2 still. Again, could change a little bit of things for them. They found a little momentum here towards the end of game 1.
Just someone from Europe. Yeah, but maybe not someone.
We need you to have a win.
Europe is looking for their win. Tylacto is just sweating in his seat right now. That's one. Oh, maybe for the road. No. Hamburg, though, with a dominant game 1.
A very dominant game 1. I think that was such an incredible way for them to open up the game, take a bite out of St. Clair, and that's exactly what Hamburg did in game 1.
Yeah, Hamburg just were able to freely pass in the box. I felt like St. Clair were just a second too slow on intercepting that, not being able to read and predict what the Europeans are up to. And it's different play styles. You're probably not scrimming each other. And game 1 is that warm-up that kind of, you're getting used to what your opponent is doing, which Hamburg, very physical this game.
Exactly, and I love how you mentioned, you know, there's not really a lot of opportunity for these two teams to get to play each other, scrim each other, and that's what makes the World Championship so fun. It's a big switch up, but looking at these stats, my gosh, did Lee Fox just step up to the plate in game number 1. I cannot wait to see what he does in game 2.
Me too. Both these teams trying to go further than they ever have before. In St. Clair, you're like, oh, they got top 4 last year, but only Spoods is retained from that roster, and they want to make a similar run. Hamburg just want to make playoffs. Last year they didn't make it out of groups, and I've been hearing that a lot of North American teams respect what Hamburg are doing, and look at that quick offense. The 50 pops up, and what I love about Hamburg is they keep following up with each other.
Yeah, they're extremely consistent on their follow-ups with each other. I don't know if that's like an EU thing or what, but I noticed NA tends to love their solo play. So when you're going up against a team that enjoys working together, and they work together extremely well, it is a lot harder to defend them. You know, you don't know who's gonna potentially do a fake out or where something is gonna be placed, but it's St. Clair on the offense right now. Spood's taking a shot, Calix clearing us past that midfield line. Ramen looking to send it on back.
St. Clair trying to have their first threatening offense of this game too, where that initial kickoff was to Hamburg, and look how they immediately, St. Clair loses control. They have Ramen that's demoed. It's 3-on-2 for Hamburg as they just try to manipulate the field. Now St. Clair are bumping heads with them. They're not gonna let themselves get shoved around. The setup to Calix may land. Christian running out of boost. Calix was there hunting, but St. Clair, they run downfield.
St. Clair's looking a little antsy to me. You can see people just shadowing each other, waiting. Oh. Christian with the save, but it's not gonna end there. Lee Fox using the last of his boost to make sure that this ball stays in that St. Clair half. Calix taking his time, drops this one, leaving it for Hartman to send it to the corner. The 1v1 against Spoods, that's a nice 50, but it goes all the way to the other end, and Hamburg need to regain control of this ball.
The St. Clair can't maintain possession when they are in the midfield. They're missing their touches, and these counterattacks that maybe you can punish Hamburg, who seem to love to full commit to these offenses and really just send it. St. Clair can't punish that because it's just kind of slow going to that blue end. Spoods with a good setup. It's not going to center out. Ramen going to do his best. He butts in against Lee Fox, who's in the air. Two defenders, flicks it up. Spoods with the save, and Ramen to the side.
That might have almost been the play of the day, and if he continues to do that, I want a clip. This one doesn't doink off the back of his car, but it'll go off the front of Hartman's. Hamburg, 1-0.
You love to see that. Hartman came in over next in the preseason, and Hamburg have looked so much better from top 2, top 3, arguably, depending on the European teams and their new substitutes that they have brought in. But Hamburg took a lot more effort and hustle, a couple of offenses to break through the cracks of St. Clair. Foods reset available, all 3 defenders, too many cooks in that kitchen. Ooh, the counterattack!
Well, send him home! Calix, let him cook! 2-0 for Hamburg. Look at this, the longest clear. Calix just taking his time, placing this right in front of Christian, unable to save. Hamburg are looking comfortable.
I was comfortable. I thought Christian had that.
that's how all the NA fans feel right now.
2-0 for Hamburg. St. Clair need more than an insurance goal. And to score, you know, when Hamburg let go of the wheel, St. Clair have to prove that they are a challenge. And that maybe the desk were wrong, but so far the desk is feeling pretty right. Hamburg, Calix can control the ball here. Christian takes advantage of that moment, sends it away, and the defense of St. Clair need to minimize these mistakes.
Here it is, St. Clair on the offensive attack. And again, it's just Hamburg forever in the faces of St. Clair. You think you can break past the midfield line long enough to take a shot, and then Calix is just right there ready to go. And if he's not, Lee Fox up next. It's gonna be Hartman wanting to take a shot. This one gets sent up the sidewall. And there it is, another Hamburg player already ready to go. Demo onto the net, opening up some space there for a shot to be taken. A follow-up from Lee Fox denied by Ramen. And St. Clair, they just can't break out of their half.
These Europeans are bullies! They keep bumping the Canadians around! It's cold out here, and I'm not talking about the Canadian weather. Hamburg bumped them every time St. Clair want to go to the blue end. They make them think twice. That's a demo. Robin with another critical save when he's there by himself. St. Clair can't play defense all day.
No, you can't. They got to find something for themselves. This is one of the few times we've been able to see Foods break in. And here it is, another slow roller towards the net, resulting in a big clear for Hamburg to transition onto offense once again, just one of the many times we've seen it. Here's a nice breakaway attempt. Calix is gonna try and challenge. You see Ramen taking a shot down low. No follow-up to be found, and I feel like that's really what St. Clair's missing. They need a little bit quicker. Need to be a little bit quicker on the follow-ups. You might be able to find something like this. A 1-2-3 play results in a big clear, and if this is on target, this is in. Hamburg find another one for
Spoods and Christian are not on the same page. Are they in the same call? Because I see Spoods sparking up these offenses. Christian not at the right spot. Christian had a beautiful back wall setup, and Spoods wasn't in the right position. St. Clair, I don't know how many minutes it's gonna take for this offense to figure things out. They got a kickoff goal by Hamburg.
I think at this point, it's safe to say, are we questioning St. Clair's mentality? Because once you enter that elimination bracket, you're not just playing, for a loss in a series. You're playing to stay in the event. And that's a lot of pressure for some of these teams. Now granted, I give St. Clair, again, benefit of the doubt. If there's somebody that could potentially reverse sweep, I think they could. I don't know though, because this again, it's Calix's last event on this roster. He's giving it everything he's got, and you can clearly tell it's 110% in the series.
And you can definitely tell that North America should keep their eyes on what Europe is presenting in terms of talent. I think that's why Calix gets picked up even through overseas. But St. Clair, you had this roster change. You got to prove that you deserve to be at Worlds. Maybe an insurance goal at the end. Okay, it bounces in off the post. So similar fashion as game one, St. Clair get one for the road, but you're gonna be hitting the road if you don't be doing more than that.
Oh, don't do him dirty like that.
Sorry, I gotta show that I'm not that bad.
Well, listen, it's been nothing short of an uphill battle for St. Clair all the way back into playoffs, back into league play. This is a team that qualified through the LCQ. Hamburg finding success in this series, headed to match point. I need to know, is Hamburg going to do what feels like the impossible?
It feels like Hamburg are moving on, just kind of the sense of the teams in their own group. The Northwoods were more worried about Hamburg. Just maybe the play style shift is what they were most respecting, and you saw just how that physical play style ruined St. Clair's chances of counterattacking, because that's what you pointed out. St. Clair needed to be faster, but when they're either demoed or shoved off the ball, they can't pick up speed if they ain't got the ball.
Okay, realistically, we talk about demos. You would think Hamburg's putting in the most work. St. Clair actually had 7 of their own to the 4 that Hamburg put onto them. But on the reverse side of things, 11 shots to 3 for Hamburg. It was nothing short of just pure offensive annoyance to St. Clair. They never had a chance to let up. They never had a chance to breathe. So you got to find something for yourself to be able to do that.
And that's where the rotations of Hamburg are so clear. When these St. Clair demos are coming from their defense, if it's not translating to all these more shots, shout out to Hamburg in the crowd. EU loves Canada. I don't know if Canada loves EU right now.
Pick St. Clair.
But all these demos are coming from the defensive end, but the way that Hamburg cycled that third player in front to make up, to slow down the play in the midfield is how St. Clair aren't producing anything from these demos.
Well, this is end-all be-all for St. Clair here in our first series of the day in lower round 1. Do or die, win or go home. Christian with a pass over to Spoods to try and open things up. That was a little nerve-wracking, but he found his way in.
And that's with Christian demo too. I kept talking about Christian and Spoods. They felt like that frontline dynamic duo. Lee Fox too late to the demo. The pass went in. And St. Clair, have they found their groove? I'm gonna wait a little bit. It's only been 1 goal, but it's the first time we've seen St. Clair have a goal that wasn't, I feel like, charitably given.
No, that's a valid statement. It definitely was one of the first goals. I would say the same, that it feels like St. Clair earned against Hamburg. They had to confuse the heck out of Calix, but they were able to do it. And if that's what you got to do it 4 more times, because you technically might need to do it 5, because Hamburg's just been getting 4 goals per game at this point. But St. Clair, they're breaking in to this blue side and staying there long enough to formulate some plays. Spoods pass over to himself, trying to waterfall this down to a teammate. The backboard touch gets saved and sent off.
And St. Clair, that's how they were able to keep up that momentum there for a second, where every time Hamburg tried to clear, St. Clair had better midfield presence. Now Spoods to Rahman. Hartman collides, prevents the pass. The rally comes in from St. Clair. Calix protects the back wall. Rahman can't seem to cross over due to Calix remaining there. I like the positioning on the defense here from the Europeans, but St. Clair, can they find a crack in that armor? Lee Fox and Calix. Rahman, with how slow that ball is going, has time to think.
I think even seeing Hamburg break in right now, it's really showing that they're adapting to St. Clair very quickly. St. Clair started putting up a ton of balls up high on that backboard, and then it consistently got covered. Then they tried to play it low, constant coverage on the ground. So now St. Clair, I feel like your best bet is you're just gonna have to demo people and move them out of the way if you wanna actually be able to get an opportunity to put this shot into the back of the net. This is a demo to open up something. Ramen with the save, keeping it out. 3 minutes left to go. And it's St. Clair with the 1-0 lead.
Ramen, he's been that defensive warlord for St. Clair. Sets up Christian for success. And with the demo, St. Clair lead 2-0.
There's a team that has faced trials and tribulations to get here this year. It was St. Clair, and they're gonna try and do that in the series. St. Clair up by 2, slowly but surely finding an attempt at their first win, not even in the series, but of the weekend.
Hamburg can't let go of that steering wheel. You felt really comfortable with how the first 2 games went, feeling like you shut out St. Clair. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Spoon's going for the demo, misses Calix, who's able to save. Lee Fox can't get the clear. St. Clair putting on the pressure as Ramen steps up. He's made the magic happen before, but in the midfield, St. Clair keep the ball rolling metaphorically and physically, but starting to lose control of that ball. Spoons with a good challenge, wins that. The bounce read by Hartman, that was critical.
It's just such great challenges from St. Clair in this game 3. Really just playing into their favor. Spoons around the corner, he sees Lee Fox, slowly wins that 50. Calix says, I'm up next to challenge you. I'll pinch it up the corner, send it up high. Hartman with the follow-up to try and clear this one out. And St. Clair doing a better job at trying to read these clears now, but Lee Fox taking his time. Spoons up with the save. This one's gonna get dropped down. Calix wants to keep that pressure going. Hamburg, though, not looking as consistent as they were in game 1 now that St. Clair has amped up the defense and nobody's back. Spoons finds a 3rd goal for St. Clair.
And Hamburg, that was finally an offense. You started generating these shots. It was 6-1 shots until that final moment where Hamburg had this rally. They felt like they needed to commit more and more members to the play to really force St. Clair's backs against the wall. But finally, the Canadians get the clap back. At that moment, 3-0 with about 90 seconds left. Hamburg realizing that, well, St. Clair are learning, they're adapting, and now Hamburg have to do the same thing.
Exactly, and I don't know how quickly they can do that if St. Clair keeps finding themselves a goal one after the other. This one up in the air, Ramen with the jump and the touch to put St. Clair, I would argue, more than comfortable with how they're looking.
Ramen is on another level today. The defensive saves, I'm like, stick that guy back there and you hope for the best. But now he's rotating to the front, making a ton of goals happen for St. Clair. And Hamburg having about half as many shots. They definitely had one good offense, one good rally. Lee Fox comfortable in this back here. Spoods not able to rob him of the ball. Calix and Lee Fox working their way forward. That's a miss on the back wall. Double commit from St. Clair's punished.
The slowest follow-up ever from Hamburg in this series, but it is nothing but success. Is this the turnaround for Hamburg? A minute left in game 3. Hamburg sits on match point, but they're down by 3. Is this where it starts? I don't know. I'm just waiting.
That was kind of an uncharacteristic mistake from St. Clair. You're gonna commit 2 back there, and no one's gonna get the ball. Lee Fox versus Spoons, shoves it in. And Hamburg, hold on. 49 seconds, Herc, is this real?
49. That's how many seconds left for them. You can practice.
This would be a crushing way to go out.
Yeah, this is the time that we learn, we practice for them. Well, 49 seconds left. Hamburg respond in 2 seconds. They've closed the gap by half. But are they going to be able to tie things up? Is this enough time? Lee Fox with another shot. Ramen putting them into the midfield. Ramen actually keeps it going all the way to their half. Pitch up the corner. It's the easiest setup in the world for St. Clair to buy themselves another lead.
I was like, I know you like TikTok, but here's the challenge. Don't choke challenge for St. Clair. And they're loosening that a little bit because I was starting to get worried. St. Clair with the counterattack was great. They buy themselves that mistake back. 5-2, 32 seconds left. You're feeling more comfortable, especially with that kickoff win. That's gonna take seconds for Hamburg to travel.
Exactly. Wasting time is the name of the game at this point for St. Clair. Fox leaves this one for Calix to take a shot. Great save there from Spoods. Hamburg just trying to get creative with it at this point, whipping out all the fakes, but 9 seconds is just not enough time to find 3 goals.
But that was just, I think, right off the rip in this game 3. St. Clair, not one for the road, but St. Clair off the kickoff, won that, able to put the pressure, keep up the momentum, lift their spirits, which is what they desperately need. Canadians, we're very positive, we're very jovial, but not when we're getting beat at video games, okay? We turn into toxic monsters. And that's where I think St. Clair turned it all around mentally. And Hamburg, it's not like they were dead in the water. They just need to adapt.
No, they really weren't. It was an incredible showing. Both of these teams, Hamburg 8 shots to St. Clair's 9. It was just St. Clair realistically playing better defense. They had 7 saves out of the 8 that Hamburg put on target. So I think St. Clair definitely just had a mindset reset almost. Came into this one ready. They knew what they needed to do. Lee Fox once again, 7 shots. He just wants to win.
It's a one-man army. Lee Fox wants the L out of his name. And he wants to keep winning. And they thought it was gonna be a sweep. Raman will teach me how to ride a motorcycle. I'd rather not.
Look at this. He was born in India. He moved to Canada when he was 1.
I wonder if he likes it.
Is that
Canada.
considered honorary Canadian?
Yeah.
Love that for you, kid.
Big hugs. I don't know if he likes the weather in Canada versus India. I've never been to India.
He might not remember it.
Well, I'm sure he visits, maybe.
Well, let's see if this is going to be a memorable game for St. Clair to try and attempt to reverse sweep onto Hamburg. Or is Hamburg going to have a memory of their own, taking their first win of the weekend here at the CRL World Championships?
Yeah, Hamburg need to disconnect St. Clair the way they did before and punish them in this midfield. Calix to the back wall. Raman wasn't expecting it. Tries to collide it to him to get the possession away. Spoods first to recover over Lee Fox. Can't flick it above both defenders. St. Clair are going to need to help each other out more. Raman steps up to the corner they go. St. Clair have Spoods ready in position. In the box though, received by the defense. And Hamburg makes some space.
There it is, Christian out into the corner. It's going to be a follow-up to himself to just help St. Clair break into this half. And this is more reminiscent of games 1 and 2 for Hamburg. Able to transition very quickly, very smoothly. Calix, he wanted to either reset or fake it to try and break on in. Hartman, no boost in the tank. He will challenge, and you can see the call-off. Lee Fox up next. Hamburg just having to run on back, low boost all the way around, and we go just over 2 minutes? I can't match.
Yeah.
Scoreless.
I know it's an early morning for us. St. Clair, they've had a couple missed touches. Those haven't been as heavily punished as they were in game 1 and game 2. Hamburg trying to play this a bit slower, more methodically. Hartman gives that ball over. The defense, Hamburg trying to chill. Good challenge from Spoods, but it's not followed up by St. Clair. It's a bit of boom ball back and forth. As well, the midfield is for Lee Fox and Calix, who goes up into the air. Challenge missed by St. Clair. Double touch Lee Fox with the cleanup. Hamburg up 1-0.
Look at this. Lee Fox pass over to Calix. He wanted to try and get the angle. Knew it was going to be a little rough, so Lee Fox pushes up, places it bottom 90 perfectly, so it becomes unsavable for St. Clair. Hamburg go up by 1.
Took a lot of work. Kind of the same amount of time as each game, about 2 minutes. Hamburg get that ball rolling. Now it's St. Clair to the back wall. Lee Fox with the pop up to the ceiling. St. Clair in the midfield, but not on the ball. So Hartman gonna run these. Seems pretty uncontested, but he doesn't have a friend with him. Here's Calix in the midfield, who steps up. Lee Fox, the bottom of his car, slams into Raman. St. Clair have the wall at the back of their net. Christian has wings though. Collides and pinches to the back wall. Spoods trying to slow down the ball. Raman gonna take the reins. And Spoods is not in a position that he wants the ball, so just tries to bump Hartman. But St. Clair are communicating on, well, what is the game plan here?
Yeah, it looks a little discombobulated, if I could say so myself. It's gonna be Hamburg on offense just for a minute as Christian puts this one up high. Spoods to follow it up. Hartman clears it. Calix collects up towards the sidewall. Again, it's just boomer ball at this point. Everybody waiting for somebody to either take a risk or capitalize on a mistake. And everyone, it's just the safest defense you've ever seen. Calix with the save into the corner.
Yeah, St. Clair, especially Spoods, had an important touch just to pop up the ball to intercept that pass. With that, Hamburg was cooking up. Calix seems okay. Spoods approaching. Christian gets involved. St. Clair putting on the pressure, the drop down to the corner of the net. It's a difficult angle for St. Clair to work with. And Hamburg just gonna invest boost to get on this, make some real estate. Calix demos Ramen 3-on-2 for Hamburg. 90 seconds left, and it's still match point for Hamburg. St. Clair had a good game 3, but where's that in game 4?
There it is! There it is! You said it, let him cook.
Let him cook. But it's raw. It's raw.
No, it's not. It's ramen.
Oh, I like that.
And you can't, they don't like ramen in Germany, I'm pretty sure, so they're going.
Wait, the person or the food?
Probably the food.
Oh, I was like, what did he do? Maybe scored too much, I don't know. I felt like that in game 3, I guess. Gotta demo him some more. St. Clair haven't really registered a ton of shots. 6-3 in favor of Hamburg. Now that Don't Choke Challenge comes back to Hamburg's side of things, where you're up 2-0 on match point, and St. Clair just haven't found the secret sauce. Now I'm kind of hungrier.
Well, you can get some food maybe after this particular game if St. Clair can't find anything for themselves. Hamburg still holding on to their 2-0 lead right here. Looking to make it 3 as this one goes up off the backboard. Lee Fox up next to try and take a shot. Spoods, slow roller. That wasn't the direction that he wanted it to go, and Calix knew that. They're taking their time. It's one follow-up after the other for Hamburg. 33 seconds left to go.
30 seconds. St. Clair having an offense brewing as Hamburg send it all the way down. Hartman to the ceiling. He flies high. Lee Fox 2. Reset available. Calix. One of the redirect. St. Clair get in the middle of that pain sandwich. Hartman. Lee Fox with the bump. Still not enough to create that gap, but you waste St. Clair's time, and that's all you needed to do. If you were a fan of Germany and a fan of Hamburg, they will be moving on to the next round to face Northwood White.
I'm passing the mic over to the winners.
Not yet, it's not our turn,
Not yet. See, I gotta cook a little bit more after that one. But huge congratulations to Hamburg. EU finding their first win of the day. The baby
shark.
I was like, that's baby shark, guys. What is this? Cheer them on, look at them.
Oh, the father shark, I think, are out there, man. I love that they brought their fans out here. And they really had to step it up because St. Clair gave them a run for their money in game 3, and I was getting vibes that St. Clair had figured things out, but Hamburg, I think, just let their foot off the gas pedal a little bit and then stepped right down and headed for the end.
Yeah, they really and truly did. And on the other end of things, nothing but GG's all the way around for the St. Clair roster. Give it up, guys, for St. Clair and for Hamburg on the first win for EU this weekend.
Feels good. You got the flags out there too. But can EU make playoffs? That's the big question. There's one more match ahead of them. And St. Clair, they made it to Worlds against everyone's expectations and maybe predictions, right? A lot of people, a lot of the analysts thought UTA or IRSC were going to be the ones that came out of the top side of the bracket when it came to LCQ. And St. Clair proved that they could clutch harder than some of the best teams out there. They made it to Worlds, and you know, the land pressure, being in the lower bracket is just another layer of that, and they couldn't pull it off.
I think another thing to take into consideration is St. Clair, it's a newer roster. And by newer roster, I mean it's their first year competing at LAN together. They did their absolute best, but Hamburg's experience, I think, in any league, this really helped carry them throughout this series, and they just worked out well. Even when things looked like they were starting to turn against them, they found a way to prevail.
And it's a very physical game by Hamburg, a play style that North America isn't used to, but could be one of Europe's hopes. when it comes to what they presented in terms of talent. Let's go check in with Daz with an interview on the stage with Hartman.
I'm here with Hartman from Hamburg. Hartman, congratulations on the win. First off, talk to me about just the team resilience. You know, you guys are obviously playing elimination matches today, but you look good to start things off.
Yeah, the resilience was amazing. Yesterday was a really tough loss. I felt we played really well against Northwood White, but just came up short due to some unnecessary mistakes. But our mental is really strong. We didn't let it bother us.
Yeah, it looked like that too as well. I mean, but let's talk about you specifically, because again, going into this event, or even this season, you were kind of in the sub spot. What's it like kind of stepping into like that starting position and being back here on the world stage?
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be back here. I was here last year, and then I was benched in winter. And then they lost against Berlin, and then I came back in. And we did really well. We beat Berlin after that in the spring. So it just feels really good to be back here, yeah.
You guys look good as well. I mean, you guys look dominant for those first couple of games. One of the big parts of the game, I would say, is in game 2 where you had that redirect from Calix. You guys scored a kickoff goal right after. Just talk to me about what was going through the team's mind, because you could see the confidence kind of radiating from you guys.
Yeah, we try to stay very calm. I feel like that's very important on this stage. But obviously, inside you're very hyped, but we try to keep it very, very calm and collected.
Well, you guys need to be, because again, you guys have Northwood White next up. How do you feel going into that matchup? Oh, bro, here, I got a good spot for that. We'll take that right here. Talk to me about Northwood White.
I think Northwood White knows we were the better team yesterday. I think they should be scared of us. We kind of gave game 1 away. Game 2, we absolutely destroyed them. I think if we lead that series 2-0, we just sweep them. And I think they know. I think they should be scared.
Oh, a little bit of fear there, Well, I love seeing the confidence from you guys. Of course, you guys have your lovely fans who have been showing you so much love throughout the weekend. What words do you have for them?
Yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you to Sinclair for not letting Quinn play. Because I think if Quinn played, that series would have been a lot closer. Yeah.
All right, Hartman, thank you so much for the interview. Bates! You went with Hamburg. Thankfully, Samba brought you that flag on the desk. How do you feel about this matchup? Let's go to them.
Hamburg not phased, getting a big W over Sinclair. Thank you, Damar. Thank you for being sponsored by the Sharks.
Yes.
Hamburg, Tylacto. Big win for Europe. Big win for them. They move on. They get a rematch against Northwood White.
Damn, they were indeed looking fantastic on the field, almost as good as Daz with his new and improved hat on. But it was a clean performance as well, and they were so on offense the entire time, not just controlling, but quite dominant. You saw yesterday all the saves Leaf Fox had to be making against Northwood White. They didn't even have to make the saves in this series.
It's not too many times I talk about a team gaining confidence, especially after a loss against like Northwood White, but I feel like for the Ahoy boys here in Hamburg, they absolutely gained some confidence. You heard it even in that interview from Hartman. He's saying they know they got away with a win in the Northwood White series. They came out, they took care of the business that they needed to against Sinclair, and now you're looking forward to a decider match against the team that you feel like you should have won in the earlier matchup.
Yeah, they do feel like they should have won. They threw that first game to like, what was it, like 17 seconds left off the kickoff or something?
No, I don't even want to talk about it. They pulled a Berlin of last year, if you don't remember that Oakland series where they conceded on 0, then a kickoff goal. It was 5 seconds that they were equalized on in game 1, and like I say, Calix missing the ball. That shan't be happening again. We've got a decider match, as you see on the bracket right there. Northwood Blue, of course, went through yesterday, and EU getting just their 3rd ever win against North America when you count last year's World Championship as well. We are now 3-17 against NA.
That's better.
That's better. And it makes sense. I mean, listen, nobody's trying to harp down on EU. NA, CRL, we've been here for a while now. So, of course, they have a little bit of an advantage starting off, but EU's already improved so much. I think there's going to be an opportunity for about 3 teams, 4 teams even maybe, for EU making it all the way to Sunday. And, of course, if they do, that's a big, massive improvement from 0 to 4. That'd be crazy. You literally just went up by 200%.
EU would be the major region if they got 4 teams to playoffs, because the East can only get 3, and they've got 3. Colombia for the West.
No, you can't just split.
You can't just split it in half. Hold on.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
We could say that Europe's all the British teams.
Yeah, but none of them made it.
Exactly.
Exactly. RLCS, I can say it's just France, and that won't make you happy, would it? Anyways, checking the schedule. Hamburg, they move on. They'll play Northwood White in match number 5. We got 3 more matches here before we get into those qualifying matchups. Stockton, UNLV coming up next on the A stream. It's going to be really exciting. This matchup in particular, woo, Stockton pushing all the way through the NALCQ. Can they be the Setu team? It remains to be found. out, of course. But before we get into that, of course, we gotta have a little bit of a break, gotta pay some bills. We don't want you to go anywhere. Plenty of CRL action coming soon. Stay tuned.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Canada was the last, or not Canada, St. Clair was the last NA team to make it into the CRL World Championship, and unfortunately the first one to leave the tournament at the hands of colleagues, at the hands of Hamburg, Tylacto, EU moving along. Canada, they have to bow out, unfortunately. Jorby, thank you for joining the desk.
Absolutely. Love being here, Bates. Tylacto, you're looking great. Bates looks great as always. And yeah, everyone at home, y'all look great too.
Oh, well, he can't see you. He's saying all y'all look great. I hope all y'all look great at home as well, because listen, we got a whole 7 more matches left today. Nothing but CRL jam-packed action. We still got to figure out what 4 teams are going to join the likes of Columbia, Northwood Blue, and the likes tomorrow. Taking a quick look at these group standings, just in case you haven't seen it as before. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Those are the groups that are here at the CRL World Championship. The teams that are already 2-0, they've already made it to Sunday. They're not playing today. You'll see them tomorrow. There's a whole bunch of other teams trying to get to that point. Hamburg, they just extended their chances. St. Clair, first team to get out.
Yep, and that, as you said, is the end of Canada at the CRL World Championship. A Canada, of course, who last year were pretty much eliminating EU teams left, right, and center. So a nice bit of revenge delivered by Hamburg. And you know, if EU catches a whiff and gets the hang of winning, well, they might just keep on doing it.
That's right. That was in Group A, but now we're going to move on to Group B. Looking at Group B here, Columbia, Berlin. Berlin had to have an absolute barn burner of a series against UNLV yesterday to make it to that Columbia-Berlin matchup. Columbia, they just, of course, they breezed through. They did that last year, Jorby.
Yeah, and you know, I think this Berlin squad, they got that chance. Like you said, one EU team starts winning. Now all of a sudden, is the whole region gonna start believing? They made it this far. Anything's possible.
Yeah, they made it this far, but the question is, don't get too comfortable, Berlin, because UNLV, Stockton, they're lurking, they're waiting, and they're about to play here right now. UNLV. Las Vegas going up against this Stockton squad. Stockton had to qualify all the way through the LCQ. Las Vegas, of course, they had an absolutely great fall season of CRL. They went about 15-0, 14-1, something along that. But I was with a different roster. Tubb no longer with them. They got the wheat. They got the bread. Is it enough to overcome this Stockton team? Jorby, you made a noise.
I mean, I think this UNLV squad has what it takes for sure. Stockton, I mean, they didn't really have a great season. Making it here in the last chance qualifier is something that, you know, I don't think the expectation could be anything more than that for Stockton. You finished 10th in the East, and you lost to every single team above you. So, you know, it's going to be hard here for Stockton against UNLV, who didn't drop a game all season in league play.
Yeah, and both league play, Stockton missed out on playoffs. They have such little experience this year on the big stage, and literally this stage as well. UNLV, they played yesterday. They went the distance to 5. Sure, they dropped, but they've got that experience, and we saw Sinclair, they struggled to get adapted to their first series just before the break.
You know, that experience, I think that's a great point, because you got Anthony A. Pizza new on this roster. I mean, everyone is new on this Stockton roster. They're not the same kind of team, but maybe it's a little different on land. Something happens when players get on land. You get a little more. You get a little more juice inside of you. The adrenaline kicks and you play a little better. There's good old Busty, long-time CRL veteran.
Yeah, Bust. He was on that CRL Stockton team last year that made that run all the way to the grand final. Of course, this season wasn't exactly what he expected, but he does a lot of chirping on Twitter and everything else in between. He's got confidence. He just knows that once his team gets a little bit of momentum, they could do something. They could catch that Valleyfield spark like last year.
But he's usually combining with the man to his right as we move over and see Top Cheese, who has always been, and last year was, the guy for Stockton. But you look at that upper series yesterday against Columbia, where unfortunately Stockton found themselves swept down here to lowers. Weirdly, it was actually Anthony Pizza leading the team in score per game, mostly due to the number of saves they were having to put up. And I still feel like they're looking for an identity as a team, as this particular trio.
They are looking for an identity. It's not going to be easy either because the UNLV squad, they might be a little underestimated here at the World Championship. A lot of people saying, oh, it's the East going up against the West. You already know how that works. But no, it's not like that. There's a reason the West has a CRL Championship to his name. Shout out Arizona back in 2018. The West can produce some quality teams, and his UNLV team is one of them.
Absolutely. You got Wellis. I mean, Wellis was lighting up the field yesterday. He is the center of this team. I know he's on the right side of his team, but really he's the centerpiece of this team. And his teammates, obviously, we knew we'll get over to him soon. But to me, this offense and defense runs through Wellis.
It does run through Wellis, and they took Berlin all the way to 5. And Berlin, they're a solid team. They're one of your best teams of all time. I noticed that they've had a couple roster changes throughout their iteration, Lacto, but making sure that they push Berlin to 5, that's a big feat for the UNLV squad.
Absolutely, and you got to remember they were winning in that game 4. And yes, you could say maybe it's not a great sign that they not so much crumbled, but were outshone by Berlin at the most important time during that series. But I still think the experience is going to pay them dividends. And when you're talking about experience, this man, Garen, he is just so clean and concise with his play. The demos, the shooting percentage, he does it all.
You said clean, you said concise, but you missed the third C, and that's consistent. Garen, I think he does a lot of that quiet work. He gets a lot of those challenges, but he also sets his team up for success. And he can slot it as well as anybody else on his team. Part of the reason why UNLV are so good. Sure, Wellis steals the spotlight, but Garen is the guy setting the lights up.
Yeah, Garen's had the most pro career experience, if you want to call it like that. He was a sub for Rogue, has a big W underneath his name with the Rogue roster back in Season 6 or Season 7. Had to sub in for somebody. I don't remember. You can find it on Wikipedia or somewhere along those lines. Garen, he's averaging 420 a game. Wellis is averaging 486 a game. They're averaging a lot of points. Check the families. Got the babies out here. Look at them. That's the future All-CS pros right there. I see 2 of them. They're going to be out there playing on the pitch representing.
They're probably already GC. They're all, I guarantee it.
Maybe if they go to LSU, they can put them back on the map.
Hey, yeah, go to LSU. Shout out LSU right there. Yeah, make sure you become a Tiger. Don't need to go. Don't need to go to UNLV or anything else. Shout out my Tigers right there. Of course, I'm always recruiting. I'm always trying to find it. That's 2 pros. Zen and the likes are probably babies back in the day. We already heard from Joyo. Joyo used to go to London, the first London, and all of a sudden he's now one of the best players in the game.
Absolutely. Got to catch him at the start.
That's right.
I'm worried that this is going to have to be the end of one of these 2 teams' runs at the CRL World Championship. This, of course, is the first ever all North American round 1 lowers elimination match. Unfortunately, they're going to be one of the first ever teams in the bottom 4.
You've heard us been yapping about these teams. Who do you think will win back at home? Dude, if you think Stockton will win, use hashtag SU. If you think that UNLV, if you think the West will come out victorious against the East, put that hashtag UNLV. Look, there's a reason they both fit. Both of their acronyms both fit. That's exactly what it means. But UNLV, theirs is their exact name. Does that mean that you're all going to pick them at home? We'll see in a couple seconds. But of course, I got to ask my 2 analysts. Lacto, you do the honors. North America going up against North America. East versus West. Who ends up getting a W?
I would usually go for East over West, but I am still 100% in my series prediction so far this event. I will stick to that. I went UNLV in 4. I can't pick this Stockton side, Jorby.
Well, look, I mean, the East is where the beasts live, but I can't back down against this UNLV squad. They're just too good. I don't think Stockton have it in them. You're talking about the #1 team in the West going up against a middling team in the East. It's not going to be close.
Oh, what do you mean by not going to be close? Is that a 3-0?
That's a 3-0.
Ooh, spicy. Spicy. You're also the man who picks Fury to win everything in All-CS.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Don't bring the RLCS into the CRL broadcast.
I'm going to roll with UNLV as well. I'm always going to represent the West team. Stockton, I think they had a little bit of an easier side of bracket in the LCQ that enabled them. I mean, you can only play the people that are across from you. They took advantage of that. They got a big W there, but it ends right here. UNLV, they're going to move on, and they're going to get a rematch against Berlin.
What's chat got? I want to know what's chat's got because they have been. It's
that's
even.
tight. That's
Usually
tight.
they've been favoring EU, certainly in the easy and earlier matchups, I should say. They clearly up early watching, but this one's even.
This one is even. UNLV, we got a full desk of UNLV, but the chat, y'all are a little over the place. 52% going up against 48%. Who's going to come out victorious? West going up against the East. One of these North American teams has to go home. Who will it be? Let's find out.
Two universities looking to stave off elimination. Stockton and UNLV. Seems as though the desk is unanimous in UNLV taking this one in a 3-0 sweep. So my question to you, Chiefs, is what is Stockton going to have to do to battle against UNLV?
Well, for Stockton, first thing to pay attention to, whenever you're on defense, do not lose track of Garen. He gets the job done, as they said, a lot of dirty work, and he can make you pay if you don't know where he is. So keep track of him, and on the offensive side, get the ball in the hands of Top Cheese. Let the man work.
Like the desk was alluding to, a little bit of experience in the RLCS on the side of Garen. He was a sub, didn't get to see too much play time, but it just goes to show you how dangerous of a player he is. As Bussy denied off that back wall. Stockton trying to strike early, and if they're gonna beat him, that could be one path to victory for them here. As a little bit of mix-up on that back wall. Top Cheese keeps that away, but the man of the hour, Garen, looking to keep the pressure for UNLV.
Whatever both these teams are looking to achieve here, the most important thing, you both had a hiccup yesterday. You want to make sure you refine that play style today. You've got a tough match later after this one, so you want to make sure that everything is as it should be. Hopefully you've had some time to settle in. You just want to be rock solid heading into that match against Berlin Phoenix.
Like we said earlier, both of these teams trying to deny elimination here, and regardless of who wins, they're going to be going up against Berlin Phoenix. UNLV have already faced them. It was a close one, went all the way to game number 5, where Stockton has yet to find victory here at the CRL World Championship. Still looking to get a first game win. And for a team like Stockton, who's been up and down all season long, had to battle through a last chance qualifier to find themselves here and find a big save on that back line. If they do get a game win, do you think that that confidence can carry them through, or is it just going to be a tough fought battle throughout all 5 minutes of every single game?
Yeah, I think there is something to be said about getting the train going. Started off on the right foot and all of that, but at the same time, you already know a team like UNLV will make you work for every inch you can possibly get. Nice bump, but unfortunately no follow through. And Anthony Pizza, nice little back pass actually. Great dish to Top Cheese. Can he make something out of this? Flip reset. Able to throw that one down in the corner with a couple of defenders coming at him.
You can see the respect given by Stockton on the field with their spacing right now. They recognize how dangerous UNLV is out of that transition. They don't want to give them one of those easy downfield clear goals. You want to make them fight for it, want to make them work for it. Here comes Garen, double tap, denied by Bussy, pushed into the back right corner, and Top Cheese gets that boost, puts it back towards mid, but UNLV gonna maintain possession here, and right when I see that, Anthony ate pizza, here he goes, there's the pass, but again, no follow-up. Eventually, Stockton's gonna have to tighten things up on offense.
Yeah, Top Cheese just trying to respect the clear there. Wheat, solid clear. Bussy just looking for some bumps in the net, and a lot of space for Stockton here. Years to get the offense reset.
You love to see that if you're Stockton, but again, the follow-up so slow. That third man all the way back at midfield. Don't quite blame him, especially with the air dribble skills that Garen has in his arsenal, as well as no boost, forced to rotate out, but Wheat and Garen looking to go in tandem. Not gonna happen. Bussy booms this ball downfield, and another boomer downfield as 3 minutes have passed here in game number 1. So far, not a ton of shots to talk about. As look at that, UNLV, 1 on board. It has been absolutely lights out defense from Stockton.
And both teams really trading that long clear game back and forth right now. Nobody able to really bring the ball down, change pace of play, and force a defender to make one. Karen sets up Wellis for a clear. Great support from Anthony Pizza. Stockton looking to press hard.
And you might also say that, a little bump, a good clear there from Wheat to push it back into the corner. But you could also say that It is possible. UNLV just trying to see what Stockton's trying to come out with. Are they going for infield passes? Here comes one. Little flip into the middle. He got that one lost off of the hood of his car. Teammate was available top of the box, but unable to connect. That's a big bump on the back line. Good vision from Wheat to recognize that, and good clear from Garen there. Does get that boost steal. Let's see what happens from Stockton offense.
Ooh, and Top Cheese a little bit slow to pick it up there in the midfield. They kind of let UNLV off the hook a little bit, but still they've done a great job holding on to possession of the ball. They really haven't let UNLV be in the driver's seat. This is your first chance to do that, and Wellis finds Garen on the sidewall, back down in the middle, but a little too hot to handle.
So far, Garen, most ball touches on his team right now. You can tell they're trying to run everything through him as he's left on the goal line. Got to go up and grab it. Does so. Beats Top Cheese out, and 20 seconds remain here in game number 1. Still scoreless, and Stockton doing a great job of keeping UNLV at bay. Here comes Anthony A. Pizza looking to keep this offense rolling for Stockton. This is a dangerous ball looming above the goal. And Stockton looking to steal this one away. The shot not going to come out. And surely UNLV just going to try and get this one to hit the floor. Not if Bussy has anything to say about it. Garen just launches the left-hand side. We can't get a touch. And overtime we go.
Overtime, and I think a much-needed reset here for UNLV. Maybe this even footing will let them start to exert a little more pressure across the pitch. Really like Stockton's push. Unfortunately, like you were talking about, unable to really get in position to press that finish button. We'll see if this OT resets UNLV a little bit.
Again, tons of space afforded to UNLV to work their offense out of. His Top Cheese going to go up Garen as well, but he gets bumped off that. Not going to be able to air dribble here. Here comes Wellis looking for the top corner, can't quite find it. And so far, been a pretty clean game between both teams. Only a demo apiece on either side. Love to see a little bit more aggression here. Open things up as Wheat gonna push this one through. Anthony A. Pizza already saw that from a mile away and gonna shut down that UNLV offense.
For Stockton to kind of refine the control of the ball right now. The challenge game definitely going up for UNLV a little bit, but Stockton, such strong defensive positioning and a double commit from UNLV may kind of hinder the push a little bit here, but they do spread back out nicely. And if they're not quite able to get set to score just yet.
Stockton looking revitalized, reinvigorized today. That's not a word. We'll say reinvigorated. That's fine.
Close enough.
Close enough. As 1 minute has come and gone here in overtime. That's a dangerous one, but Wellis able to catch up, and Anthony A. Pizza right idea, and a team save to get that one out and push the offense all the way downfield, and Wheat puts it up. This is a dangerous ball.
Don't let him go!
On an island, and Garen finds the spot.
Oh, you can see the hesitation in the net from Stockton as this comes off the top corner. Bussy's thinking, oh, do I go? Should I let it stay? Do I go out and challenge it? And he let Garen come through. That's the advantage of position on defense. So difficult when you get that ball going up above your shoulder. You lose the mental picture of what everything looks like in front of you. And just thinking he had the time to let that one bounce and reassess, but no, he needed to look where Garen was, and he paid for it.
Wow, you gotta think that UNLV just stole that game away. When you look at the shots, Stockton did a great job at forcing the pressure. UNLV, only 4 on the board, but when you're shooting 25% as a squad, things are gonna start working for you. But for Stockton, what do you need to see different in game number 2? Because for me, it's gotta be the spacing.
Well, so for Stockton, yeah, there's something to be said about spacing, but on the other side of things, they did have a couple of opportunities to score. Like you said, there's a lot of shots, but not a lot of them very high quality. So it's really just how do you get yourselves, like you were saying, in the proper positioning? Do you have the boost is your first priority? Do you have the ability to be in position to make something happen? And a little more faith, I think, would be well warranted. Because there were a couple times where they got that real nice pass down into the middle of the field, and they're like, oh, I'm not sure if that one's going to get through. And it's like, why not? As I was talking with Yaz yesterday in the green room, and I was like, see, I pull off when my teammate calls a demo because I'm never sure if he's going to actually hit it. He goes, and that's why you're not on a good team.
It's a good
You got to believe him. If your teammate calls it, you got to be there for it.
Well, eventually you got to have the confidence and the faith in your teammates as well if you're going to win a game. They got swept entirely yesterday, and you got to say maybe it's because it's due to the lack of commitment here. As UNLV looking to strike early here in game number 2 is Bussy up off the ceiling, gets the touch. The one gets a little bit away from him there as Wheat gonna clean things up. And UNLV, if they can strike early, Stockton already is showing they don't have the ability to score early.
UNLV, you really just want to see him come out here and take a little bit better care of the ball, because there were some times when they got given the ball from Stockton, and instead of really bringing it down and forcing possession and making Stockton come take the ball off them, they felt like they were in such a rush to just punt that ball up the field, and that's where I really want to see UNLV change it up in game 2.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more composure would serve them well. I can only imagine the amount of nerves being up on that stage, especially knowing your backs are up against the wall. You're facing elimination. This is a must-win series if you want to stay in this tournament. As Top Cheese going to just poke that one forward. Wheat going to slow it down. And again, a nice little steal there from Busty off the mistouch from Wheat.
Wellis really trying to figure out where he needs to be in position here. Wheat, you can probably get that one to safety. You actually had a lot of time, but he just mistouches it. Wellis thinking that ball was probably headed more towards the corner instead of back into the box, and just gets it popped right back over his head. Nice, easy goal for Stockton to capitalize on a misplay.
That's what they're going to have. I even thought there was way too much time given, but Bussy showing me that I am a fool in that scenario. He pressured that perfectly and almost forced that mistake as Top Cheese cuts that one up. As him and Anthony Pizza up on that play. That's an awkward ball off that backboard. 2 went for UNLV, but close enough, but far enough from the goal to not create too much of a problem.
Ooh, a little opportunity here for UNLV. See what we can cook up in the corner.
Oh boy. I don't like that ball there. Just lurking at the top of the box. If you're trying to clear that one out, it's fine if no one's there, but when you've got the most dangerous player on UNLV just staring down at you, I don't know about that decision.
Ooh, and they're throwing the ball right back towards UNLV as well, losing a little bit of awareness on the defense. It's okay, though. They're in decent enough position here to fend off this push, and there's a couple of demos. Just kidding. You're not in any position.
Just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's a bang-bang, and the defense is gone. Just a wide open net from Wheat.
That was just explosions everywhere. Stockton's thinking, yeah, we're here. And then everyone says, dead, dead, dead. And no one's making any touch. Great press from UNLV.
And way to draw that play up as well. And that was that faith in teammates that we're talking about. If your teammate calls, they're going for a bump. All right, you called it. And if they score on us, that's on you, buddy, because I'm going in. But right here, a little dump off pass. Wellis is up, gets the flip reset, continues with the air dribble, looking for a bump, can't find it, doesn't matter. Guerin gonna give UNLV the lead.
Really nice job from Guerin following this air dribble forward. Wellis, obviously great job getting through the defense, but it's Guerin saying, okay, hang on, if this actually gets through, I'm gonna make sure I'm first to the play and I'm gonna pop it home. Great support from Guerin and obviously excellent execution on the air dribble.
Big kickoff there for Stockton as Bussy reads that quite well. Wheat gonna push that one through, and again, dangerous ball, but he recognized Wellis was coming across the line, able to dump that one off to him. And Stockton, just over 120 seconds to go here. That's a great carry, you get 2 to go. No follow-up there as it's a great clear into the side. And Wheat, again, another great clear, but here comes the aggression from UNLV. Defensive demos, offensive demos, doesn't matter. They're just looking to take players off the field.
And Stockton, now's the time where you really want to get that offense started again, because you had such a good show of it in game 1. It was just a matter of making sure you were in position to finish the job. And now that you find yourselves down 1, 90 seconds or so on the clock, got to actually make something happen, as UNLV have that stability on defense to prevent you from getting anything started.
Great read there from, I believe it was Guerin, to break that play up, I'm sorry. And for Stockton, we talked about the spacing a little bit. One thing I'd like to see him is have a purpose when hitting the ball. Instead of just booming it downfield, just read the field, survey what the defense is giving you. If they're playing far off, slow that thing down or look for a teammate. Ooh, this one gets a little bit away from Bussy there, and that's what I'm talking about. Have soft hands on these plays. Recognize what the field is.
Did tie up a couple defenders.
There it is.
That's open. Top Cheese actually didn't need to hit it. I was going to say, that better not be wide, or you're going to feel real bad real quick.
Absolutely. The entire offense of UNLV presses forward, and great vision right when I call for it from Bussy to just put it over the defense. Nice and smart in between the sticks. And Stockton knocks us up under 1 minute to go here in game number 2.
Big error from UNLV as well. Everyone kind of just covering the same part of the pitch. Can't afford to let that one slip through for sure. You'd like to see the opposition beat you rather than you just give one up.
Wheat gonna push this one all the way to the side wall. As Garen, nothing left in the tank. I love that idea from Top Cheese, but you gotta be on the same page as your teammates there. So that infield pass
really nice.
wasn't available. A double tap.
Oh, yes! In the net, and Top Cheese puts Stockton up. They went for a couple boost deals. They left Bussy on an island. They had the faith, and then Bussy says, okay, here it comes, and they went to the right person. Top Cheese, beautiful catch and delivery.
Great focus on that play to nail that double tap and put it on the mark. Stockton up late here in game number 2, looking to tie this series up and get their first game win here in the CRL World Championship. But Wheat, not if he has anything to say with it. 10 seconds to go here for UNLV. Still need one goal. It's gonna be hard as they're down a man here. 4 seconds remain. Not a lot of boost left for Wheat as this one just needs to hit the floor, but Garen gonna keep it alive. He's gotta march the full length of the field. Not gonna happen. And Stockton fist bumps all around as they knot us up.
That's a well-deserved win from Stockton. You're thinking, man, I don't know if they're gonna be able to figure it out. UNLV lets them back into the game. They allow the equalizer with poor positioning, and then they take a risk. Stockton says, we're going for it. We're gonna go steal some boost, leave you in the 1-on-2, and Bussy just pops a beautiful dish up through the middle of the field. Nobody on UNLV expecting it. And Stockton, huge win in game 2.
Yeah, it seemed like it was 2 plays of missed position from UNLV that led to those Stockton goals. Gotta have better communication there, gotta have better awareness, because he gave that game away. They were in the driver's seat, but look at this shot from Top Cheese to nail that double tap. Game on the line, it's all tied up. You know if you hit it, you basically punch your ticket to the win, and they do exactly that. Stockton not going away easily, and Anthony ate pizza 6'7"? No way. I'm gonna go up.
Is he really?
And we're gonna go find out. And again, these guys keep telling me they can teach me stuff. I know how to eat pizza. Come on.
I don't know. I've seen you go at a few of them. It's messy.
All right, good point. That's fair. He didn't say eat it cleanly.
That's fair.
I'd still need a napkin.
I did like to see what Stockton went for, though. You got the ball in the hands of Top Cheese. That's what I wanted. He was taking the most shots, only scored one of them, but that's who you want to be in control. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, it's disaster out of the kickoff for UNLV. They twist up the defense, and Wheat, just alone on an island, didn't know where to go. The shot goes below.
He had 100 boosts. And he went up the wall?
I don't know.
He had 100 boosts and he went up the wall on a soft redirect towards the net. That's just getting inside your own head, and Wheat beat himself there.
Yeah, overthinking that one, making it more complicated than it needed to be, as Stockton take the early lead here in ever important game number 3 when the series is all tied up. It's a long way to go to victory, and it's a long way to hold on, but they have definitely shown that they can weather the storm that UNLV brings forward.
Stockton keeping up that pressure. Shades of game 1 here. Early heat on that orange net, and Garen with a fake because he didn't have the boost, but he really made all of Stockton believe it. Unfortunately, the follow-through not quite there. But the UNLV offense unwilling to give up just yet, and a nasty pinch will send them back to the midfield line.
That was an awkward one, but this is going to be awkward for UNLV. Shot way off the mark on that one, as well as gets the big boost. Another one as well. That's going to slow Stockton up, and we can't catch up. And this one just bombed downfield. Smart play there from Stockton. They were a little bit low on boost. The pressure was starting to build, and they completely nullify it.
The Bussies making excellent plays defensively. They have said, look, you're going to be the third man. Make sure nothing gets by you, and he has done a brilliant job of that so far. That's what you really need, that strong, solid, reliable defensive third, and he's delivering.
The Rebels still searching for their first goal here in game number 3. 90 seconds have gone by, and Stockton has looked like a brand new team. I don't know what they talked about last night. I don't know if it's just, hey, we just need to calm down, play our game. They are looking fantastic
Ooh, nice.
And the aggression was where they were really bringing it forward too, but Anthony
delay!
faked it. You love to see it, but great D there from Wellis.
Great defense is right. Wellis having to pick apart who's actually making contact. If it's a misdirection, that was a massive stop on a great attempt from Stockton. You love to see that type of ingenuity. That's how you beat defenses.
Yeah, you gotta always keep them guessing. I bit on that already.
On the
I
first
was
guy,
in the air,
yeah.
absolutely. I was like, here comes the shot, and it didn't happen. As well as, again, a defensive monster right now, doing everything he can to make sure that the lead only stays at 1 for Stockton, but they've got to get to work offensively. Halfway through game number 3 here, and still Stockton maintaining control, maintaining pressure, and they haven't even come forth with too many demos. So far, only 1 from Top Cheese.
Busty again.
Oh boy.
Nasty bounce, and Wheat will collect it. Does not go in Stockton's favor. Wheat just wanted to not let Top Cheese have to go for this. He wanted to get in his face. It's not a bad idea. It's a good defensive principle. You know, there's no reason to send the back man if you can send the front man first. And unfortunately, that bounce just went straight back into middle, away from his teammate who was expecting or hoping for that top-down bounce. And UNLV all over it.
Sometimes the field doesn't work to your advantage there. The top of the ceiling can sometimes just be nasty, and that one ate the defense up. UNLV tie this game up, not letting get this moment away from them as Busty goes up, pushes it all the way to the side, but there's Wheat. He's waiting, he's got space, but no one home as the demo comes through. Good job there from Stockton, but see you later. They're down a man. Guerin gonna push this one central. Shot coming on target, and Top Cheese gonna push it up to Anthony A. Pizza.
But can he go and get it? He's kind of just keeping pressure for the sake of pressure, but he did get that boost steal again, and there's that same pop off the backboard, and this time they found Anthony, not towards the net this time. And Stockton willing to take some risks. They'll pull themselves out of position. They don't get the second one, and Busty's going to need a little help if he wants to score this one.
But I like that. I like the fact that he saw the demo and his teammate was calling out, I've got another one. He just launches it right between the sticks. Nothing fancy to it as Guerin gets up in time to push that shot out of the box. And 70 seconds to go here. Wellis didn't get the flip reset, but does cause confusion on the back line. And UNLV looking to steal this one away. I felt like they stole game number 1. Could the same be said for game number 3?
Tough to answer.
Oh, there it is.
The demo. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was actually going to get in between the sticks after he pumped it off the wall, but Wheat's able to muscle this one through with a little help. Look at Wellis tracking the man who is unwilling to allow anything to get through, and traffic jam in front of the post, and it found its way in.
The defender even got a touch on that to push it into the corner, but somehow Wheat was able to find that angle, and Stockton, they were in the driver's seat. They were in control for 4 minutes. Now they find themselves in a little bit of a hole. Busty does get the touch. Not sure what that does for him as UNLV push this one all the way downfield. Wellis again with another great touch off that back wall to slow down Stockton. And unfortunate touch there for Top Cheese as that's going to turn the ball right back over to UNLV, and Anthony Pizza had to get up in time to save that ball.
Nice cut from Busty. Now you need this good push from Top Cheese. He got a piece taken out of him up there on the sidewall, and now you're hoping that that support comes in quick for Stockton to push this ball back onto the orange side.
Great touch there from Guerin to just pop this one forward. Less than 10 to go here in game number 3. Stockton need 1. Ball's on the correct side of the field. This is a dangerous one. Great bump as well as puts it into the corner, but it's still up in the air. Here we go as Stockton keep the ball alive. They need 1, and it's towards the net as Busty gonna pop this one up. It's just confusion for UNLV. Top Cheese goes high, off the crossbar and down, and UNLV say match point.
They did the right thing. They knew how to keep the ball up, but Top Cheese just kind of found himself in that awkward no man's land of positioning where he couldn't really pump that one towards the net. And UNLV, again, just like Stockton the last one, well-deserved win here to battle their way back and find something out of nothing. And you want to go back and look at that huge dunk play right off the post there when you thought Stockton got out of a jam, and somehow, some way, physics happens and you just win the challenge right in front of the post.
Yeah, UNLV showing you that you can take the dog out of the fight, but you can't take the fight out of the dog, and they were left in the ring for too long. They left them hanging, and for Stockton, you got to be able to score more than 1. You got to be able to extend that lead. But UNLV, They just were left lingering and were able to stay in this one. But already, Stockton exceeding the expectations of the desk. We heard Jorby saying this is going to be a sweep. They already get one here. Can they bring us to Champions Field?
I think they definitely got what it takes to find that finish button. As thanks, Wellis, for teaching me to count to 10. And
he made RLCS on a phone hotspot? That hurts me.
No way.
That hurts me. I mean, come on. I'm on an Ethernet connection.
I need my fact check on
I got 100 down, and this guy's doing it on a spotty Wi-Fi phone. Come on.
If true, huge.
If true, yeah. Fact check that. But game 4 already underway. UNLV looking to send Stockton packing. But for Stockton, could the Cinderella run happen right here, right now, as Garen forced into a big save as Stockton was once again looking to go up early, and they are!
There's the speed from Top Cheese. Look at this recovery on the side wall. He chips this one and just instantly right back on it. Got those wheels planted and came right back down the wall. Caught everyone flat-footed on UNLV.
Sometimes the curvature of the ceiling works for you, sometimes it works against. And for Top Cheese there, worked well in his favor. That ball just landed right on his hood. Wellis gets over one, but Top Cheese smartly defends high to keep that ball out of blue territory. And Garen forced to do a little bit of work on his own. Here comes Top Cheese. And Wheat cleans that up nicely as the offense starting to get chugging along for Stockton. But not if UNLV has anything to say about it. They just bomb this ball downfield and they force Stockton back to square one.
Long way to go. Very similar situation to last game for Stockton here. And as we saw, one was not quite enough. And you want to see that offense find some real teeth here now that we're this deep in the series, and want to have them find that confidence going into Champions Field and not feel like you can't really break through them.
Almost a cookie cutter game so far for Stockton as Bussy flip reset was almost over 2 defenders, but Anthony Pizza gonna make it even harder on UNLV as the demo comes out. But Bussy went all the way back for the full boost, gonna slow down Stockton just slightly. And Wheat, great challenge off the ceiling there to push it all the way back to Stockton's half. And again, it is just constant back and forth motion. Both teams trying to grab a stranglehold over midfield.
Top Cheese doing his best. Starting to be the facilitator through that midfield, trying to break down defenders rather than take shots, which I think is a decent idea to try if you're looking to get more scoreable opportunities. Get the ball in the hands of one of your strongest mechanical players. As clearly UNLV willing to sit a little deep back because Stockton have shown they'll just punt the ball down there and try and win the dump and chase game. I'm not too sure if that's the way to go forward now.
Did he get the flip? No, he didn't. If he got that, that could have been a clip-worthy goal, but the pass forward is on target. What an outlet play.
You don't have to have a little boost to get the flip or anything. You just got to have Bussy dish you another beauty of a ball. And Top Cheese hardly had to use anything to get back up to that one. Laid it beautifully in the left-hand side of the net. There's your extra goal. There's the insurance. Pressure on UNLV.
And Top Cheese showing you why he's the best offensive player for Stockton. But no one home, and Wheat immediately going to nullify that goal.
Right off this kickoff, just nasty. Wellis wins big towards the sidewall and a missed touch from Anthony Pizza. Does not get it down the field. Commits that cardinal sin off the sidewall without someone behind you ready to go. And Wheat jumps all over it.
And so far, all 6 of UNLV's goals have been assisted. Showing you true team play in this series. Trying to knot us all up. There's Garen playing the third man. The bumps come in. That one almost finds the upper 90. Stockton.
I like this.
Get away with one. I like the slowdown as well.
That's the right idea. Force control, make UNLV come take the ball off you. Don't want to give them anything for free at this point.
Almost a big mistake on that back line from Stockton. Thankfully, a little backup was there as Bussy smartly puts that back into the corner. Top Cheese elects to rotate back. Wise decision from his, as that was a shot on target, and he gets the clear all the way downfield, but he's going to be boostless. But let's show you why just because you're boostless, you're not useless. I love to see players continue the offensive play. The defense doesn't know what you've got in the tank, so you might as well bluff.
There is value in pressuring defenders. with your presence in an area, even if you can't actually make a play. That's why communication is one of the most powerful tools in Rocket League. Soft clear, Anthony Pizza trying to clean up. Top Cheese wants a crazy dunk and not able to squeeze that one under the bar.
I mean, I love that idea, though, because not only are you flashing a shot, but you're also forcing the defender to stay on his feet and stay inside the goal, because he's also showing, I might demo you too. So right idea there, just showing, you know, I've got a Swiss Army knife of tools in my pocket as Top Cheese left all alone. Doesn't get demoed there. Wheat went all in.
Same with Wellis.
Oh boy, this is a big opportunity here for Stockton. The net looked wide open as big demo comes through. Anthony Pizza gonna pop that one up, and Garen smartly just pushes this over to Wellis.
Stockton all kind of just ran out of boost. Yeah, they dodged the demo, got up the field, spent some time off the clock, but unfortunately couldn't extend that lead, but they retain possession here. We'll see. They are able to find one more through that UNLV defense. A little slow getting up there to go challenge the ball on the UNLV half, but Wellis concerned with possession more than he is the challenge game.
And these hesitations from Stockton seem to be throwing UNLV off just slightly. They think, okay, then surely they're going. Wait, no one's up, and by the time they jump, it's just that second guessing is completely dismantling the defense of UNLV. This ball awkward off the wall. Garen forced to go up, pushes that one to the top of the box, gets the second touch, and 10 seconds to go here in game number 4. The tides have shifted. UNLV need to find one. Garen is up, looking for the bump, and Top Cheese bombs it all the way downfield, keeps it away from Wheat, and forces the demo as Stockton gonna bring us to game number 5, Champions Field. How we've missed you.
You felt like they had it in them. You knew it was there. It just needed to come to the surface. Top Cheese opting for quality over quantity here. 2 for 2 and a couple of saves, trying to rotate around, and now he's starting to move the ball through the midfield. And Garen's still doing what he always does. He says, look, Wellis and Wheat, you guys do your thing. I'm just going to rotate around and be where I think the most opportunities are going to arise. He's supporting on offense and defense. That's exactly the role that I think Garen should be playing. I think Wellis is doing an excellent job when he's been put in that defensive situation, much like Bussy has been on Stockton. Both teams playing incredibly well. Game 5, I think, was the only outcome considering how they both played.
Yeah, and for UNLV, interestingly enough, Wheat has 4 of the 6 goals, and throughout the season, he's been the lowest goal scorer for this squad, so way to step up for him. But you bring up Garen in a game number 5, we got to see a takeover. We have to see his moment right here, right now. 5 minutes separate us from an elimination.
There's an opportunity.
And my goodness, the tension, you can feel it in the air, the nerves on the line. You thought they were nervous taking the stage for the first time? How about taking the stage in a game 5 when you could be packing your bags?
No time like the present, as the old saying goes. We'll see who steps up.
And already, great pressure from Stockton. You can tell the momentum has fully swung to the blue half. As that's a great pass mid, and Anthony couldn't quite keep up with that ball. It was a tough one. It wasn't a designed passing play, but sometimes those 50s just go in your favor. You got to be ready. Oh, nice one out. Puts it to the left corner, and he puts the defense on a string.
Oh, the stutter step. Look at this one. He goes, ooh, well, I'll see you later. Hang on, you thought I was going. And then he just cooked the last man in the net to the back post. That was a nasty move from Bussy Mind Games. OP.
Puts the defense in a clip all on his own. Stockton up by 1 yet again early. That's 3 games in a row where they've scored within the first 45 seconds. They recognize how important it is to get the first jab in. As Bussy passes that one to the right, but well read by Wheat. As he pushes that up to Wellis. Wellis confident here in his air carry, gets the bump, but they team up. And oh my goodness, Top Cheese able to get the save, but here comes Bussy again, gets the bump, and over Garen, no, as he gets the save.
Oh, and Garen just making sure that one got to safety. He did not care, he did not want anyone from Stockton coming through trying to jam that one home, as Anthony Pizza again, bomb of a clear all the way back, and Garen's not willing to let this one stay on the orange side. Nobody on UNLV wants Stockton to start taking space.
Maybe a little bit of frustration showing from UNLV. The demo's coming out. Looks like they're pushing a little further forward to try and go for them. Just trying to disrupt, dismantle the Stockton defense. But composure is the name of the game right now for Stockton. This looks like, I've already said it, but just a brand new team as Anthony Pizza can't tuck that one in. Still a 1-goal game, and still UNLV having struggles on offense.
Man, big aggression there from Top Cheese after his teammate missed a touch. Wellis has a look at a net and will not score. It's off
there
the post, and that one's way wide. Garen was looking to dot that one top right, and he just went a little too far and skimmed it low.
Overthought it. He had too much time, and a big whiff on the back line, but Garen covers it nicely as Bussy puts a shot.
Wow.
And again, Garen forced to cover for UNLV.
Oh, and again.
Finally, they're all there, but the passing plays on point.
Garen fighting hard on defense. Look at him recover after getting bumped. He can still get over and cover that near post. He needs a little bit of help. Wellis is just trying to follow that ball right to left, and he gets caught, can't cut into the middle to take the pass away, and Stockton up 2.
All aboard the Bussy. He is taking over, carrying his team on this one, and trying to punch their ticket to Victory City.
Long way to go. We just hit halftime. This has been a wild game 5.
Oh my goodness.
UNLV seeming to be cracking under the pressure.
Oh boy.
And Wellis will make a stop. Bussy wants to get a little help from Top Cheese. And that's a huge stop. Wellis, way to figure it out.
Oh, is this Stockton or Columbia College? The way the offense is working, just a constant flow. It's beautiful to watch. The whirlpool is alive and well as Garen gets the shot. The bump's there, and they get it. Tie the lead, or cut the lead to 1.
Wellis, excellent job. Again, just speculative positioning. You know you need something. Wheat calls the bump, and he says, I'm going. We're going to make this one work. And that's what you need, the trust in your teammates to execute on what they're calling. And they cut the lead in half. UNLV right back in it.
They refused to go away. That was a big one. There was 2 minutes still left in this game, and they went all in, just recognizing lead 2. They got to get it. As Top Cheese going to get a big boost grab there in the corner. Going to try and slow up UNLV's effort to get out of this play. Wellis has nothing in the tank on that one. Here comes Bussy, but Wheat pushes it to the side wall. Top Cheese going to keep things alive. Misses the double. Doesn't matter as the shot's on target. But Garen saves that last little oomph of boost to push that one into the corner.
That's a missed shot from Anthony Pizza. He had a lot of the net to work with, and that one's cut down to size. Top Cheese smashes it up the pitch, but Stockton, hopefully they won't feel the repercussions of missing that high-quality chance.
Great pinch there from Garen. And again, I called for a takeover from him in game number 5. He got the assist on the initial goal from UNLV. Less than 60 seconds to go. What an upset this would be if Stockton can just hang on. This one's gonna be a dangerous ball as Top Cheese pushes it all the way downfield. A dangerous one, but a great touch from Wellis.
But it forced him to concede his corner boost again. Stockton all series long have had a pretty...
Oh, no!
That's wide, thankfully, but you definitely don't want to see something like that happen, but who knows, maybe it's a very clever fake back pass. They do retain possession, and they've wasted time off the clock.
It worked out. It was all part of the plan. Somehow Bussy drew it up perfectly, but here comes Garen looking for a pinch. Cleaned up nicely from Bussy. 15 seconds to go for UNLV. They have the offensive pressure, but immediately cleared all the way downfield as well as back pass. As Garen just pushed that one aside. And smart play from Top Cheese to just play keep away. 4 seconds to go here. They need to get a shot. Anthony Pizza just gonna kill it, and Wheat can't get the touch. Wellis can't either, and Stockton send UNLV packing.
Oh, the East Coast, you can't shake them. You finished 10th, you have to play an LCQ, who cares? What matters is they made it here, and boy, did they have to fight, and they looked good doing it. Garen, Wellis, and Wheat, you played an excellent series, but Stockton came ready to play, and you absolutely delivered in a big moment there in Game 5.
It's official. The slipper has been put on the foot of Cinderella here. They got their first win. They're not quite in the playoffs yet. They still are going to have to play a very strong Berlin team. But the first job is done. They did what they had to do, and they did it as a team. Everyone got involved that entire series.
That's what it always takes when you get down to the nitty-gritty. When you find yourself in these live events, it does take 3 players. You can't afford to have an off day. and everyone on Stockton getting the job done no matter where they needed to be. Huge performance from them. And unfortunately, UNLV, a wonderful season. Top of the league play.
Absolutely.
The playoffs kind of slip a little bit, but in general, UNLV, a great run, ends a lot earlier than they would like.
Yeah, kind of indicative of how their entire season went. Very, very strong fall season. Went into spring, didn't look quite as strong, kind of fell off a little bit, and then here, they fall to Stockton. But you gotta just commend Stockton for what they did here and recognizing that the pressure was building and they just rode that momentum like a wave.
And you love to see that first goal from Bussy as well, that stutter step. He's been on defense all week and you're thinking, oh, he's not gonna be able to beat me. And the one guy who you don't think is gonna absolutely destroy two people. Absolutely a massive goal there. And again, the defense across the board, the boost steals from Stockton. The offense started to come online. They were ready to have that faith and they got the job done.
And I got to tell you, Chiefs, we got to see some great goals from Bussy in that one, and we know that he has been waiting for this moment for an eternity. He's up on the stage with Dazarin. Let's hear from him.
I'm here with Bussy from Stockton. Bussy. First of all, congrats on the win. I want to talk about yesterday first. Obviously, you guys had that loss to Columbia. How did you guys bounce back going into today?
Honestly, we took that loss on the chin, and then this morning we figured we'd change our play style up a bit, and it seemed to work pretty well. So I'm happy.
I mean, it worked phenomenally. Let's talk about the desk here real quick, because the desk all sweat there saying UNLV was going to take this series. Some people, I think even Jorby said they were going to do it in a sweep. How does it feel to come up with this dub?
Honestly, none of the casters ever got our backs. I saw on the Uni Rocketeers stream, they had us getting swept by these kids. The disrespect is crazy. These casters are pretty clueless when it comes to their jobs sometimes. But we'll prove them wrong.
You're not talking about me, right?
Not about you.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, let's talk about that series. Obviously, it went back and forth to the distance. One of the players I want to talk to about especially is Top Cheese. He had that crazy double in game 2. What's it like playing with him?
I mean, Top Cheese, he always ices when it matters. We're playing Berlin next. Last year, I remember he iced in the final match, got our winning goal. He's always here to ice for us, and couldn't ask for a better teammate. Yeah, and I want to talk to you guys again about that kind of resilience and composure. You guys were forced to game 5, and remember that first goal. You had that fake. I want you to run me by just the emotions and what it was like scoring first in a very important game 5. Honestly, I know Wells is a bit of a hothead, so I know when I was on the ball, he's a bit nervous. So I was just you know what, I'm going to fake him out, and he missed, and it was a free goal because the wheat was in net.
Oh, okay. He's sending his shots. Wells, guess what? Like you said, you got Berlin next. What's your thoughts going into that matchup?
Like last year, I said EU next year was probably going to go from a 2 out of 10 to a 4. So I'm not really too worried about Berlin. Going to send him home again.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, he's not pulling any punches. Well, guess what? You got this great crowd of supporters here that have been shouting. We've been hearing you guys, and we appreciate it. But, of course, I want to give you a chance to send them some words as well.
Yeah, no, shout out to everyone here supporting, everyone online, my friends and family watching. Demetrius, this man, he's literally bought his groceries supporting us. He's the GOAT. So, yeah, shout out everyone for the support.
Big shout-outs to everyone for the support, and big shout-outs to you guys for the win. Thank you for the interview, of course. We're going to send a toodaloo to the desk. Base, you got some explaining to do.
CRL's a funny place. That's absolutely incredible. Stockton did something that was quite improbable. They ended up faking out Willis in the waning moments of that series, Jorby. We don't know what we're talking about. We were all wrong.
Absolutely clueless. I said it was going to be an easy 3-0, and, I guess the clues are somewhere else, and Bussy has them all, I guess. I admit it. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Bussy. I didn't realize that you were going to pop off and conduct passes like you did on the field. So I'm sorry about that. I'll learn next time.
Gotta put some respect on the Osprey's name, we do. And you gotta back Bussy for backing up his words. He doesn't always do that, but today he absolutely did. And the Game 5 performance when we get there, the cold fake out as well. You can see how 2/3 of this team went all the way to the CRL World Championship finals.
Yeah, you can see how, and really that's what it came down to, Lacto Jorby. It came down to that LAN experience, that poise. There's a reason they made it all the way to the grand finals. Willis and the boys from UNLV, you can see the nerves.
Yeah.
The fake by Bussy when he brought all the way back up. Willis should never be faked right there, but pressure was there. He wanted to make the play, but see, he understood the moment. He understood what he had to do, take advantage of Willis. And after that, he said, if the Wheat's in goal, I'm cooking them every single time.
Well, like in that Game 5, there were so many other chances for them. And Bates, we were talking about it. Why are they sitting so far back? Why is second and third man always behind the midfield line? Like, come on, guys. We know Rocket League.
Yeah.
Come on now.
We're talking about UNLV and terrible rotations, but that's why they're going home. Stockton, you move on. You have a rematch against Berlin. Stockton sent Berlin back into Lacto. Will they do it again?
You know they're desperate too as well. The emotions will be riding high after that very, very entertaining series. I think the real winner was the spectator on that one, and I think it'll be the same when they go up against Berlin later today, because it's a historic matchup already after last season, and I'm worried. I'm worried after that.
I mean, I just want to reiterate how big of an upset this is. Stockton were 10th in the East. UNLV were undefeated in league play. Sure, they lost late in the playoffs, but Stockton didn't even make the playoffs. So this is ridiculous. It shouldn't have happened, and that's how impressive Stockton's win was here.
Yeah, it really was impressive. That's 2 matches down, 6 more to go. Setu, Amsterdam. We had an all-NA. One had to get eliminated, of course. We have to follow that up with an all-EU. One of them's got to go home. And Nijmegen versus Dr. Move. Oh, my gosh, it's back-to-back EU. 2 EU teams got to go back.
It's fine. I mean, we got used to this after last year a little bit. This is the first all-EU matchup of this particular World Championship. But the fun thing about Setu Amsterdam is they know each other very well, but they've actually never played each other before.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Ain't that a great, fine, dandy time to play each other for the first time? Coming up next, Setu versus Amsterdam, EU versus EU. One's got to go home.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a product, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I got rid of the talent who don't know anything, and I actually added two who might actually know something. Stockton beat UNLV in 5. Bussy, we all hopped on the bus, and he brought us to the promised land. He took over. Top Chiefs was balling out. Anthony A. Pizza was balling out. The crowd was on their side. They move on. They'll have a matchup against Berlin. Stacks, was that a hype match?
Oh, was it ever? The crowd on the we're over here on the other side, right? And if you weren't watching this series, you would have thought it was like the RLCS World Championship final. The crowd was going nuts out there. It was the best thing we've had all weekend.
The best thing we've had all weekend. Listen, that's high praise because we've had some absolutely great series so far.
Yeah, no, this weekend's been absolutely incredible. There's been so many fun series. There's been reverse sweeps. There's been full-on sweeps. It's been all over the place. I think that was definitely a top series for sure.
I agree.
This one, I don't know if it can live up to the hype, but it will be good regardless.
Okay, she's talking about this one. We're really about to focus in on Group C there. Setu about to go up against Amsterdam. Amsterdam, I mean, they went up against Boise. They got a little bit of chokeritis happening right now. You can't get reverse swept on land. They're going to try to make amends for that. Setu, on the other hand, they're a team that's really good out of EU, came from the LCQ. Amsterdam Setu, Tylacto said it on the desk prior to the break. They have never played each other before. What a time now to play each other for the first time on the land stage to then not get eliminated, Stacks.
Right, yeah. This is a matchup where, again, you got the pride of Ireland here up against the pride of the Netherlands. This is one of those rare battles where you've really got national pride on the line. And it's still the same region. We're still getting rid of a European team one way or another.
Yeah, we really are. And I know John, a.k.a. Always, he's somewhere
Yes,
lurking. He's somewhere lurking. He's rooting for Setu so hard right now. He wants to see him win. The Irish, they're trying to make history here in CRL, trying to take out the Netherlands, who's had a couple good players. They're really mechanical, and they've always been on the upswing. I would believe they went 7-2 in Uni Rocketeer Spring. They've had a couple good shots, a couple good chances at beating great teams, and now they got to go up against this Amsterdam team who's not playing with their full roster, Stacks.
Right, and that, of course, I think you would have to give the advantage to Setu here, right? Because, again, team chemistry, once you reach a certain level mechanically, team chemistry takes over as the driving factor in a team's success. So Setu here has to have a significant advantage. Solo, Shallow, and Tomster. I mean, Shallow, what more can you say about how important he has been to Setu so far? They struggled against Akron yesterday. I heard Samba, he took me to task when I said Setu was a sneaky good defensive team. That's how good Akron had to be. Listen, you run into a buzzsaw, I do still think this is a solid defensive squad, and I don't think Samba's scoring against them, so, you know.
Oh, man.
We could have him try, but he didn't make it here, so too bad, so sad.
Oh, bro, it is kind of sad. And the Setu team, I mentioned that they went 7-2 in Uni Rocketeer Spring. They actually beat Hamburg. Hamburg's one of the best European teams at this land. You saw them play earlier on the stage. They have mechanics, they got Calyx, they got Leafox, they got everybody, and they're just out here balling out. On the other side, Amsterdam, they had to switch up their roster. For this World Championship, the question is, can they rebound from yesterday? They got reverse swept.
Honestly, I think there's actually a little bit of a chance for them. I find it pretty interesting that I know reverse sweeps aren't the best, but for them to actually be in a position where they went up 2-0 in the first place in this particular roster situation, it shows that if they could actually just close out, they could do some damage. And granted, you know, Setu, they went 1-3. When you look, I know, again, reverse sweeps, they seem so bad. But in the grand scheme of things, that means at some point they are able to run away with momentum when they have it. It's just a matter of closing out.
Yeah, and FC, the man who y'all just saw on your screen, he's averaging 1.11 goals per game, 1.33 assists per game. There is a little asterisk here, though. His stats are kind of a little inflated because he gets subbed in against worse teams. So you got to take that with a grain of salt. Local Banana, though. If CJ was on here, he would love saying that name. It's just like Banana Head. He fills in the gaps. He tries to make sure that he holds down the back back line gets 1.72 demos per game. That's what you need on the land stage. The less people on the pitch, the less opposition, the higher the chance of scoring.
Right, and to leave it to me to make the sports reference, right? But
go ahead.
From baseball scouts, you get a guy that throws a whole bunch of pitches around like 85, 86, but he throws one fastball that's like 92, 93. You go, all right, we can get that out of them. So Amsterdam, they go up 2-0 on Boise State yesterday. Great, they didn't close it out. Okay, unfortunate. You know you can get that out of them though.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know you can get it. Who do you think will win at home? Are you rolling with the Irish? Do hashtag Setu. If you're rolling with the Dutch, do hashtag HVA. Amsterdam is an absolutely fantastic city, a place where I've only been where I landed for Rotterdam. I haven't actually explored it. Ireland, I haven't been there yet, but maybe I should go one day. Time to get into the predictions. I got two real analysts here. Don't have those clowns that didn't know what they're talking about. Stacks, who's winning this match?
There will be no tears shed by John, a.k.a. Always today, unless they are tears of joy or tears later. I got Setu here in this series.
Ooh, wrong with the Irish. Herc.
Oh, okay, listen. I've always had a soft spot for freestylers. They're my favorite people. I think they're so cool. I think Cass and DevZ are gonna pull some crazy stuff out to finally get their shutout game. I'm going Amsterdam.
I see. Got an Amsterdam. I gotta break the tie.
All right, which one of us knows ball, Bates?
I think you both know ball, but I like the Irish a little bit better right here. I'm rolling with Setu. I do believe that they have a little bit of momentum. Amsterdam, you showed your true colors yesterday. You got reverse swept by Durf throwing his muscles. How y'all feeling at home? 64%. Y'all are rolling with the Irish as well over the Dutch. And listen, I'm rolling with you too. Setu, Amsterdam. One of Europeans' finest has to go home. Who will it be? Irish going up against the Dutch. I'm so excited for this matchup. And of course, on the cast, we got two analysts that don't really know what they're talking about. I'll tell you this, they know the cast.
Two European teams enter the ring, and only one can move on. Setu taking on Amsterdam and Tylacto. This one gonna be tough. Both teams have had their beatdowns handed to them, and now they gotta do it.
That's right, here in the lower bracket of Group C, Setu and Amsterdam fighting to book a date with Boise State later today. The Bachelor waiting in the wings, they are, but there's a lot of work to do, and there's nerves to get used to. Amsterdam, the first ever Dutch university to play on the CRL main stage.
And really still breaking ground for CRL as a league and as a product. Having these European universities come out and play, they're getting a little bit farther. And now you're talking about both of these teams. Well, throw out that party boost. We're going to be hearing that for the majority of the game. Well, what's your biggest key here for both teams, Tylacto?
I'm just looking at the confidence at the start of this game one. It's so important, and we saw it play as such a strong factor yesterday as well. And it's a duality. Setu have that important main stage experience, but it certainly wasn't a pleasant one against Akron in the upper bracket, whereas Amsterdam had the pain of getting reverse swept. But as a player, you get confidence from scoring more so than anything. And Amsterdam, they got 14 goals in that series against Boise. Setu just got the 4, and they all came in game one. It's currently over 16 minutes. Setu haven't scored, and that timer is still ticking. And whilst it's weird for us to bring up now, they will be feeling that on the field.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's lurking in your subconscious as you're playing. 17 plus minutes now scoreless for Setu. They did have some good looks against Akron. Here's a demo. That's something that happened to them a lot in that Akron series, and now they're getting physical. Couldn't put the shot on net, was taken away. Amsterdam, good defensive hold for now. Can they get through the midfield? The bump was good, but not enough to get possession.
That's right. Local Banana, the only non-freshman on this Amsterdam roster, is running away with the ball. Is it on target? Not quite the read. He makes it. Not an easy open net, but he puts it in the back of it.
And this is the same issue Setu had against Akron. Bumped, third man in midfield. It was solo that time. He didn't get demoed, but the bump is just as bad. And they have to find a way to to prevent this from happening. It's not just Akron that are doing it, it's everybody.
You're spot on, and Akron made that adaptation so quickly after game 1 when they dropped 16 demos in one game in game 2 against Setu, and they were so dejected after that series when I was talking to them, and I was like, what went wrong? And they're like, what went wrong? We weren't on the field, we couldn't do anything right. And it seems like Amsterdam seem to know that that could be their number, and they've already just made a difference to get the opening goal so far.
Attempted shot off the pass, 2 shots, both taken away. Local Banana and Cass trying their hand at it. Now a transition for Setu, wins a clean touch. Had to let it drop. Maybe a chance here with taken away by Local Banana. Another 50. Tomster trying to set it back up. Shallow. He had some standout moments against Akron, but it's Local Banana who's standing out against Setu.
Is this a read or just an outright dunk? We hear on his perspective as he's already airborne. Solo thought he put it to the corner, and he's just had it wiped across his face.
I'll be honest with you, it was so lazily going down the field that I missed the pre-jump. That was crazy.
Ridiculous from Local Banana. The confidence. You got to remember, he actually wasn't at Amsterdam in the winter split. He was actually studying over in Vermont at Chaplin College, and I believe they've already brought people here to Dallas just to support him and Amsterdam. He absolutely loved his time there, but of course he's going to be super happy to be back playing on this world stage with his Dutch teammates.
And how much does that mean to, I mean, all of these European squads that have that support? We've seen them, they've been loud, they have been extremely supportive of their teams, and that has to mean the world for these players when you have to fly across the pond, play in something that, you know, American Collegiate, there's a certain kind of culture around that, right? And so you're coming into that, and it's a little bit different than you might be used to in the university circuit over in Europe. But Setu getting it done, and this is a familiar matchup. NA versus EU. 2 teams that are familiar with each other, surprisingly have never played each other before, especially on this stage.
Yeah, we're on board with Solo now as he defends. Important moments for him. He's had that really unfortunate defensive dunk that's not going to help his confidence, but probably the only remaining player still playing at this World Championship who hasn't scored yet, Jorby.
There's just no teeth to this offense. Maybe they get one here, but Solo dove forward and he got a whole lot of metal, not a lot of ball. Shallow getting bumped off the play, and Tomster got caught looking.
3 for Amsterdam, running away with game 1 into this final minute. Devsey just forces the issue in the corner, and Cass, he's there in quick support. Tomster caught backwards, not for the first time this series. They always joke about that, but he just gets ahead of himself. They're trying to overcompensate, and it's just causing the gaps to appear.
More difficulties ahead for Setu. Amsterdam, it's been a Banana and company getting it done. Here he goes again. He'll just stay in the air here. Again, how are Setu pushing down the field? They get that quick pass out to midfield. They get to the orange half. Then where's the pressure?
Yeah.
Where's the rotation? They pull off right there. Like, Solo rotated the whole way back. There was no one in midfield for the follow-up. Somebody's got to be there to follow it up. Standard Rocket League rotation would demand it.
Yeah, it's a one-punch offense every time so far in game 1 for the Irish. Always find themselves quickly back onto that defensive transition as Tomster tries to bring the ball forward, looking for what is going to have to be their first goal in 20 minutes of gameplay, and Solo is going to get it. He's going to get his first goal here in Dallas, and that may not change the outcome of this individual game, but it is critical for the momentum.
Absolutely. It is a real mental change when you have not been scoring in a while, and one finally goes in for you. There's a release that happens in your brain, and you didn't even realize it was there. Yeah. Once that tension goes away, you can start to refocus. You can start to re-kit, and almost getting a second goal on their way out of game number 1, but Setu looking to recover.
Amsterdam don't want to get too complacent. They found themselves in that boat when they were 2-0 up, and up in game 3 against Boise State back in the upper bracket yesterday. They've got plenty to fix, but smiles all around now. You got to remember, they are still the number 2 seed coming out of Europe, and the desk didn't put a lot of respect. I mean, they favored Setu. They were saying that we don't know ball, but frankly...
Well, Bussy was saying that we don't know ball, and, you know, he runs with it. Baze just doesn't want to admit that he was also wrong because he picked with us on that one. But hey, Amsterdam, you played a clean game. You weren't really forced to do too much on either half of the field. And I mean, when Local Banana gets the pre-jump dunk that he got, well, good luck getting the top of the scoreboard. And really not a physically heavy game, but one of the first goal that Amsterdam scored came off of that solo bump.
It did, and they surely at this point are going to notice the trend with how they're being targeted with the physical play. And in fact, I mean, stood behind them, he'd be talking to them. His decomp, actually, a Setu graduate, medical chemistry, I think he was studying. He's a smart guy, and he should be able to look at these replays, but he's got too fast. You don't get long. Only 2 series at this World Championship one of these teams is going to get, because this is elimination still on the line. We're not joking around anymore.
No more jokes. Both teams laying all their chips on the table. Try to move on. It's not even over past this point. They got whoever wins has to play later to get to Sunday. Now Local Banana, no boost, but he wins the first touch. Quick shot saved. Tomster getting there in time. That Setu defense, if they can turn it into quality counterattacks, maybe they can start punching through this Amsterdam defense.
Yeah, they have been electric at times during the regular season. Back in Europe, the way they can sponge up the offensive pressure and release it in a counter-attack. They might have a chance to do so here, but there's no pass link-up. You see Solo already going all the way back there, and it's okay to be conservative with the optimism, but at some point, you've got to start taking risks if you want to have Amsterdam on the back foot.
High touch from Devsey. Hercules talking about Devsey and Cass. Freestylers in their non-competing times. Haven't seen them be able to do too much, really just been focusing on fundamentals, getting to the touch, getting to the challenge, trying not to overdo anything. And, the biggest thing that you can do against this team is just don't beat yourself, or really against any team. We've seen a lot of teams do that this weekend, but Amsterdam playing clean.
There's a little chance there. Amsterdam were caught with just 1 player back, which has been a rarity so far this series. They do have the ball forward now as it's downfield. Shallow thought about looking for a bump. He didn't really have a boost to make a play on the ball, though.
Setu tried to crash it. Deep third man, Shallow has to wait, letting Amsterdam come in, pushing that ball back out to the corner. Rest of Setu set it up on defense. First whiff, but Amsterdam were off the ball. Cass trying to delay the inevitable, and he might even turn it into something for them. Shallow forced to dump it to the left side, and then Tomster takes the boost. He leaves. He's playing defense. Got the save against Local Banana. A very passive style here from Setu. Instead of meeting the point or meeting the attack at the mouth, they'd much rather let them chop themselves up. Setu maybe a chance here as they place the bet, but Amsterdam, they call it easily back to the blue half.
Soft shot from Tomster on that occasion. They'll certainly be looking towards him in order to try and create something. Back in the EU playoffs, he was averaging nearly an assist a game, second only to Devsey on Amsterdam. Of all people, as that has been suddenly created out of nowhere, and Shallow, their top scorer, is going to deliver and give them their first lead of the series.
Their first lead of the series and their first lead since game 1 against Akron Blue. 2:34 left to go, and really not seeing the same disorganization on defense and in the midfield. I've been talking a lot about Amsterdam in the first half being clean, but Setu have matched them perfectly.
Crikey, mate. First win since game 1 against Akron all the way back yesterday. That's got to feel good.
It's crazy.
For Southeast Technological University. What will Amsterdam really respond with? Apparently a team pinch that works up as they bundle the ball downfield in an unorthodox fashion. It's cleared right on back though, and Cass has to manage his touch carefully as Tomster is now getting himself downfield as the first man, creating the space, and Solo now winning challenges in between, and nearly a dunk there. But Amsterdam will hold for now.
Setu backing off the midfield line. We roll that back out to the corner. Great job from Solo, baiting the attack in, breaking out through midfield, and then the fake there from Shallow. I don't think Shallow's gone for a single one of those challenges. Eventually, Amsterdam may become privy to it. Setu, you gotta think about that mix-up. It's a tenuous hold on this lead. Another shot denied. Far side, deep back. Both players for Amsterdam. Pop up for Devsey.
Last 90 for the Dutchmen, who are struggling to take flight in game 2. Cass having to go back down to that one after getting a bit too over-eager with the pre-jump, and it is very jumpy from Amsterdam in their own half. They will challenge here through Local Banana on the offensive side of things, but Tomster, a booming clear from here, is going to catch Defsy, having to half-flip, and Cass covering the front post, is that the counter-attacks that we're looking for from Setu.
Defsy getting that bump downfield. Local Banana setting it up. Now they're trying to build, but looks like Setu just have the hammers and not the building type either. Trying to turn back around on this one. Amsterdam gonna flip around. Tomster happily letting him go. He didn't get that midfield boost though. Past the third man, risky, now a breakout chance. Solo, no, he puts it back, and the chance gone now. Amsterdam, here they come. Low ball for Local Banana, and nothing developing for them, but they've maintained possession.
Cass, touch out to Local Banana, shot is a rifle, and just like that, it's a tie game.
Loads it up, got the powder, and went boom in front of the net. Amsterdam finally answer.
Two players back, both covering the front post, but they don't react in time. Probably not expecting the power on that shot from the opposite side of the ball. It's the Banana that delivers once again for Amsterdam, and he's been doing it for 2 years at the university. But he's got back to stop this one. Tomster with the glance back down. It's all chaos in front of the Amsterdam net here towards the final 10 seconds, but there's no winner just yet. And with their hands back on the ball, not for long, shot Defsy having to save. We might be headed for overtime, barring more late drama here on Forbidden Temple. The ball not touching down just yet. It's Tomster, now center, and it will touch down.
Well, I think Setu might be kicking themselves if they end up losing this overtime, because those shots were not it at all. Setu, they had the chances. They had free touches, but no power, no accuracy. And you have to close down those chances when you're on land, when you're at the CRL World Championships. Here they come again, but nothing developing for them. Amsterdam still under pressure. Pass in front on the rebound. No! A forced own goal. They couldn't get it done. And Shallow collects the first win for Setu.
And he's always got the scoring power. Solo couldn't make the initial angle, but the man who got their hat trick in the first game at CRL Worlds yesterday is gonna deliver in overtime. Of course, it would be Shallow, and just like that, we've got a tie series.
This has been a very slow game, and I don't mean that I don't use that as a negative term.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, both
you're saying they're rubbish, isn't that right?
No, absolutely not. I'm saying that Setu don't challenge the ball in midfield, ever. They are more than happy, and Amsterdam, they bite almost every time. So, or at least on Forbidden Temple, they were biting on everyone. Like Tomster, he never went for it. Shallow, he never went for it. And then Amsterdam would flip into the ball and give up possession on defense, and then they had to hurry up, and it was really a disjointed attack for them. So I think they need to call Setu's bluff here. They need to just start full face into the ball, just control it. And if they don't go, dust them.
Absolutely. And Amsterdam really got caught off guard on a number of occasions during that second game. You talk about Setu sitting back and giving up the midfield for that fast counter-attack, and Amsterdam didn't really seem ready for that to be executed as well as it was on Forbidden Temple, and it was the first time we saw them hesitant, over-eager at times, never really the happy medium in between, and that panic was reflected in the overtime winner. It was a messy defense, not a replay the Dutchmen are ever really going to want to see again. They're going to want to put it right as we head down to the turf of DFH in Game 3.
It starts to get a little bit tighter. It starts to get tense as we approach match point. Who takes advantage and who puts the real pressure on? Cass explodes the gauge.
Local Banana, this man is too fast, beating two players off the kickoff. Defsy comes in and Cass is there to collect the mail. The postman working double shifts to get that one. An easy finish. Setu, all that work put into last game, and they've been caught napping at the start of the third.
Yeah, I think giving up that goal 6 seconds in, that's gonna make life difficult for Setu, who do not score a lot of goals. Their offense, one of the worst ones at this tournament, but Local Banana getting the second goal again here for Amsterdam.
Amsterdam have woken up in Game 3 and chosen violence. Defsy fishing for that bump on Solo even after he'd made the pass center, and Local Banana again. The man is absolutely mainline. He just cannot seem to lose a race to the ball.
Oh, the kickoff. Setu, Shallow trying to wrap himself around. He did enough to get the ball back out to Tomster. Tomster, just not enough speed, not enough boost to catch up to it. Setu, now they're getting aggressive. Shallow is starting to dive forward. Once they have that confident position, they are more willing to take the challenge. They're right there, they tried to find it, but Solo couldn't get the follow-up. Now high in the air, Local Banana forces it back down. A breakout maybe, but it's a dump ball. Solo gets deleted, and the pre-jump doesn't work out. Cass gets through, 47 as he gets the touch. Looking for his teammate, found them, and now Amsterdam. Start the march. Comes another one, but taken away. Setu trying to knock them off their boots.
They like the feeling of that 3-goal lead in game 1, and they're looking to bring it back to fruition. Setu needing with the musty to do something about it. It's off the backboard and dangerous, but Solo jumps too soon. He can't work the angle, and Cass is able to get back in time. Big chance by the wayside for Setu. A golden opportunity, but they let it turn to copper. They're trying to shake off the rust here again.
Looking for a different medal. Setu coming back around. Trying to prospect this orange half. What have they found? Well, they found Cass getting in their way. They found Amsterdam, preventing them from moving forward. They can't find the touch. This might be deadly. Or Amsterdam, the pull shot almost turns into a goal. Another one for Cass. He tries to control, and it gets away from him. Local Banana, full boost. Sends one, but it's taken away by Tomster.
Would have been a fun way to concede. Teammate bumps the opponent into the ball, and you thought you had the defense, but Amsterdam will not find their third as a neutral 50 spills out center. Shallow will win that race. Cass in position again. A very quietly strong performance from him as really Amsterdam trying to resume dominance on DFH. In this series, it is faster and faster approaching the business end. It's Cass again with that clearance.
Shot quality has to increase here for Setu. Really just pot shots that are all just dinging off the rim or dinging into a player. Now Tomster off the ceiling, and he gets knocked out by Cass. Setu just so slow on the rotation. This time a little faster. Gets the follow-up, but Devsty's right there to cut him off.
Devsty slotting right back into this roster, fitting like a glove. Played with them in the winter, but of course not at all during the spring. And this particular combination of three is completely fresh at this World Championship. They've had to build up the chemistry very, very fast, but they're people and players that know each other very well, and it's showing. Playing very cleanly as a team as Devsty seems to get the demos once again. He doesn't want to let Setu feel too comfortable after they delivered plenty of violence in game 1 already.
It's been a dump and chase game here for Setu. Here's another one from Shallow, a dump into the corner. And wanted the follow-up. Cass just happy to let that ball sit in front of his car and see what happens for Setu. They get in front of it. Solo tried to bump Devsty out of the way. Tried to find anything in front of the ball, but he got nothing in Amsterdam. Break out again. Local Banana off the ceiling. A little pass, a little shuffle, but Amsterdam can't put the ball on target.
They're going to need the first of at least 2 far sooner rather than later, as a little look from Shallow there. Redirect just wide. Solo fishing for Tomster, who has to go at this point. They need to potentially take any chance they're creating, but they're fading away from them. And Amsterdam with a clean little double from Cass. Immediately responding and getting the ball back downfield. Shallow will collect off the left-hand wall. Not much boost in the tank though, and Amsterdam hovering off the angles and killing off the clock.
That's a ballsy fake from Cass. I don't even know if it was intentional, because as he left the wall, his car ended up being way underneath the ball. Setu didn't really recognize what was happening, and the rebound, Shallow has to punch it in reverse. Now he punches the ball, but the glove gets pushed back into his face, and Setu can't find a goal. Here's another pass, denied again off the backboard. Solo, Shallow, Tomster, anybody for Setu looking for a way in, but all 3 of them have had the door closed on their face.
Just so much work, Jorby, picking apart the threads of the Amsterdam defense, and then it came to an open net and they just stabbed themselves in the finger with the sewing needle. They caught themselves, and now Banana will catch them on the counter. It's 3-0 Amsterdam, who are going to be moving to series point.
Yep, banana peel for Setu, slipping around the pitch. Shallow couldn't find a way in. And that aggression from Setu, I liked how much more aggressive they were getting.
Yeah.
And it seemed to be working for possession, but the same problem remains.
It is the transparent midfield, and it's really a question to put to the Setu play style. You look at their numbers and stats throughout the regular season. There's almost no team stealing more boost from the opponent's end than them. They're stealing over 12, as Banana gets another, over 12 big boosts a game. Only Berlin steal more, but I wonder if that's at the sacrifice of ball pressure. They boom the ball to the backboard, they take the boost, and yet see.
Well, we've definitely seen that. We've seen that in this game, right? In game number 1, you saw Tomster take the midfield boost. The challenge is there for him to take. He should take it, but he just leaves instead.
Ball over boost. It's extrapolated, certainly, to the extreme in this particular case, but Amsterdam don't care one bit. They were masters of the ball all over the field in that game 3, but they've been in this situation before this weekend on match point. They ended up being taken all the way back and dropping the series in 5. Can they provide the closure that they lacked yesterday?
Great work from Amsterdam. 4 assists, Devsey getting all of them. And Local Banana sitting at the top of the scoreboard for him with the hat trick. He has been the striker all series long. And when the task is in front of you, you just get the task done. Doesn't matter how pretty it looks. Doesn't matter which way you do it. Setu have given him the openings. And Amsterdam, I mean, they've taken every single one.
Local Banana with the MVP, the man, of course, on that roster who was there. And right there, he can teach you how to become a banana, which is unironically true, Jorby.
I don't.
During last year's LCQ, are you not interested in becoming a banana?
Well, you were about to explain. I wanted to know, and I didn't realize you were going to explain.
Sorry, allow me. So, during last year's LCQ for Europe, where the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences found themselves last year, we turned on our player cams only to realize that Local Banana was playing in a literal banana costume. I don't know if he brought it here with him to Dallas. Perhaps if they made it all the way to playoffs, we might see it, but...
All I'm gonna say is that if you call yourself Banana, the banana suit, that feels like a given, but I feel like not many players would actually do that. Big respect, you can become a banana too. If you name yourself Banana and buy a banana costume, but you know, that's your deal, not mine. And Amsterdam, 1 more to go to move on. Setu, this potentially their last game of the tournament. Already feeling pressure. Topster got to lead it. Devsey jumped on the angle and nothing for him.
I was very, very scared. We were going to see a lot of similarities to games 1 and the last game here in game 3 already. The demolitions and a chance for Cass. It could have been another early goal conceded by the Irish of Setu, but maybe an early goal to score. Shallow couldn't quite work the angle.
Oh, that was such a tough one too, because he gets chipped, but he recovered and had the angle. He just didn't have a lot of boost and didn't want to overcorrect. It was just, that's between a rock and a hard place post bump. But the fact that he still was able to recover almost here. Solo, not going to get a chance at it. And he'll just go straight for that boost steal. And there's the midfield steal as well. They let the ball dump to the corner. This is the play style we talked about with Setu. And it just gives up free touches like this. You can't just take yourself off the ball. Otherwise, you're going to find a Harry of them on your net. This one, it doesn't go in. Now Setu on the return. Do they have anything here? Solo off the corner. Waits for Banana. Wants the pass. He gets nothing. Still gets it over to Topster. And Shallow waits.
It's just non-stop, end-to-end from these two teams. As Tomster shot saved right up by the crossbar. Local Banana peeling it away to the corner like a cheese string as Cass will once again run it back across and take time of his own. He pops it past Tomster all the way downfield. He's going to have a tough job to get this one on target as Solo comfortably beats him to the challenge, but Local Banana will force the challenge out of Solo, who will look for a second past Devsey successfully as Cass is required on the defense. But you see the difference there, the proactive meeting of the ball from Amsterdam. It's been the difference because they didn't let that ball get near their goal.
Great control there from Local Banana. Didn't get much out of it. But you like to see that kind of possession in midfield. Now Setu, here they go again. Shallow held on to his flip. Setu can get set up back beyond the midfield line. Oh, wow, he even got the touch too. Not even letting it bounce. Local Banana wasted no time on defense. Now a little touch to get off of Topster. Solo, nothing for him. Local Banana, nothing. Shallow, here he goes. Setu, do they have it? That's a lot of clearance for him, but they need the follow-up. There it is, Solo, back to third man, Topster. Topster off the board. Where's the shot? Nobody's home. Solo has to lob it back up. Shallow jumps from his own box.
My goodness.
Setu's rotations are broken.
That was as good as a jump as his transatlantic flight. Crikey, it's Local Banana now. Backboard to Devsey, saved by Tomster. Incredible save to keep the scoreline level as he falls once again, pinching it with Solo all the way downfield. That one could nearly have been on target.
That was close. If any of them go in, you're thinking in that moment, please not that one. Devsey trying to break over with the flip reset. But Shallow, he's got the ball, he's got the flick. Setu starting to look stronger in the last minute. Here's another one in front of the box. Devsey find his way back to Cast, and Amsterdam slow it back down. Local Banana heading to market, and he sells it! Setu destroyed on the return! Amsterdam have got the lead.
Local Banana, what a finish. Setu, they're looking for an escape, but there's no lights guiding them towards their nearest emergency exit, because that is something they could be hearing very, very soon as the flight home is beckoning. But a kickoff, nearly a response. But again, Local Banana, the thorn in their side.
Well, they know what you say, Tyler. You know what they say. Always buy local. And how has it done for Amsterdam? Well, it just may give them a win, but it's only a 1-goal lead. Here he goes again. Back wall's covered for now. Setu, despite the woes, despite the issues, you've held on. You're in striking distance. You just need one to get that tying goal. Can they do it?
Solo off the side wall, asks the question, and only Amsterdam really respond. Again, it's a late defensive and deep defensive line from Setu, who will look to spring the ball forward and force a defensive mistouch, but not coming just yet, and Shallow's going to have to give up ground again. Is Shallow. The flip reset from Devsy, well pre-jumped, but the rebound. Amsterdam don't want to overcommit too much. A little bit of hesitation, a half commit, but now a pass as another shot comes booming off the woodwork. Devsy on the turn and Setu are on the ropes.
Setu finally break out, but Local Banana's just reloading. Well, the boost didn't want to reload, so he's got nothing. Now Setu sitting in front of the box. That's a clear out. Shallow, he gives it up back to Thompster. Would Setu have something here? Developing in the corner. Another touch out. Local Banana gets in the way. Amsterdam holding on defense for now. Another hard hit into the corner. Everyone from Setu running back. They lost the midfield boost. They lost the touch in the midfield, but Shallow brings it out again. Here he comes in front. 2 touches, almost a third to get into the net, but Local Banana, he is simply impossible to break down. And now, with no time left, Amsterdam, 5 seconds to victory. Setu, the pass denied. There it is. Nothing left. Wait, it bounced.
Oh, wait.
Do they have a chance?
Miracle territory.
Solo?
Southeast as Tomster has the time. He takes the dribble. I don't believe it if he can keep this up, and he can't. Setu are going home, and Amsterdam will move on to play Boise State later today. The sequel that everyone did ask for, and Southeast, commiserations to them. What a story it was. They didn't even make it out of groups last year in Waterford form. They have come so far, but you can see it there. It's not the tournament they were hoping for.
Not at all, and you know, that's the highs and the lows of competition. There can only be one winner, and there always has to be a loser. But like you said, Setu last year, this was an improvement for them, and I hope that they're able to recognize that and take that with them back home as they prepare for another season and try to improve on this mark. All the credit to Local Banana, and Amsterdam played a really clean game, really mostly mistake-free Rocket League, despite some of the pressure Setu were able to put on.
You can see that, as you would expect, very tall Amsterdam team looking just like that, as they, again, will be looking forward to their series later. I remind you, against Boise State, who they were reverse swept by yesterday. And they'll be very, very much looking forward to that matchup, as, you know, you're mentioning Setu, they will, I'm sure, have a good chance of being back here next year. Their roster only getting stronger as well. And they didn't display the sort of clutch we saw in their 7-series win streak to make it all the way here, but we know they're capable of it.
And you said they are going to be playing Boise State later today for a chance to qualify into Sunday. Can Europe get there? Can they pull a keel and make it far in this tournament?
No, they don't want to pull a keel. We
well,
know what happened last time, and I cannot take that. It was
fun.
Not fun.
I had lots of fun.
Okay.
You fell to your knees, I laughed, he cried, but who's laughing? Well, it's Amsterdam on stage for the interview. Let's throw it over.
I'm here with Local Banana. My goodness, what a performance out of you. Especially, we got to talk a bit about yesterday. Yesterday obviously wasn't a great showing here against Boise. You guys went 5 games, you went the distance, but it was a reverse sweep. That's always tough. Talk to me about what you guys kind of talked about between yesterday and today.
Well, we know very well we're good. Yesterday, it's a bit of the nerves, you know, first game at the World Championship. Today, we just show how good we actually are. And the scrims went well this morning, so we woke up at 7 to get here at 9. to start practicing. So we've been practicing super hard for this. So it's nice that the work pays off. It's really great.
Yeah, I mean, it did pay off for you especially. I mean, you scored so many goals, had 2 in game 1, 3 in game 3. Just like, how does it feel just kind of being on this stage and having that performance like you did?
Oh, it feels amazing, but I also want to give a shout out to Devsy because those goals, most of them were open nets because Devsy was just clearing out the defense. So, yeah, it feels great to play on this stage. I thought I would be really nervous, but I was honestly just just hanging out. We were having a great time with the team, so.
Yeah, and the team environment looks sick. I want to ask a little bit more about that because, again, you guys, in game number 2, there was that overtime loss, but then you just kind of tell me, like, the mindset. Series is tied up. You're going into game 3. What's the environment like on the team?
Honestly, it was a very comfortable series. Even though we lost, we felt like we had control over the series. So, I mean, we lost, but our coach just said completely forget about it. It's 0-0. We start over again. And we know we're better. We show we're better. So we just kept going at it, and we showed that we're better. So it's good.
That's absolutely solid. We were looking at the fun facts as well. And also, Tylacto had mentioned it. You guys, in their LCQ match, you wore a banana suit. So I have to ask if you brought the banana suit. You gotta let me.
I did not bring the banana suit. I only brought a backpack. It couldn't fit. It couldn't fit. I'm so sorry, guys.
It couldn't fit. Maybe there's someone walking around with a banana suit here. If we find one, we'll try to get it to you as soon as we can, okay? Now, of course, great start to the day for you guys. You got Boise State. You got the rematch. Give me a preview of what to expect.
But we're Amsterdam, so if it goes to game 5 again, we're winning.
That's it. That's all you need to hear. He's ice cold. He's ice cold, okay? Obviously, you got to give you a chance to get some shout-outs to some supporters that you have, some of which traveled here to watch you guys today. What do you have to say to your fans?
I want to give a shout-out to my girlfriend. They're in the crowd somewhere over there. I want to give a shout-out to their mom as well, and then to Champlain College for flying out some of my friends and some of the best people I've ever met, honestly. Just amazing, and I mean, I'm glad I could make it with this team. Devsy's been incredible, so I'm super happy we got to perform on the stage, and I'm excited for what's next.
I'm excited for what's next as well. Local Banana, thank you so much for the interview. We're going to say toodaloo to you, and we're going to send it back to the desk once again. Bates, you were wrong again. Let's see what you got to say now.
Hey man, listen man, it's just tough, bro. Amsterdam, I mean, I keep picking all the teams that play offense. I'm not picking the teams who play defense.
This is the last time I let Bates talk me into picking a team.
You had your prediction first, bro. I don't know, man.
What did we talk about before?
I mean, Herc, go ahead, Herc, have your fun.
Herc, never wrong.
I'm so tired of hearing that.
Hey, listen, Setu are all right. They didn't defend very well. They didn't shoot very well. They didn't pass very well. But other than that, they played okay.
They played okay. I mean, they were busting out the mechanics. They had a couple musties, a couple crossbars. That was really indicative. Solo missing that net. I understand they won that game, but that's how they were shooting. Put the ball underneath the crossbar, please. Amsterdam, their first attack the whole entire game is in the back of my net. How is that possible? Play some defense, that too, but Amsterdam, I mean, they knew what they had to do. They're playing cool, collected. They held down the back line. Desiree, you heard Local Banana. He was just chasing, really making Setu rush a couple opportunities that they usually would have been comfortable in. And now Amsterdam gets the rematch against Boise State. They call themselves Amsterdam, though. I'm a little bit confused, though, because they did lose in 5 stacks.
They did lose in 5. It was a reverse sweep. But you know what? I worry about Boise in the rematch because, again, you don't reverse sweep teams every time you face them.
You don't.
Something's got to give the second time around. So, you get the rematch here. Amsterdam knows what to expect. If Boise State goes down 0-2 in this series, they are not coming back and winning it. So they've got to come out of the gates much stronger than they did when they were playing off in the B-Stream area on the side.
I agree. You can't start off slow. You got to start out hot, especially when you're actually on the main stage. We have one more match coming here before we get into our qualifying matches. Now, Nijmegen about to go up against Dr. Boomin, another EU versus EU, and you already see the right-hand side of your screen. Matches 5, 6, 7, all starting to fill out. We got nothing but CRL action coming in store. One more match before we get into qualifying. Now, Nijmegen versus Dr. Boomin coming up next. Stay tuned.
opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. You're and boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the center field on the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I'm Local Banana, and I'm playing for Amsterdam, and I'm from the University of Amsterdam.
I'm J-Ron, and I'm a player for Doran's Boxfish.
I'm Solo from Setu Esports, and this is the CRL History Trivia EU edition.
Oh, God. I wasn't even immune yet. Yeah.
All right, trust your answers. It was not. It was Oldenburg Avengers.
Who?
I'm so embarrassed to get this wrong now.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. All right, trust your answers. It's all active. Everybody gets the point there.
All right.
Let's go.
All right, show 'em.
Oh no.
It was Portsmouth.
All right.
There you go.
Berlin as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only good team I know from last year.
All right, show 'em. I had Barist.
Yeah. Oh.
That's
yeah. University of Genoa.
Is that the team?
Yeah.
It is for
yeah.
one right. All right, so give them those 2 points. All right, let's see it.
Nope.
It was the United Kingdom. So.
2023.
Will we take England?
Okay.
Well,
2023.
He's actually playing this year.
Yes, he's at the World Championship, and he's 100% win rate for series in Junior Series.
He's not on the main roster.
And it's starting player. All right, that's it.
Yeah, me or something. I don't know.
Correct answer was Fabcell
Really?
from Boomin.
I swear that's the only player.
Oh, yeah, System, because System, they lost.
Oh,
yeah.
Which one of these countries has never qualified a team for Uni Rocketeers main event? Spain, Poland, Sweden, or Russia? That's it. It was Sweden.
All right.
Oh, you're supposed to know this.
All All right, I see it. It was Kiel.
Yeah.
Kiel Kraken. I'm looking for the closest answer.
Ready? Set. Okay.
Yeah, 362. If you include national leagues, like that's crazy.
The correct answer was 428.
Thank you.
Point goes to Sullivan.
National leagues counts.
Herc never wrong. Every single time Hercules is on the desk, she just seems to know what to pick. She always predicts correctly. I believe it's probably 100% accuracy at this point across all lands that Herc has been at. And of course, she's still on the desk right now, so you're gonna want to roll with her if you want to get your channel points right. Dr. Boomin about to go up against Nijmegen here, and it's about to be an absolute great series, but unfortunately, one of them has to go home. The question will remain, who will it be? I'm really excited for this. Will it be more exciting than our previous EU matchup?
Oh, yeah. I think this one has potential to be a ton of fun here. I mean, I think I know who's favorited, but again, favored. I can speak Inglando, I promise. But I have a feeling where with all the pressure that's on these players on this stage, that's going to level the playing field a lot because, again, you know what's waiting on the other side here with West Virginia, but if you fail here, it's over. The whole run, you came across the ocean for nothing.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's for nothing, but I will say you will be packing your bags a little bit earlier than you would like to. Nijmegen, I mean, they went up against this Fisher squad, Herc, who has everybody. Kinsey, Sosa, Money. They have nothing but RLCS players. They took a game off of them yesterday. Dr. Boomin, on the other hand, they are the #1 seed coming from Uni Rocketeers. Tylacto says they're the clear best team in EU. There's not a single team that should be able to match them. I'm not necessarily convinced by that. You think Nijmegen's going to be a little bit intimidated?
I think they can be intimidated, but it's the same as the last series, right? You can come in as an underdog, but there's absolutely possibility to upset people. I've been watching that all weekend. There's been so many possibilities and situations where people have pulled off what was said to be the impossible, and I think confidence is pretty much all you need to carry yourself past a team that might even be overconfident.
Yeah, they might be a little overconfident in and of itself. J-Ron played pretty solid. Taking a game, like I said, Stacks, off of Fisher, they can't be slept on.
No, they can't be slept on at all. And it's kind of a three-headed beast of an attack, too. I mean, when you look at their numbers, there's nobody that stands out as the hard carry on this team. Like so many of these European teams, they kind of have to be greater than the sum of their parts.
Yep.
And they do add up to a very capable roster here.
Yeah, they are a very capable roster. For those who don't know how to end up getting here, they came through the Europe LCQ. They qualified through the upper bracket. They also went 7-2 in group stage. So once again, they've had a good season. Same way on that like a Setu.
If they advance on to Sunday, does Mark turn the frown upside down?
Probably not. Probably not. There's been a bad people. Never mind. No, probably not. Probably not. He might still get eliminated.
What a save!
On the other side, though, Dr. Boomin, the #1 European team, they got, I believe, upset in a lot of people's eyes going up against West Virginia. Angel, though, it took up absolutely miraculous series in order to beat Fabso and the boys. A couple KBM players that keeping keyboard and mouse alive. Aren't you a KBM player?
I am. I am a keyboard and mouse player. I love it. I only played it because I was simping for somebody, but that's a whole other story for another time. But the one thing I will admit about KBM is you are mechanically a little bit challenged. The skill cap is very much more difficult to reach. I do get nervous for them. I might have casted, at least watched their particular matchup with West Virginia the original time.
You opened up the day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay,
No, I didn't.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Yeah, I watched it. I was there. It's been a long weekend.
So many matches. I believe we're on match number 12 already. I don't blame you. It's been a lot of games. A lot of action has been packed up in this weekend. Zeto, he's been pretty good throughout the whole entire season. Stacks averaging 0.88 assists per game, 2.82 shots, and 0.94 demos. Tylacto says he's been in a bubble since 2016. He never made it out, but that's okay. That's why CRL's here. It's an opportunity for you to still be successful in your Rocket League endeavors. Will he be successful here?
Well, I think a lot of his success is going to depend on Sai's success. I mean, Sai was awesome yesterday, and I felt bad for this Boomin Academy squad because it felt like they absolutely should have won, if not for what felt like divine intervention.
Divine intervention indeed. Who do y'all believe is going to win back at home? If you believe Nijmegen will pull off the upset, use hashtag NIJ. If you believe that Dr. Boomin is going to win, use hashtag, I believe, BUH. I don't see it anymore. Analyst. I'm going to go first because I've been off a little bit today. Bates ain't been on his game, but it's about to turn around. Give me Dr. Boomin. I'm going to take him quick, fast, and in a hurry. Give me the #1 European seed. Tylacto's going to be happy about that. Herc, you go last. Stack.
Oh, no.
All right, so Herc, I want you to help me out here. If I start to say that I think Nijmegen's going to win and you agree with me, give me a thumbs up. But if you don't, give me a thumbs down, okay? So I think Nijmegen might be able to pull this. She's not helping me at all. I'm going with Dr. Boomin Academy, okay? Because I feel like they absolutely should have won yesterday. I feel like they were absolutely robbed by Angel and company, and so I've got Boomin here.
All right. The reason I did the hand shake, I have actually, the entire time, I have been actually going back and forth on these two. I genuinely can't decide. So what I will say is, and this is a very hot take, and this is probably the beginning of the end, game 5, it's going to go crazy. It's going to go OT, and then Boomin's going to take it. Boomin.
We're going to be right.
Boomin. Everybody here, the full entire desk picks Dr. Boomin, of course. What do people back at home think? What do y'all think? What was that prediction looking like? 70% going to Dr. Boomin. Y'all also believe in the #1 EU team. I think that it's destiny, that it's fate that they go up against West Virginia in a rematch. We'll see if Angel and them boys from WVU can pull it off. Dr. Boomin, the #1 European seed, going up against Nijmegen. They had to make it through the LCQ, but that doesn't mean they ain't good. Who's going to win? Let's get into the match.
Nijmegen and Dr. Boomin here to face off, and a European matchup achieves an interesting one because Dr. Boomin, they don't lose to European teams. They hardly even go to the distance with European teams. In fact, they don't in their regular league play. So to come out and do it here on the world stage would be a shock, I think.
Yes, a shock, and hopefully the start of a wonderful turnaround for them. Felt very passive defensively for them yesterday against West Virginia, trying to settle in and expecting some consistency to arise, but hopefully they come out here a little more aggressive and show some teeth that they're capable of.
We'll see if that's the case. Nijmegen certainly up against a European behemoth here in Dr. Boomin. Ania inside. That's the matchup between these two teams that you're looking at. Two of the best players coming out from Europe facing off here. Dr. Boomin, you heard the desk talk about the West Virginia matchup. It really did slip away from them. It really was just Angel, the difference there, which hurt Dr. Boomin and ultimately led to their demise. See if things change now. And maybe Nijmegen has other plans. Ania trying to clear this one out. It's a bit of a scramble right now for Nijmegen. Here's the shot on target, and Mark's there to clear it away.
Really nice layering there from Mark. You understand that your teammate's got to take his best guess, but you can see the play in front of you. Make sure you cover what they can. And Dr. Boomin already on offense fairly early and for decent amounts of time here in the start of game 1. Like this look a lot more than yesterday.
Nijmegen's certainly getting the help of the pickup back in November. Mark and J-Ron joining this roster. You see where they led them now. It's another shot rings off for Dr. Boomin. It's very similar to their West Virginia matchup. A lot of pressure, but most importantly, the control coming out from Dr. Boomin. See if Nijmegen can break out, find a bit of space, put something together here. It's right back to Fabso. They'll take it around the wall. Across the net, Sai was there. He didn't really expect it to come, and Nijmegen here trying to find a way out.
But you can't see Nijmegen understand they need to get possession back in their favor. They're trying their hardest to bring that ball down on a dribble. I like that idea. That's the right way. You know Boomin's pressuring you. You're trying to force him to come take the ball off you. I think they've got the right approach. It's just a matter of can they win some of those subsequent challenges.
That really is the difference, is finding not the first challenge to dispossess, but then the second one to keep possession. A lot of times, once the first challenge goes through, the second one is very contested to win back that possession. It's so crucial, especially on the counterattack. J-Ron.
Ooh, wow.
Just lobs it up. There's Setu to receive. Scoreless here in game 1. Ania, lots of space and some boost to the ceiling, looking for the backboard. Does get the dunk. Nijmegen trying to move up their line. Trying to put something on target here.
There we go.
Ania finding the backboard once again, and no one up for Nijmegen. Sai very calmly clears this one to the corner, and out they go.
It's the only choice for Sai there, the safety of the corner, but a little bit of a reset there, but Nijmegen taking a little too long to get back on the offensive, and they've kind of let Dr. Boomin out of the cage here. And they may have to fight out of their own half one more time.
Dr. Boomin first in the Uni Rocketeers spring 2023. They beat Amsterdam in that grand final 4-2. They went 9-0 in their group stage. The resume of this squad certainly is long and very successful as a missed touch at the top of the box. Dives backwards, realized he had to make a play on it, and Nijmegen trying to get control, but they somehow don't come out with it. Very slow to the challenge there as they do blast it downfield on that 150.
Very awkward for Nijmegen, but they have regained possession. If Mark, okay, you will leave it, they realize they've got a little bit of space to work with, and good communication and awareness from Nijmegen throughout game one. They haven't really let Dr. Boomin get away with anything, but that's been the most difficult thing, is making sure they hang onto the ball and start getting some nice chances on target.
Bending and not breaking, yeah, I would say, for Nijmegen. And it's a good opportunity here on the offensive third. A minute left, or just over, in game one. Fabso looking for his own space. And again, just losing control, not enough boost. Here's Sai. Mark quickly up to this one to slow things down on the Dr. Boomin side. And a great clear here from J-Ron. Can he get another touch? Wow. He's looking for it as Zeto still staying with it. Finds the touch, over to Fabso. Fabso has some space, the shot on target. Mark will make the clear. And into the corner it goes for Nijmegen.
Really great job from Nijmegen. They're getting their boost stolen here in their corner. This is a tough defensive stance, and to keep this aggressive Dr. Boomin team out of the net, impressive.
Fabso wants a piece of it, and he lets it go. It was Sai on the shot. Less than 30 seconds to go, and Nijmegen are really letting Dr. Boomin in. But they've turned away every shot so far. Mark with 3 saves, J-Ron with 1. Ania looking to have some impact now on this game. Only 1 shot to his name. Tries to find the ceiling once again, but the quick challenge from Dr. Boomin puts Nijmegen back. 5 seconds left to the back wall. Dr. Boomin, one last chance. Zeto will drop it down inside, trying to keep this one alive. Dr. Boomin wants to go, and they won't get it overtime in game one.
They're trying. They knew how they had to move the ball, looking for that dish straight off the side lip, maybe get a nice high bounce into the middle and see what can happen. But fortunately, Nijmegen stymie them at every opportunity. We'll see if a full reset can help or hinder, and thankfully a save from Ania.
And again, I can't help but draw the comparisons from the first matchup against West Virginia for Dr. Boomin. Controlled game as a shot goes off from Fabso. But a 0-0 overtime. Same as yesterday. Here's Zeto. Maybe a second touch, and he'll find the backboard. Mark makes the save. 30 seconds in, and Dr. Boomin, he's knocking on the door. Ania looking for a way out.
Okay.
The Nijmegen side. Mark with a second touch is not there. He ran out of boost. Now Dr. Boomin quickly downfield in transition. Finding the space. Backboard. A second touch. And no one there as Nijmegen. Great pinch there from Mark to get that one out.
Mark having an excellent defensive game one. He's got 4 saves. He's making it difficult for Dr. Boomin on the back line. He's supporting his teammates, and he's making big clears like that. This time, it's going to be J-Ron who has to bail him out of a little bit of trouble, and you're there to find that second touch. Nijmegen still bending, but the question is, are they bending further and getting closer to breaking or not?
It feels like it. Ania needs a good clear, and he does find it. You can see the space afforded here for Dr. Boomin. Again, lob towards the net, and now Sai sees the space in front of them. Wants to go for the dunk on J-Ron as everyone racing back at Nijmegen. Try and clear this one out. It's been real touchy defensively, but now an opening for Nijmegen as Fabso is there to clean it up. Probably the best look that Nijmegen's had, and now a dunk from Sai. This could be it. Looking for Zeto, looking for teammates, but Ania is there to clear it away. Another pass across. Zeto's there. Shot on target. Blocked by Mark. Dr. Boomin getting closer and closer. Another shot. Zeto on target. It was halfway in, and a big save twice in a row. Nijmegen stay alive, and now the counter's on. Ania, a shot on target, and Sai's there.
So close. Dr. Boomin almost caught back the other way, thinking they for sure had this one over, but Nijmegen will not be put down just yet. That's a big miss inside. Thankfully covered up by J-Ron. Second opportunity. Top of the net, and Fabso will put him down.
Just a little bit of finesse was all Dr. Boomin needed. And finally they break through. The missed touch, and then a great pass out. Fabso clinical on the finish, and Dr. Boomin, a well-deserved game one win here. They were peppering the Nijmegen side, and Nijmegen just couldn't get out. It was a frustrating game one. Even with the 0-0 overtime, they were able to get out of regulation without giving up a goal. But boy, Dr. Boomin were relentless here.
Yeah, excellent game one from Dr. Boomin. The exact opposite of how they looked yesterday versus West Virginia. Really just content to sit on their own half and let the game come to them. And They said, well, that was not the way to go about it. And I just want to see that beautiful shot from Fabso here. What a beautiful shot towards the top of the net, coming from the opposite side of the ball, got under it, lifted it into the top of the net. That was a good one.
I mean, not a huge pop-off there from Dr. Boomin, but I think maybe more relief. With all that pressure that you have, you kind of expect to have, I would say, more than one goal. And for them just to come out with the win here, I think is good. But for Dr. Boomin, this is exactly how their first series basically went. They had a lot of pressure. They had a lot of control. They were knocking on the door in many cases throughout regulation and, of course, in overtime. This time they come out with a win, and it's a much better look for them.
Much better look, and hopefully you see that keep coming in for Nijmegen. Obviously, some adjustments to be made. To be fair, throughout regulation and overtime, the defense looked pretty solid. It really just became a matter of, okay, you missed one clear out of the corner, and then that just allowed too much pressure to build up. So Nijmegen generally always able to find that pressure valve and release it. It's just a matter of, okay, let's make sure we can release it and get out, start putting pressure back the other way.
And that's what's important here, I think, for Nijmegen, especially if you're going to allow Dr. Boomin the same play style as they did in the previous game with the control and the pressure that we saw. It's going to be the counterattacks on Nijmegen's side that they're going to have to take advantage of. And I say that because there were multiple opportunities on the Nijmegen side to counter Dr. Boomin, and now Fabso dunking it through, and J-Ron didn't know what he was looking at, and that one drops in for Dr. Boomin.
He's really trying to piece this one together. It's a lot to look at. Up off the ceiling, has a flip for so long, and then when he finally uses it, he actually uses it to just lever the car and stick that ball against the floor and essentially pinch it. That was a weird looking shot to try and defend, and it tied J-Ron up.
And good work here in the first 30 seconds from Dr. Boomin after taking a game and a half previously to break through. They do in the first minute, and Nijmegen trying to respond. This one played across the Dr. Boomin side. Fabso slicing and dicing down the sideline. He's going to still pick it up. Mark's forced to go back. Now Fabso wants to go under. Good individual work there from Fabso. Earns his team a place in the final third here. Nijmegen trying to slow this game down and get control.
Just those couple of pushes from Fabso. First the goal, and then he's starting to break down multiple defenders at a time. Just kind of have that feeling could be the start of a big offensive performance for him. Excellent couple of looks that he's had against Nijmegen in the past few seconds.
Mark, Nijmegen trying to keep a hold of it. Fabso, space, boost, time. Can he put something together? And Ania just shuts him down. And Ania again, still on the ball, into the corner, looking for help. Tried to play it across to Mark, and here comes Sai, one-on-one against J-Ron. He's got Setu to his left. He's looking, he's gonna take his shot, and J-Ron there to clear it away.
Really liked Sai's approach there on that dribble, though. Forced J-Ron to respect him. Got scared, recognized that he was gonna have that space. Dr. Boomin picking up right where they left off in game one, forcing Nijmegen back defensively consistently as well. They're unwilling to give away anything.
Remember, this is an elimination match. Loser is going home at the end of this series, and the winner gets the chance to play West Virginia. It would be Dr. Boomin's second attempt if they were to win this series. Nijmegen's first at West Virginia. Dr. Boomin right now in full control of this series. Zania wants to find J-Ron, but it's denied. Here's Sai.
Oh, what a fake.
Leaves it for Fabso, who has just been so crucial for Dr. Boomin moving the ball, both individually, but of course receiving and dishing off the passes. He's really been kind of the lifeblood of this Dr. Boomin squad, as Zania will shut me up and put one away.
Huge bomb from the opposite end of the pitch. I think everybody on this Dr. Boomin squad probably thought they were going to be able to get there, but you see they both go for that corner boost, and it wasn't there. So they just give it up. They take advantage.
And Sai had 25 boosts. Didn't necessarily need the corner.
Yeah.
And it cost him. He was the one that would have to make the save on that shot. So Nijmegen find their first. And a welcomed goal here in what's been a very close series, regardless of what you think of how Dr. Boomin's controlled these two games. Nijmegen, they've been within one throughout this series so far.
Always been playable.
And maybe one goes off the post for J-Ron. The opportunity was there, and it's a tough bounce. And now a pinch back to the Nijmegen side. Mark, he's got Sai in front of him. Just over a minute 30 left on the clock in game two. Tied up one apiece. Ania trying to change that line. Sai just throw it downfield. J-Ron, the last man, allows Mark. Mark looking for a dunk on Setu. We'll find him. What a challenge from Setu. And another. Going through 2 Nijmegen players. Now J-Ron not able to keep it. It fell to the hands of Fapso. Size there. A touch will do. It's the defense jumping in front. Dr. Boomin not able to work those corners, I think, as easily as they were before.
Feels like Nijmegen trying to up that pace a little bit, exert some more pressure on Dr. Boomin, see if they can get him to crack side, trying to lay one top right. Gets away from him a little bit, though, and Nijmegen get that second stop.
Yeah, sent 2 on that challenge in the box there from Nijmegen. And what a pinch. This one's not going to be close for anyone to follow up. It's Mark, past 1. A challenge to get past 2. Has J-Ron to his right. Opportunities are there for Nijmegen. A shot from Ania is weak. And Dr. Boomin, space to work with now. First touch from Setu. Down the sideline.
With a demo?
Playing it slowly in the corner. Sai trying to take his time as well. Mark will just take it away. It's just Fapso. And a quality challenge will stop the first attempt. But here comes Nijmegen again. Maybe the last laugh here in the final 15 seconds. Ania, a second touch. Can't get back, but Mark will clean it up. Nijmegen looking to steal this game away. It could be J-Ron. A pass across, no one's there. And Dr. Boomin able to clear it away, but this is good pressure from Nijmegen. They get themselves to an overtime.
Another overtime. Dr. Boomin, I don't know, you start to get a little bit worried. I thought Fapso was going to be, it's open, and a huge stop. Ania just in time. Second opportunity here for Dr. Boomin. Unfortunately, Nijmegen able to rotate back, but start to get a little worried here if you're Dr. Boomin. Nijmegen starting to find their stride, it would appear.
Nijmegen again sending 2, but they come out with the win on the challenge. And right at the end of regulation achieves. You saw, I think, a burst of speed and a burst of confidence there from Nijmegen. And it's starting to trickle over here into this overtime. You're seeing more and more possession go over to Nijmegen in the offensive zone. That's a great dunk, though, from Dr. Boomin. Is that one dangerously
the block
creeps across the Nijmegen's box.
Fapso just couldn't bite on it. Didn't want to leave his teammates in a 2-on-1 if that one got through. Wasn't willing to try and jam that one home.
Just under a minute in overtime in game 2. This one off the back wall of Nijmegen. Sai, that pass isn't good enough. Ain't a great cut past Setu. Does he have the net open? It's Fapso, the last man back, and a great challenge will stop the play.
The hospital ball got picked off. And a nice steal from Fapso on the goal line in a tough position. Now the quick transition. Setu needs a little help. He will never quite get there. Ania will shut it down. And nobody there for Dr. Boomin. They almost let him through the midfield line uncontested, but everyone seems to have found their footing.
It really is amazing how important the boost game is. Dr. Boomin had plenty of air dribbles towards the Nijmegen net. It's just been a matter of not having enough boost to get to that final moment, whether it's the double tap or the second touch for a dunk. Nijmegen have certainly been bailed out a couple times because of this. This one straight to J-Ron, calling his own number now. To the sky, pass 1 off the ceiling, needs this one down, it's just too high. The follow-up there's from Mark, another one off the crossbar, 2 committed, it's just Ania back. Sai trying to go the distance, it's coming over to Setu, but look at Ania. Great composure there to slow down the play.
An excellent back pass from Dr. Boomin, you're right. Was really nice composure from Ania on that challenge. Get that one to safety, prevent the strong counterattack from Dr. Boomin. And the awareness from Dr. Boomin to say, you know what, this is not the push we want. Let's reset and take another look at it. And Ania again making a second stop.
Almost 2.5 minutes now, overtime, half a game played extra here in game 2. So close these two teams are right now. Ania shot on target, and Fapso again the last man. He has been so crucial, whether it's making the blocks like that or just winning a solid challenge as the third man. He has bailed out Dr. Boomin multiple times here in game 2.
Work's not done. Thinks he can get one more into the middle. Fortunately, will never come down to him. Ania and Mark now in this series, both having excellent defensive showings, but that's been the entire series for Nijmegen, it feels. Overtime in game 2 starting to feel a little different. Hotter approach for both teams. Some more aggression, willing to take more risks, and Setu not able to get that one out to Sai, waiting in the midfield.
Sai, just enough boost to get the touch. J-Ron, great flick over Fapso. bought himself a little bit of space, but great recovery there from Fabso to get back to it. Ania trying to be the difference maker and just losing control. Mark, shot on target. Guess who? Fabso there to make another save. Bit of passing here from Nijmegen. A couple of dunks going in their favor, but Sai puts an end to it. Setu has Sai in front, Sai's there, and instead clears it back to Fabso. Fabso first touch is fantastic from him. J-Ron had a flip, keeps it going. 4 minutes now of overtime in game 2. And Ania trying to play this one across to J-Ron, and J-Ron was there, and now the counter's on for Dr. Boomin. Setu has Mark in front of him, tries to go straight through him. Sai gets bumped off the ball, and Fabso, the last man back with no boost, just has to poke it away to stop the counter.
Do like that idea, though. It does feel like Dr. Boomin changing that structure a little bit, putting Fabso in that back roll, try and let him facilitate on a counterattack if he can. He's been doing a great job making the saves, and I think all it takes is start to get him unstuck, let his mechanics do the work, and see what happens. So perhaps that third roll the right place for him in this series.
Sai, that one's just high. Setu very patient on this one, not trying to overcommit and send everyone. Setu again called upon in the midfield. It's Sai now, full boost. Trying to get over Ania, and those two have been battling for the ceiling on the air dribbles, and I don't think anyone's got the better of each other yet. 5 minutes now, a full extra game in game 2. Dr. Boomin and Sai pass over. Fabso was there. The defense of Nijmegen, they are just not letting anything through now.
Not letting anything through, but they dropped the opportunity to start the counterattack. Missed a touch, and again, let Dr. Boomin out of the cage, or at least prevented them from getting themselves locked in it.
Tough challenge for J-Ron, and Setu keeps this one going. Sai deciding not to jump into that one and takes the easy clear instead. Trying to wave off some of these defenders. Setu, well, will pay the price for that challenge. Fabso, it's his turn. Flip reset, trying to get under Ania, and a dunk through, almost breakthrough for Dr. Boomin. Another shot from Setu, one more, it's wide from Sai. Nijmegen holding on, Fabso, another chance, Setu, the dagger's not there, just wide, and we keep going.
That felt like just the exact ending of game 1, where something broke for a moment, and Dr. Boomin tried to flood the gaps, and they missed it with a backflip, and they're gonna pay for it. Oh, the mechanical error. And it will cut them deep.
And that was Ania too. The player you'd probably want in this position, and he backflips at a crucial moment.
Oh, and he had so much boost. It's not like he even thought he couldn't get there and was trying to reposition. Just every now and again, one comes for you.
An input error from Ania cost them that game. 2 up for Dr. Boomin, and boy, they had to earn it here. My goodness.
How many saves?
So close here in this series so far.
9 saves overall from Nijmegen, 3 for each player.
8 from Dr. Boomin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Dr. Boomin were untested there in game 2.
We played 2 games. I guess it's fair that everyone got a decent look at it.
Yeah.
What a show, though. You just hate to see that from Ania. It was a good run, but you start to feel like, you know, that pressure again just couldn't quite find the way out. And it finally snapped there with Ania backflipping on the goal line.
Wow. And so many shots coming out from these teams as well. 15 on the side of Nijmegen to the 15 of Dr. Boomin there, as I do the math very quickly. Take a look at Ania. Major organization administration. He can teach you to choke a qualifier. And his fun fact is, Rocket League community thinks I'm 4'11".
No way.
I don't know where that came from. But
me neither. Who thinks he's 4'11", and why?
Apparently the Rocket League community does.
Yeah, what have you guys seen that we haven't? He's putting in work, though.
Yeah, it's a shame that
he played a lot bigger than 4'11" on defense that game.
It's a shame that one came down to his mechanical error, because otherwise, I mean, it's been a great series from him so far, especially the patience and control that we've seen from him, as this one immediately off the rip will go just high of the net on the Nijmegen side.
Oh, redemption!
He got it back. The mind game to go through, and Ania's back in action.
Find this nice, solid catch around one, cut back to the left, and Fabso's thinking, how do I cover the net? And Fabso just could not figure it out. Ania 1, 2, 3, put him down.
The 1v3 and the dribble is so pretty from Ania. Redemption here in game 3, but they've got to close it out now. That was only the first 10 seconds. Now Dr. Boomin for the first time playing from behind. Giving up their second goal in this series. See if they have any answer, any response from them. As Mark wants to try his luck against the team on the ground. And great clear again from Fabso, who has just been locked down defensively. Now, maybe puts away a double tap. He had no more boost on the second touch. Dr. Boomin threatened a couple times above the net here so far.
And you really do wonder if Dr. Boomin going to try and come out here now that they got put in the hole quite early on. Do they even try and ramp up further with the aggression? Do they try and get a little more risk prone just to try and break Nijmegen? And it seems so, as they give up a completely empty net. I think 2 people got caught in the same spot here.
Yeah, yep. Double commit from Setu and Fabso. That'll do it. No one home. And very uncharacteristic of Dr. Boomin. I mean, you talk about the 2 series that even if you've never seen them before, the 2 series that you've seen so far, this one and the previous one against West Virginia, they're very controlled. It's very few times you see those double commits.
But this series, it's been a fair amount of them. Not any that were as disastrous as that previous one, but there has definitely been some moments when you're like, guys, let's figure it out.
Irrefutable on that last goal for sure. But that control and communication certainly a strength for Dr. Boomin. As now they find themselves in an even deeper hole, 2-0, or 0-2 rather. Nijmegen feeling very comfortable. And I mean, they've been forced to park the bus in multiple times here in this series, but now they really can. They got that 2-goal cushion. They don't have to threaten as Fabso's shot will ring off the crossbar.
Shooting on such a thin margin there. He didn't actually have a whole lot to work with, but would have liked to see it drop. But they're not done pushing yet. Whoa. And again, Nijmegen, here's that buildup of pressure.
Look out. Good block from Mark. Fabso trying to get in there as well. Keep it in the mix for Dr. Boomin. Sai lets it go for Setu. Setu back to Sai. Sai trying to get a piece of this one to the back wall. Setu was going to get the second touch, but unfortunately Sai accidentally picked up another touch. And it'll squander the chance away for Dr. Boomin. It was a great setup in the passing play. Here comes Sai now off the ceiling. And again, losing control. And Nijmegen happy to play around in the midfield as much as they want, or the final third. That's fine with them. Time is on their side. 2.5 left. Here in game 3, and a great flick on from Fabso, and he'll get one back for Dr. Boomin.
Well, hello, Fabso. Just running downfield to see what happens. Just rushes forward, and Side just dots one right on his hood. Nice little skip off the top, into the net, off a defender. You'll take that.
One back for Dr. Boomin in a much-needed goal at halftime here in game 3. Can they keep it going? Looking for the 3-0 here over Nijmegen. Sai, backboard touches there. Fabso looking for Sai again, and it's a tough angle. The follow-up, one more from Setu. It's Dr. Boomin threatening right off the kickoff again.
Stealing a lot of boost as well. They did have to give up ground to approach, and that's a great dish back, and Mark cannot hang with it. Not fair is right.
That is not fair. They started passing. It shouldn't be allowed, because look how powerful it is. Just cutting up the defense, and Mark, he's swerving left, he's swerving right. He's trying to track the passes, and Dr. Boomin, bang, bang, back in game 3.
And he knew he had to defend that big side of the net too, and just rip one right over his shoulder in the top right. You're right, Curly. Absolutely not fair.
Ball can move faster than you, and it's tough to keep up when a good passing team puts it together, and Mark coming from off screen to save that one. No one was in net from Nijmegen. Setu puts a quick end to that Ania air dribble, and they'll try and keep it going. Sai, flip reset acquired, and we'll just let it go. Fabso. Now Setu, ceiling. Gonna be tough to stretch out to this one as Nijmegen saw it, but a touch gets away from Mark. Ania tries to cut this one by Setu, but good read from Setu to keep this one in play. And now if you're Nijmegen, you know, you got to push downfield a little bit more. The parking the bus thing didn't really work. Ania
arguably went worse.
J-Ron. Lots of space to work with. I think Dr. Boomin not really threatened by this. Mark a couple touches. Here's Ania, tough angle and almost got it. Follow-up was there from J-Ron. There's less than a minute to go. Sai. Flip reset. He tried to get it, but now Setu. 45 seconds left. J-Ron looking for a way out from his own end. Mistouch there from Fabso, or maybe he was leaving it for Setu. Setu didn't really have a lot of boost. Fabso had more. He gives it back to Fabso. Still Nijmegen just holding Dr. Boomin here. Mark and Nijmegen trying to mount some sort of an attack here, but they keep losing possession and slowing down things. Dr. Boomin very unthreatened so far. Mark again, this one high above the net. Ania chooses that time to go with 10 seconds left. Nijmegen been knocking on the door ever so gently here. Now Mark off the backboard. Nobody gets a touch. The slot is perfect, but it's just wide. It had to be on target. It had to be perfect, and it wasn't. Overtime again in game 3.
Got away with one there if you're Dr. Boomin. Did not quite have the sound positioning. Yeah, they weren't super threatened, but at the same time, they allowed a lot, and they almost paid for it at the final seconds. Get away, 3rd overtime in a row. And they should want to regain control here, because I would not want to allow Nijmegen a second look at that shot in the bottom right.
Look out. Dr. Boomin threatening. Seto's shot just wide again. The defense just caught up to the play. And now the counter's on. Mark's there inside with a big save in front of the net. 30 seconds in, and it's been back and forth. Nijmegen not going down without a fight. That's a great touch from Sai, and Zeto's there. J-Ron gets the clear, and Mark to clean it up. Nijmegen trying to stabilize off this kickoff. Having to field 2 good looks here from Dr. Boomin. Now J-Ron trying to go the extra distance here in this series. Mark the pass out. Ania again diving in, and a great touch from Ania to keep this one in the box.
Oh, they might pay for it.
Fabso, flip reset, and an extra touch will do enough to get by Ania, but Sai's there! It's 3-0 for Dr. Boomin!
They were thinking they were maybe going to be able to steal one away, but they just weren't in position to keep the attack going. They had to allow the space to Fabso in the midfield. He's able to manage a challenge, keep it in play. His teammates come through and drill the finisher. Great play from Dr. Boomin overall. Across the board, can't ask for much better. A turnaround from day 1 to day 2, night and day.
Yeah, 8 shots from Fabso in that game alone. 14 in total for Dr. Boomin. And I think that really does kind of show exactly the play style that they're getting, because they did a very similar thing against West Virginia. It's the control of the midfield, it's keeping you locked into your defensive third, and then it's just slowly chipping away. They're sculpting you into a masterpiece until they can finally strike, and I think Dr. Boomin certainly showed that here, and they will move on. We say goodbye to Nijmegen.
Very dangerous Nijmegen team, though. Surprised at that defensive stability under so much pressure. Unfortunately, not enough this go around at the CRL World Championship. Pleasure to have you. But you had to, unfortunately, run into that #1 European team.
Yeah.
And you made it close. 3 overtimes, but not enough.
Dr. Boomin, again, just doesn't lose to their European counterparts. They've been so strong throughout the season, and they've shown why here on the world stage. And now you know what that means, Achieves. We get Dr. Boomin running it back against West Virginia for that decider match into the top 8 bracket. For Dr. Boomin, I think disappointment in their last foray against the North American West Virginia team.
Yeah, this is how they want to play, I think, going against West Virginia. A lot more confident, a lot more aggressive. West Virginia, hope you're ready for it.
Yeah, West Virginia will not sit back the way that Nijmegen did, so it's going to be an interesting matchup there for Dr. Boomin. They take down Nijmegen in 3-0 fashion, and they do it on the world stage. They've taken care of things. Let's go down to Daz and see what Dr. Boomin has to say about this matchup.
I'm here with Setu from Dr. Boomin. Setu, congratulations on the win. You guys end up taking that series in 3. Talk to me about playing up against Nijmegen first off, because again, they had a pretty tough draw. They played Fisher and then they played you guys, and you guys haven't lost to them. So how do you feel about playing against Nijmegen?
Yeah, thank you in the first place. I mean, overall, it was pretty hard. Nijmegen was a really good team. I mean, they took us to 3 overtimes, so it's really hard playing them. We overall really struggled, but I mean, we got used to the setup and got used to the series, and yeah, I mean, overall we won.
I mean, when you play 5 minutes of overtime, you do kind of get a little bit used to the setups in there. Talk to me about those overtimes as well, because it seemed tense. What was it like in the team environment?
I mean, the team environment was really chill. I mean, we always said after the 5 minutes of gameplay that we have to calm down, that we just play our game. I mean, we stuck to the game plan and played it slow, but played it good, and we felt decent overall.
Is it easy to kind of do that when you are surrounded by your teammates? Obviously, this is like your first time playing here on this stage, but you can kind of tell, like you had said, just that level of comfortability. Did the teammates make it easy for you?
Yeah, I mean, we made it easy for ourselves, so it was good.
There you go, there you go. Talk to me about just this whole environment, your experience in playing in this CRL league. What's it just been like from start to now?
I mean, overall, it's really, really good. Like, we came here in the first place, everything is super organized, the stage is super cool, the whole event is very good. We've been to some German lands, but I mean, this just exceeds all expectations. This is really, really cool.
Nice, nice. I want to kind of lock in back into the matchup again. Obviously, you played well. Fabso played phenomenally. I mean, talk to me about what Fabso brings to the team, because he scored some really good goals for you guys in some tough situations.
We put Fabso in for system. We played with system in the spring split, and with Fabso, with this addition, it's getting way more comfortable for us, because he's like kind of chasing, sometimes cutting, and making it easy for ourselves to put up the pressure. And that's just his role.
All right, well, guess what? You guys get that rematch against West Virginia. Obviously, yesterday that Game 5 loss, not feeling pretty, but what can we expect with you guys having another chance at them to make it to top 8?
I think the way we play right now is pretty confident, and I mean, we could have won against them yesterday, right? So we are feeling really good. We played good yesterday, and I think we're going to beat them today.
Okay, I'll believe it. Congrats, Zeto, on the win. We're going to say toodaloo to you and send it back to the desk. Bates, you got one right. How you feeling?
Herc never wrong. I'm not T-Bates, but I just really wanted to put that on the mic.
She really did. And listen, she's always right. Every single time she predicts, you know exactly what's going to happen. I hope you got your channel points. Got Herc win with Boomin. You already knew they were going to get the W. A couple overtimes. Matter of fact, every single game went to overtime. The longest 3-game series on my life stacks.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I mean, hey, there's nothing much between these two squads, right? I mean, what, we had a 6-minute overtime in game 2, a couple minutes there, a couple minutes here in game 3 as well. Look, when you have two evenly matched teams, you might as well flip a coin. You can save us all the time, but then we'd be robbed of all the highs and lows and all the near misses, all the shots that should have gone through, yeah.
All the posts.
All old Ironsides coming to the rescue. Hit the post, hit the bar, hit everything but the net.
Exactly.
You hit another car on the way in. It was just wild, but was it a different player every time with an overtime winner, or did Fabso have 2 of them?
Fabso might have had 2. I wasn't paying that close attention. I was just saying, please, somebody sink it to the back of the neck. Just any of them. Dr. Boomin and Nijmegen, I mean, they both played a pretty solid series, but of course, Dr. Boomin moves on. They get a rematch against West Virginia. When they go up against the WVU squad later, they're going to have to learn how to put the ball underneath the crossbar a little bit more accurately. I do not believe WVU is going to be giving them all those opportunities like Nijmegen had. You get one, please finish it. Don't miss another one. Put it underneath the crossbar. I know Phoenix hard to shoot with, but just do it, Dr. Boomin. I know you got the capabilities. That West Virginia match is about to be absolutely phenomenal, Stacks.
Yes, it is. The rematch, running it back. But you know what? You know what's coming up next there,
What's coming up
Bates?
next? Oh.
Here we go.
Oh.
You talk about running it back.
Running it back.
It's just, it's the gift that keeps on giving, this whole bracket. We get so many rematches of all these matches that were so close the first time around.
It really is rematch.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Cannot wait indeed. Of rematches of galore. 4 teams have been sent home. 4 more will join them. But of course, the winners of those next 4 matchups, they all make it to Sunday. EU, they're in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're in 4 qualifying matches. Can EU, at least one team, make it to Sunday? We are going to find out very shortly. I also want to congratulate Rule 1 and the RLCS for making it to Boston. And last but not least, of course, there's a Rocket Clash happening with the best women's teams in the game happening on DreamHack/Rocket League. Make sure if you want to tune into that. But of course, don't go too far. I got nothing but qualifying matches coming very, very soon in about 8 minutes. See you then.
moves like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Hey, I'm Gianluca Kellick's brother. I'm from the Hamburger Haie. Competing in the Collegiate World Championship is I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to do it, because back in the day I used to be like a pro. I'm not really playing that actively anymore, but since the Collegiate, Rocket League and Worlds, I found my passion in it a bit again.
What is something that you brought from your time in the pro RLCS circuit into the collegiate scene
Yeah.
when you were playing at Hamburg?
Yeah. I guess the main thing is just my experience. So when there's pressure, I can stay a bit more calm than probably most players that don't really have the experience. And also just the way we play the game. I do a lot of input with my team. And for the past year, we've been working on that, especially with Hartman. I've been working very closely. Basically been coaching him for like the past year, and he's really been improving, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I think that's like the main part, just from being a pro, the experience and the way you play the game, basically. Yeah, I mean, with Leafhawks now on the team, we definitely want to reach playoffs. And also with Northwood, they kind of feel like they're already the winners, they're like the best, and we don't really like it. So it would be really, really fun for us to kick a Northwood team out of our group. The thing is with Maryville, they have, especially for esports players, they have a really, really great program. When I first talked to them, I was like a bit unsure, what if I don't perform? What if I don't like the uni? What if they're not satisfied with me? Glurky, who is like the player manager there, assured to me that my spot is safe, and that what's also really important is my studies in general. So I study business administration in Germany, and I can literally just continue that there without having to start like a new degree. And just studying in general in the USA is a huge opportunity for me. As a player, for me, I'm more of a controlled player, and I go for a lot of demos. So I want basically 2 teammates behind me that have good mechanics. And that's basically what we're looking for. And we definitely don't want to look for it too fast. Like, we definitely want to 100% be sure that it's the right player. So we are in no rush, basically.
I do need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do need you, need you. I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you.
We're now up to four. 4 teams have gone home. 4 teams will move on to Sunday. Dr. Boomin versus Nijmegen, a battle for Europe. Dr. Boomin comes out victorious once again. There's a reason at a #1 seed coming from the European continent. Of course, Robizzle.
Of course. I mean, Fasto, what a striker. Entertaining. I can't wait to see more of Dr. Boomin. They're going to be fun.
Yeah, it was a lot better look for them than yesterday, I think. They felt very passive yesterday, willing to let the game come to them, didn't really take it into their own hands. And here in this one, the exact opposite. They kept Nijmegen under pressure, were willing to go after him. And while it was a lot more difficult than I'm sure they thought it was going to be, they did great.
Yeah, they did do great. And I believe we have a special guest all the way over at the end. MJ, how you doing?
Nice to meet you. Doing great and looking forward to the next series.
I bet you are. I bet you are looking forward to the next series. Hamburg about to come up on the H stream here. About to go up against Northwood White in a rematch from yesterday. Northwood White ended up beating Hamburg in 4. That's in your Group A. We've had 4 teams make it to Sunday, as I said earlier. Northwood Blue, Columbia, Akron Blue, Fisher. We're trying to figure out which 4 will join them. We have 4 deciding matches left here in CRL. Northwood White, Hamburg to start us off. Jorby!
Yes, sir.
Woo! Northwood White, sister team. They lost to their better. They lost to the Big Bro yesterday.
They did.
They beat Hamburg, though.
They did beat Hamburg, and that's why, you know, is it going to be more of the same here for Hamburg? But I think Hamburg looked a little different today. Calix, he was on something earlier, but, you know, that wasn't against Northwood White. I did like what I saw from this Hamburg team today, because even if the competition isn't the same, it's the confidence you build to your second match on stage. And, you know, that might have me scared for Northwood White a little bit of Chiefs.
It's reasonable.
Yeah, it is reasonable. I just want to note that now Evolve, he's made his way over. He's made his way over.
He's committed.
Now he's committed. He wasn't there for Blue. He picked his side. MJ, is that going to affect the chemistry? Evolve, he's coaching Northwood White today.
Nah, we're not scared of any coach. We're not even scared of the team. I think Hamburg did most of the scoring yesterday on both sides. So, I mean, look at Northwood. Like, they're not even the best team in their own program.
No. Okay, yeah, that's right. But they have so many great players. Nitrous being one of them, one of the most mechanical players in CRL. He's always high flying. I believe this team, in my opinion, goes as he goes. When he's on mechanically, they have the best chance at being successful. Noxus and Pirates, more so old-ish bubble, old school players, very solid. But Nitrous, he's the catalyst, Jorby.
Yeah, not stale bubble either, though. The Pirates and Noxus play well enough here in CRL. Pirates kind of files himself in. He does a lot of the dirty work for this team lately. Leads the team in demos per game and tries to get that work done for them. Northwood White 4-0ing Hamburg last time. You know the boys are feeling confident.
I know, they are feeling confident. Their most recent matchup, they went up against arguably the best team in CRL. I already know Lion Blaze hockey, buddy. They might be providing them a little bit of knowledge as how you beat this Hamburg team. We're going to see if it ends up coming into fruition for them. I know Evolve, I know the Timberwolves, I know that Northwood program. They want to see both of their teams make it through. On the other side, though, one of the best teams in Europe, Hamburg. MJ, where you at? Aren't you supposed to be up on stage?
Oh, yeah, I should be bouncing now, but I got my two teammates here as well. So, shout out to Hamburg. I'm about to dip. Time to get on coaching, right?
Cool, man. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you, MJ. Good luck to the boys.
And
He just dropped his cape.
He's clearly not worried about his game plan. Lee Fox has been one of the best players at this land. He is averaging what I believe to be almost 500 points. Oh, never mind, not 500, but he's been up there, 440.
Whoa.
That's a lot of points for Lee Fox.
Hello.
What's
up, Calix?
Calix a little aggressive here.
Here to take souls.
He's here to get dumpiers. We're going to see if he ends up as MJ runs on stage with the cape. He just wanted to hype up his boys. We love to see that passion coming out of him. Hamburg, do you think they're going to have those mistakes like they did yesterday at Chiefs?
You know, I really hope not. I think they cleaned a lot of it up during St. Clair, but you get put under a different level of pressure from Northwood White that you will over St. Clair, and that's always kind of that question when you play teams that are up that next level. That pace goes up, that demand for consistency goes up. I think they've definitely got enough to hang with them. It's another one if they can go take it to them.
That's right. Hartman, you see him on the screen right there. He has 17 demos in comparison to everybody. In comparison to everybody else on his team, he's leading by at least 6. That physicality, Jorby, is necessary when you go up against a Northwood White roster.
100%. And I was impressed with Hartman's consistency in that St. Clair series. But it's going to be a little different. Look at the fans out there.
Dr. Boomin just won. They don't seem that excited. I don't like it.
They're all cool down base. Give them a couple minutes.
I mean, I see. Okay, there Dr. Boomin is putting their hands up. Finally some energy in the crowd. We finally got to the exciting matchups. A couple claps. That's what I like to see. Nitrous and the boys, they're going to be trying to match that. It's going to be a tight series, though. I do think that this might ultimately, inevitably end up going to Game 5. These are two of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League. Northwood White, so structured. Hamburg, they have such an offensive firepower, but the question remains, will the defense hold up? If you believe that Northwood White will take the W, use hashtag NU/W. If you believe that hashtag Ham, aka Hamburg, will come out victorious, use hashtag Ham in the chat. This one's about to be absolutely tight. There is no favorite. It's all about who's going to be the best team on the day, which is why Rocket League is the best esport in the game.
That's right.
Time to get into prediction, deciding matches. Will EU finally join? Will EU finally make Sunday for the first time? This is their first out of 4 attempts. We'll see what the analysts have to say about it. The Chiefs. Who's winning?
MJ did leave these wonderful sharks in a nice little crown, but no! I gotta take Northwood White. You can't do it. They have to prove it to me before I'll take them.
Oh my God, Northwood White takes a W in the Chiefs' eyes. Jorby.
Look, Calix, he came to me before today and he said, look, literally no one can score on us without me. I score on us, I score on them. And that's why I'm putting the crown on, and
There
I'm
we
picking
go.
Hamburg, baby. They're taking it. They're moving to Sunday.
Hamburg's moving to Sunday, and Jorby's eyes, where's Bates going? I'm rolling with the Sharks as well. Give me the Sharks. I do believe that Hamburg makes it. They'll take out this Northwood White team. They'll get revenge from yesterday, and they'll be the first European
Here, you
team
can
to
have the
make
Sharks.
Sunday. 76% of you believe in you're back at home. I'm right with you. Cheese, we'll see how smart you are, Mr. Analytical. Northwood White going up against Hamburg. Northwood trying to join their blue sister team. Hamburg trying to be the first European team to make a Sunday CRL World Championship. Let's get into the game.
Yeah, there's a saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. T-Bates has picked Hamburg for the second time. Will he actually get one right? Hamburg looking to run it back against the Northwood Timberwolves. Does Northwood have their number? Will we have two Northwood squads in tomorrow's top 8? We're about to find out.
It's the Sharks against the Timberwolves, and we're really going to see who deserves a spot in the playoffs. This is going to be quite the showing. I mean, we saw Hamburg earlier today. Looked phenomenal. Can they keep up that momentum? You're already seeing a little bit of aggression here from the start. How will Northwood White, on their end of things, respond as well?
Very important to just keep things going netward for Hamburg, but not to make it too easy for Northwood to just clear out in transition. You know, Nitrous and Pirates are going to want to jump out and catch Hamburg on the counterattack. It's Lee Fox giving that ball right away to Pirates. This is where Northwood can take over as Nitrous goes wide to the back wall, and Hartman makes sure it doesn't get anywhere close to the net. Opportunity now for the Sharks as it's Calix out of the corner. Right back out, and Pirates read it the whole way.
Really interesting to see Northwood right now. They've been stuck on their own half. They have not been able to really put a shot on. Just a lot of offensive pressure early coming out here from Hamburg. They've been keeping the ball close to them as well. They've had at least 60% of the possession here. Finally, something going towards that back wall. Not enough to register, but Northwood White, it's a sign of good fortunes moving forward.
Lee Fox with Calix running interference. Hartman starting to creep up as well, but this is where Hamburg kind of got caught against Northwood yesterday. They didn't realize when it's time to pull back as Hartman will pull the trigger from midfield, and the Sharks strike first.
Maybe they don't need to pull back. Maybe they just continue to press forward as long as they do it and keep the rotations comfortable. Strong beat there from Hartman to set the tone, and the Sharks are starting to circle.
90 seconds gone by here in the opener. Still best of 5s here in these qualifying matches. There are 3 more after this before we round out our top 8 squads for Championship Sunday. The drama continues to build here at DreamHack Dallas as Nitrous will get around Hartman, and it goes right back for Calix, who will be chased by Nitrous. He'll call off the hunt pretty quickly, and Calix allowed to get back into the Northwood zone. Let's see what the Timberwolves can do with it.
So far, Timberwolves have been invisible on the offensive end. Not a word I use too often these days. I'm starting to like it a little bit more.
We'll get Evolve in here.
Knox is, oh God, not another coach. Knox is able to get that shot. That's going from Nitrous, and Lee Fox has to get a dive in for a save there. Finally showing some signs of life there. Right on the mark here is Northwood. They get 2 back-to-back close shots. Looking for the third, it'll go in as Pirates equalizes.
Third time is the charm for Northwood here. I mean, they were robbed by Lee Fox a moment ago. But Hartman, he got Nitrous out of the way, but he couldn't do anything about the ball. Lee Fox couldn't catch up to it. And we're right back to square one near the halfway mark. 1-1 here in the opener.
And this is good for Northwood. I mean, looking at the first half of the game, it felt like they couldn't necessarily get anything to build in the orange half. Now they see some signs of success. Let's see what they do with it.
It does feel at times the Hamburg attack just needs to be a little bit quicker, a little more bite to it. So everything seems to be a little soft towards the net, giving Northwood time to recover and react. As Hartman will circle around for the boost. Got the ball as well, needs one more touch. He's got it around Knox's, but that ball is right to Pirates. Lee Fox was waiting for it on the side, never got there. Nitrous centered, and nobody there to dive in.
Still more pressure. Hamburg trying to make sure they don't give Northwood White too much space moving forward. How long can you keep your gas on the pedal, or your foot on the pedal? As so far, things starting to equalize. Hamburg trying to push back. That's a good redirect, and it goes in. Lee Fox finds it.
I think yesterday this is a case where Lee Fox probably starts to rotate out. Instead, he hangs around. He realizes he can with Calix still back. Takes the shot. Caught Northwood by surprise a little bit. Lee Fox gives the Sharks the lead again. Their second lead here in the opening game. Now Nitrous trying to do something about it. Goes off the corner. Lee Fox had to have that second touch. He does. And now a follow-up as well to put this one back in the Northwood half. Surely they should score here, but Lee Fox is wide. Follow-up from Calix is wide as well. He was trying to put this game away, perhaps, but there's still plenty of life for Northwood as Pirates ranges over for the save.
That was really uncomfortable. Northwood White has been aggressive, so to speak. Definitely just kind of not showing a little bit of respect to Hamburg, even in that one chance that started the playoff. Wait, hold on, Nitrous trying to get it. Lee Fox, great read on the save there. They're trying to turn things up offensively as the time ticks down.
Oh, everybody's abandoned this ball. It's a freebie for Nitrous. Second touch, no, he's a decoy. Now Calix downfield, it is just wide. Trying to deliver the knockout blow in game one. Now Lee Fox, all day to work with. Got it over one. Nitrous right there. Here comes Calix again. Got a piece of that, but a good 50 out of Nitrous. Almost set up an equalizer.
We're seeing terrible signs of rotations and just lack of touching the ball here as time ticks down on both sides. Northwood White almost got scored on twice for being overextended, and Hartman almost gave up the lead. We're in the final 15 seconds. Hamburg just need to keep their composure if they want to walk away with this game.
All hands on deck now offensively for Northwood White. Pirates off to the side. They got to go the length of the field. Nitrous will start it, but it's Lee Fox. He's got the whole world in his hands, but he gave it away. This will drop down, and Hamburg Sharks take the opening game.
They're two more away. This is the start you want to see if you're Hamburg. I think I talked to Calix earlier today as well. I think he said they take the first two. They're not dropping it for the rest of this one. They have a game plan. It seems like they're executing it right now. Possession was mainly in favor of Hamburg from the start. You saw what Northwood could do when they got space, though. Their offense does look as deadly as ever. The only issue was with them, they just pushed up too far. That was the biggest deal. The clears got over their heads, and once it got over their heads, it was tough defensive saves. Honestly, that game probably should have been 4-1 in favor of Hamburg, but the shooting was not good, and that might be something we talk about a little bit later. You take a look at the stats. Hamburg, yes, they do walk away with this game, but of course, this is a best of 5 for a reason. They have to keep up the pace, and they have to keep being effective because Northwood are going to respond.
Well, you heard what Jorby said when Calix was talking to him earlier. Nobody scores unless Calix scores. Well, Calix only had the one shot. It did not go in. It was wide. He had a chance really to put that game away. His teammates pick up the slack. 2-1 to Hamburg in game one. Now on to Forbidden Temple now. We'll see if Northwood can respond in kind. Calix only one man to beat, and he could not beat him, and we're off and running.
Got to keep an eye on where Northwood are positioned over the course of this, and to see whether or not Hamburg can kind of pick things up shooting-wise. Lee Fox tried to get there in time, but was cleared out over towards the side. Now sent back downfield. Expecting adjustments here in Forbidden Temple.
Love that first touch out of Hartman, but not so much the second touch. It was well read by Northwood. This will be brought all the way back, and Nitrous very quickly. I mean, they're going one touch, just booming the ball all around the field, trying to get Hamburg out of sorts with their rotations. And a demo certainly isn't going to help matters, but Lee Fox with the clear, and the demolition on Nitrous will eliminate any kind of a threat.
Access with the switch to the Fennec. Nitrous, oh, that was
Hartman
almost
was begging for that one to miss.
Yeah, that could have definitely been something to change the game. As Nitrous trying to be the X factor. Can he get it here? Calix says no. Get blocked there to deny an opening goal.
No boost at all for Hamburg. Calix has some, Hartman a little bit. Lee Fox is completely out as Hartman will bring this over to the corner, waiting for that boost to spawn. It did not. As Lee Fox will bring it across, and Noxes wins the race to that corner boost. But Hamburg has found some across the way, and Hartman almost got there for that shot. The pass just a little bit off the mark.
Seeing just how they're trying to find each other in transition. Those pass plays, definitely something of a good sign here for Hamburg. You can kind of feel it though, a little bit of a stalemate here in the midfield. Both teams trying to get that breakout spot. Been quiet here also in the shooting department. Only 3 shots between the two teams. There's gonna be the third, no, the fourth for Northwood. Noxus scores this one, putting the Timberwolves in front.
Noxus gets his first tally of the series, and it's a good one. Right on the doorstep. Can't ask for a better opportunity than that. 3 minutes remain here in game 2. See how Hamburg does playing from behind. They did not trail in that opening game, as Pirates blocked by Leafox. And he has to contend with Noxus on the side wall, so Calix takes over. Pirates is there, and he just about faked out Calix, who almost got the bumps along the goal line. This goes harmlessly across, and then Calix finally blocked off by Nitrous. Now Hartman bringing it to ground. Calix playing very, very patiently. They don't have a whole lot of boost. That starve there from Hartman will serve them well, but the shot left a bit to be desired. It's right at Noxus.
I mean, you gotta take a look. You're right. They don't have a lot of boost, but sometimes they're not afraid to. When you saw Leafox get that ball into midfield, he went for that challenge. He was third man. He pushed himself, cut rotation, in second man with 18 boost, just because he knew he had a good angle to get it through. Now, it didn't work out, but you're seeing them, again, have no fear of just understanding where they are boost-wise and what they can do with the ball. Is Hartman tried to put that shot on. Nitrous needed to save that.
Oh, but a pinch! This is a pinch in off a defender. Leafox will get credit. I think this is all set up by Hartman. A moment ago, you don't see it in the replay. He had an excellent sidewall read that got the ball downfield in the first place. Calix, then Leafox, and Hamburg ties it.
Pinch in your net in Hamburg. Life in game 2.
An eternity left for both these squads. Plenty of time for mistakes, plenty of times for someone to step up and make a play. Noxus downfield, but he couldn't control it. Hartman ahead again. He's kind of been the trigger man here for Hamburg, getting the counterattack started and letting Calix and Leafox chase it down and finish the play. Here goes Leafox. Dead center, and he'll score! Hamburg with the lead!
I mean, you gotta give credit to the team opening up space out in front. Hartman, big challenge there, no one home. Leafox has the net open. Pirates is trying to push literally through cars to see if he can make the save. Can't get back in time. The lead to Hamburg. Again, they hold on for a minute 30. They will have this series on match point.
Triple match point at that against, listen, sure, it may be quote-unquote the B team, but it is still the mighty, mighty Northwood, as Calix had Hartman underneath. Hartman got the boost at midfield, so now Leafox can run forward, and Nitrous booms it right back the other way. Hartman dropped it down and got around Pirates. Tell you what, Hartman's possession game and the defense have been probably the best of anybody on the field. He's been outstanding. He let that one get away. But now Calix will take charge, and Nitrous beats him to the punch. Noxus got the corner boost, and Pirates will fall in. The rotation's on point right now for Northwood, but they still trail with 42 seconds.
And they need to kind of get things going here. Ever since that goal, they have not put another shot on target, and Calix! He finds the back of the net! Defensive mistake on the side of Northwood, and suddenly, the Sharks smell blood in the water.
Up high, down hard, Calix with the dagger in game 2.
Here we go. Can Northwood get things going here with 35 to go to have a chance to at least see if they can tie up the series? It feels like a shift here. And you got to think of the implications going into this if this one ends up being Northwood dropping this series. As Calix still on top of the ball, Hamburg, the Sharks, they're still swarming. They're still looking for more as the clock ticks down.
Like Calix, calm down, they're already dead. Hartman looking for another across the way, but that will do little more than kill time. Calix adds another as the hot streak continues now for Hamburg. They've surely put this one away, and now they're looking at triple match point to advance to Sunday.
This is unbelievable. This is truly something here. Seeing Hamburg as dominant as they are, final few seconds here in game 2. The clock has hit 0, and we know what comes next. DFH Stadium with Hamburg on match point, looking to sweep Northwood and be the first European team in top 8. Can you believe what I just said? I can't even believe it.
I can believe it after the way Calyx closed out that game, but how about Leafox and Hartman getting them out of the starting blocks and getting them most of the way towards the finish line, and then Calyx bringing them all the way across the ribbon as Hamburg puts on a clinic in the second half of game 2. It started with that pinch, and then it just turned into a torrential downpour on the Northwood half of the field.
And you know, this is the first time I think I've seen Tylacto smile all weekend. He's looking phenomenal right now. He's very happy, but so is Hamburg here. Now we're gonna look here towards the side of Northwood because this is where the pressure is. Looking at Noxus here especially, fun fact, 2-time top 16 RLCS X. Okay, well we need that right now because again, Northwood White backs against the wall here. He can teach you to do it all. We're gonna need to see if he can do it all.
We'll see if he can teach Bates to throw anything. My gosh, all right. Hopefully, they don't throw this lead here. Hamburg
the shark at us.
2-0 in this series. We go to iconic DFH Stadium to see if the Sharks can close it out. Northwood on the ropes. Here we go.
As James Bott has once said, it is so hard to close out a series on land. Truly a test. Hamburg have done it once. They need to do it again, here and now. This is the exact situation that they've looked for. They have all the cards in their hands. Let's see how they perform against a Northwood Timberwolves who's going to be scratching and clawing their way back into the series.
This is one of those teams that you just can never count them out. There's so much pedigree, so much experience. But Hartman with another great read has made that ball available. Nitrous had to work extra to get it in front. And Leafox will have all day to play this from his own corner. Hartman falling in behind him. Calyx up there as well, and that's a moment where Hamburg might have crept forward a little too much. Nitrous bumping Hartman, but he did just enough to slow the play down. Teammates get back, and Leafox with the intercept in midfield.
Tough spot here for Northwood. Pirates had to wait on this. It's a race between him and Calyx, but Calyx did get the beat. Played it just for the beat though, just to keep the ball on that blue half, which is why you don't see it going anywhere towards target. Pirates downfield looking for bumps here as well as Noxus is up into the air, but Calyx still able to get a piece of that, making sure it's not net bound. Have to keep in mind things happening off ball here because it really is going to affect how these players are making their approach.
What makes this matchup so tough for Hamburgers, they have to beat Northwood twice effectively. Like the first play, Northwood is keen to it. They're up to contest everything. You've got to make that second clever play to get around them, and it's worked so far. Can it continue? They're trailing now as Noxus puts Northwood on the board first here in game 3.
And you can see it there. You see Leafox having to drive around Pirates. Like I said, off-ball plays here as Pirates is doing what he can to make Hamburg uncomfortable, setting up open space for Northwood to take advantage of. It works out here.
Calyx looking to answer back, and he has off the kickoff. Noxus couldn't catch up to it. Which way do they turn after the neutral kickoff? The wrong way. Calyx gets in behind Noxus.
Ah, man. Where's Johnny when you need him? He's always with us, me and you especially. Like I feel like this happens so often. But there you go
right
again.
out of the Space Station Gaming School of Kickoffs. Here's Nitrous trying to set something up now for Northwood. He'll give way to Pirates. Hartman down towards Calyx, but that's again beaten out by Noxus. Noxus has that corner boost available, but Leafox got to it first. So that leaves Noxus on empty, trying to get his way back. He will do so as Leafox will get the win at midfield, and back to Noxus it goes.
That's a big time back pass there, especially because, again, you saw the pressure coming through, able to get that to a teammate for a clear, and Calyx, hold on, save off of his own back wall. No, more pressure building here. Northwood trying to find a way in.
Oh, it's Leafox downfield, got ahead of Nitrous, but not enough and not on target. So we play on in a 1-1 deadlock past the halfway mark of a game that Northwood must win to stay alive in the World Championship, as Hartman was in front and just had it blocked away by Pirates. Great recognition by the Timberwolves defense.
Hartman on the ball, looking for some control. Gets the flick across, saw Calix, but Calix wasn't able to go for it. Now Hamburg just trying to see, okay, what's the best chance here? They don't want to go for everything. And once again, the Sharks here just circling, waiting for Northwood to give them something they can use. Oh, Hartman even got a bump off the play. Lee Fox was trying to see if he could pinch that midfield, but it was a good challenge to keep it corner-wise for Northwood.
Back deep into the Northwood end, it's Calix with a good challenge. Oh, Lee Fox just beaten by that touch by Pirates. Hartman to meet Nitrous. No contest. Calix is there, and he'll at least delay maybe the inevitable as Lee Fox got one out. Now back on target. Hartman will collect. Hey, but Hartman is out here not trying to do too much at all. He's doing exactly enough. He's doing what he's asked to do, but this time they've given the ball away. Knoxes yet again gets another clutch goal out of Northwood to give him the lead.
Oh, look at this great read of the situation. Even Calix knew the danger, tried to dive in front of it, but Knoxes putting it in the back of the net. He said he could do it all. He's starting to level up here when the team needs him most.
You'd almost say he is certainly the heart and soul of this Northwood White squad. Here's Pirates. Shot blocked by Lee Fox. He'll take possession. Full tank of boost to work with. From the heavens with a minute to go. A little too far ahead for Calix. And Nitrous will leave that for Pirates. Running ahead, looking for Hartman, but Hartman's already up in the air. So now it's on Northwood to hold a lead here in the final minute. Lee Fox couldn't get the flip reset. Almost didn't matter. Calix with the boost star. Now Lee Fox and Hartman crisscross here.
That's
and Hamburg, maybe a little bit of my turn offense will it pay off.
Chance there, but now you have to watch out. Maybe one last drive here for Hamburg. 30 seconds remaining as Calix tries to lead the charge. Nitrous gets a good beat. Knoxes gets it past and it won't go in. Calix trying to get this out. Here come the Timberwolves. They're trying to keep this ball on the orange half until the clock ticks down. It's not gonna go in! It is! Amazing goal for Nitrous to keep Northwood alive.
And Northwood answers back with a resounding roar. 14 seconds remain, and perhaps they have saved their season. Important kickoff here to make sure Hamburg can't make it interesting. Calix, right at Pirates. 7 seconds remain as this goes the wrong way for the Sharks. And we will have a fourth game and maybe more in our first qualifying match here on Moving Day.
You can hear the cheers in the crowd here, especially for Northwood. And this is dangerous here now if you're Hamburg. You don't want to give them one, and you did that. Now the Timberwolves are going to start to try to build on this as much as possible. See, okay, we sent Pirates out in front. Some of the demos were starting to work out a little bit. We got some space. It wasn't necessarily the cleanest game for them, but at this point, tournament status on the line, you take what you can get.
Listen, the last time I heard somebody say, don't let us take one, it turned into a colossal waste of time on the parquet floor of the TD Garden. 3-1 to Northwood here in Game 3, the game that they had to win to stay alive. But now Hamburg has to regroup, and yes, the pressure does shift drastically over to the Sharks now. I mean, remember how many European teams have bowed out in this tournament over the past couple of years. And Lee Fox, well, I don't know. I think I can challenge him on the drip side, but that's fine. Pro drone pilot. Is that transferable to Rocket League?
Potentially. I would know. I'm not a pro drone pilot. You need to ask him.
Maybe he's the one flying that butterfly all around here.
That could. Wait, I thought that was a real butterfly.
Maybe it's landing on Pirate's head right now to distract him. Game 4. On your screen now from Utopia. Again, a game that Northwood must win to survive to see Champions Field one more time. Hamburg trying to make this the end of the line for this half of the Timberwolves.
Time to lock in. Oh, that one, a free one! Knoxes scores it! 15 seconds into Game 4. Timberwolves in front.
I'm guessing the message from Evolve during all of this has just been, we've got him now. As Northwood scores 15 seconds into game 4.
You talked about it. Pressure is going to shift on Hamburg here dramatically. Even though they're up in the series here, they know they had a prime opportunity to close it out. They give up one. Now, trying to make sure things don't go out of control. That one could have almost rolled in. You even saw Calix thinking it was in, tried to jump. All he did was put himself in a worse spot. Luckily, the ball was not on target all the way in, and they are able to at least make this a 1-goal deficit for the time being. But you are seeing this, if you're a Hamburg fan, you're a little concerned off the initial jump in this game.
Starting to sweat just a little bit more. Saw another clever play out of Hartman. This is from the ceiling, easily dismissed by Pirates. Now Calix underneath Pirates, but didn't follow the play himself. So now Knox's netward, easy save for Hartman. What does Leafox have here? Nothing in the tank, nothing spawned for him. He's picking up pennies on the way back, and Pirates stuffed by Hartman.
Possession seems to be strongly favoring Northwood. They've already had 4 shots in the opening part of this game. Hamburg struggling to get out. They've only had 1 here, and even now, this is gonna be free for Pirates. Leafox was so low on boost, waited for the corner so he could get there and make that block in time.
Got to get Calix a little more involved, I think, on the offensive end here. I mean, Leafox, as great as he was,
that's
need a little bit of help. Chance now, but a whiff in the backfield. It was Calix who we just said needed to get involved. Had a golden opportunity on a silver platter, but a bronze finish and nothing going downfield.
It was wide open.
Pass here. Knoxes, it's wide. I think it caught a deflection off of Leafox there, keeping this one out, but it is dangerous right now for Hamburg.
And what a momentum shift. You can just feel it. Northwood, all the pressure, all the control. Hamburg, they are struggling to hit the ball in their own half. This is looking very, very dangerous, Stacks.
Right up there, Calix brings it low, and then Leafox gets in the way of Hartman. It is an absolute panic right now, but the demo on Nitrous might have opened things up here. Leafox, imagine if Hamburg are able to score on this exchange down the field after the mess on their half of the field, but they're repelled back to the center line. Now it's Knox's, the demolition from Nitrous, inconsequential as Hartman comes to the rescue.
They're looking for the demo game. They know they have him on the brink, but they haven't been able to do that much. If Leafox gets this, it could have gave them a little bit of life. Calix trying to keep the pressure. Hamburg trying to keep themselves in the game. Wait a second, Pirates with that carry, almost is able to get it past 2. Things are shifting dramatically in this game.
This might be the worst you've seen a defense play while keeping a game at 1-0. Hamburg have got away with a lot here, but still very much in it. Nitrous trying to get the flip reset there. Didn't matter. Leafox tried to get around Knox's. Calix and Hartman almost pinched that downfield, and instead it falls to Leafox. Hartman running ahead. It's still available. Here's Leafox, stuffed by Pirates.
Ooh, Calix last back, great initial challenge. Not gonna be able to stop that ball from getting into their own end. And yeah, you say uh-oh, because that touch could have been disastrous for Hamburg. Now still in this game, again, 1-goal deficit, but Northwood are not giving them opportunities in that upper half. It's been goal line save after goal line save. They have 9 saves on the side of Hamburg.
Hartman got caught out there, is waiting for a pass to come down and never got there, and he also got starved out. He stole some on the other half, as this is loose in front. Calix is coming in from the side. He was never gonna get that towards the net, as Pirates blocked by Leafox. Into the final minute now. Northwood trying to hang on. They got the early goal, and they're making it hold up for now. Hartman, neutral 50. Try to drop it down towards Leafox, but it'll be Pirates instead. 40 seconds remain. Calix got to be sure-handed with this. Leafox got to know what he's doing as well. He can't even get started downfield as Nitrous takes over.
Northwood, even though they have kind of control here, this is still a very fragile lead. They've got 14 shots this game, but only 1 goal. There's a chance that things can shift dramatically here in the final seconds as you see Hamburg starting to make a push.
Hartman initial shot, he'll have to rotate out. Calix had to hesitate a moment, 15 seconds now. As this pinballs around, it goes all the way across, nobody over there. Everybody had overloaded to the right side. Now Nitrous with 7 seconds. And nobody came up. Now Calix, 3 seconds. Still life for the Sharks, but it's sent away by Knox's. Leafox whiffs, and that'll do it. We will go to Champions Field.
Oh my goodness. Northwood have brought it all the way back here in this specific game. I mean, you talked about them being able to hold on as much things as they could in terms of just, again, building up the offensive pressure, keeping the ball stuck into the orange half. Hamburg, on the other side of things, were trying to battle, but it just felt like they were just struggling so much in terms of just setting things up to work at all on offense. The midfield game was just strongly contested. Northwood winning most of the challenges. It was almost as if it was a speed test there, especially when you look at, I want to say, Nitrous. He was all over the ball that game. Now, you said it, pressure was on Hamburg. I think it kind of equalizes here as we get into a game 5 where you come off this one, no team was really too in front. Yeah, sure, Northwood, they had the ball possession, they had that one goal, but they were trying to extend that lead as much as possible, and the defense from Hamburg was not letting it happen.
Northwood has scored 6 times in this series. Knox's has 4 of them, including what proved to be the game winner on Utopia. Champions field the backdrop now for the biggest game for Hamburg in this tournament. Wow! They are already under duress. Another one in front, and that's blocked away. And that's how we start. Has he done it? Yes! Calix gets his 4th, and Hamburg comes away from that scramble with a lead.
They build a wall, and then they turn it all the way around and strike. Northwood hit the house. They came up empty. Hamburg says, okay, hit them with a counterattack. Let's see what they can do. And they could not stop it. Hamburg in the driver's seat.
Mentally, you almost feel like if Northwood had scored on that opening salvo, this series was over at that point. This is the best thing that could have happened for Hamburg as Calix clears away. Hartman got a piece of Knox's, and Pirates will bring this back around the boards. 2-on-1 advantage, and Calix up to the task.
Still for Hamburg, having to hold off against a flurry of offense that we know Northwood can output is not ideal for them. They've got to be able to kind of get a little bit more comfortable in that midfield, win a lot of challenges because they've been making save after save here. That's the 4th one they've made this game. Pirates gets a demo on Calix. Maybe that'll be useful later, but for the time being, first minute has been in favor of Hamburg, even though you can see the Timberwolves looking to strike.
Oh, they do it! Lines up the double tap! Bang, bang, tie game!
Look at this! Knox's goes up! Lee Fox tries to put a hand up, but he just can't. It goes straight down, and you can't give Knox's that read for free.
That is as free as it's going to get at this stage in the tournament, and we're all knotted up. Who has the ice here on Champions Field? Hartman racing over. Pirates has him beat by a mile. Now Calix with Lee Fox to his left. Lee Fox peeled off the play. Now he'll come up, and his shot is sent away by Nitrous.
Lee Fox was up so early for that. It took a little bit of time. He didn't know how much time he had there. Got to see how both these teams are able to manage the pressure.
Good win by Lee Fox, trying to keep possession now as he's beat one. Hartman now trying to set up. Calix coming in to finish the play, and it goes wayward. Off to the corner now, and a scramble back. Hartman will take charge, but Nitrous right there to meet him. Over to Knox's now. Shot on, easily dealt with by Calix. And now Knox's will bring it right back in through the corner. Lee Fox has a lot of work to do now with Pirates taking possession, and Calix big clear.
Calix now letting things get towards that opening box for free. Northwood trying to take things there, but that's a strong play downfield. Hartman, good touch there into the corner. Buys team time to set up. Calix, no, big miss and oh! Lee Fox, wow. What a save!
You talk about guessing right. He sure did. Now Calix back the other way, met by Nitrous. Lee Fox, oh, I think he was trying to get a piece of Calix on his way down. Had that ball done so, might have Hamburg in the lead, but we get to the halfway mark and nothing separates Northwood or Hamburg.
Halfway through the game, you can feel the desperation. Good play out, Hartman trying to get there in time, but Nitrous with a touch. There's a bump on the play, they separate things and give space to Nitrous. Has 50 boost when he goes up for this. Calix recognizes the danger and is able to cut that out as quickly as possible. Now these light touches, trying to get a play through. Oh! Lee Fox pushes through! Get in the weight room, he says. Hamburg in front.
That's like a soccer set piece. Everybody runs up the ball. They go past it. and then Lee Fox with the dunk of the tournament. 2:07 to go, and the Sharks back in front.
That's a poster. Signed, sealed, and delivered. But can Hamburg deliver themselves into the top 8? Nitrous has an open net, and Northwood strike back just as quickly. This is not going to be an easy game for either side.
Oh, there was nobody even on that third of the field off that kickoff. That is unforgivable, and Northwood showed him no mercy. 5 seconds goes by, and we're right back where we started.
These next 2 minutes are going to feel like an eternity for either team here. Who is going to break?
Oh, Lee Fox sailed it high, waiting for a rebound on the other side. None there. Loose ball in front. Noxes will boom it downfield, and Calix will repel it off to his right. Lee Fox out to challenge Nitrous. Race to the corner boost, won by Nitrous. So now Hartman's got to keep possession for a while, give his teammates time to get involved. Pirates gave it away to Calix. What can he do? Needs to get involved as he goes up around the boards. Nitrous met by Hartman. Lee Fox got to make sure he got the midfield boost, and he did. What can he do with it? Nothing there as Pirates makes the stop, and Calix goes underneath. So it's Hartman.
He's looking for
Calix
a bump
in front, and Noxes saves.
Calix took himself out the play, trying to see if he can get a bump to throw off the defense. Couldn't necessarily do it, but you can kind of see Hamburg. They're still being able to effectively communicate even in these situations. Ball shifts across the field, but Lee Fox trying to turn and get on it. He's getting a race. Pirates says, I'm just going to take you all the way out the play. Nitrous even pushing this downfield, but there's no one to receive it. Hamburg trying to set up and strike! They do it! Calix, 52 seconds away from the playoffs!
Hartman, the ultimate playmaker. It's his 6th assist of this series. Is it enough to push Hamburg on to Sunday? Calix on the kickoff, can't roll it by Pirates. They got to make sure they're back this time, and they aren't. Lee Fox, the only one who's in a position to stop that play, and he does. Pirates, that's a dangerous double commit as Calix will have that away, and Hamburg continue to get away with murder.
Final 30 seconds. Ball kind of cleared away. Nitrous. Oh, there was a demo on the play, but Calix was able to get there in time to get the save out. Northwood trying to force their way into tying up this game. Not enough time on the clock. They need to hurry.
13 seconds separates Hamburg from Sunday. Pirates blocked by Calix. Now Noxes trying to buy his teammates time. That demo from Nitrous will help. Pirates brings it all the way back.
Still up.
No time on the clock.
He gets through.
One whip up high. Hartman brings it to ground. And the Sharks keep moving on.
They've done it. They've done it. Playoff bound. Top 8 bound. You can see the celebration. They earned that victory. Hamburg, your first European team to go to the CRL World Champion playoffs. And my goodness, did they do it in an amazing fashion.
Boy, they made it interesting, didn't they? A flair for the dramatic for the German squad. Just an incredible performance, especially out of Hartman. He's going to go down, I think, as kind of an unsung hero, unless we point out just how great he was in that series. Sure, Calix scored so many of the goals. Lee Fox had 4 of his own. Hartman only put 1 in the net himself, but he contributed to 6 others. And his defense, getting back, getting boost, controlling the midfield. He could have been beaten so many times. A lesser player would have been. A lesser player gets walked over by this Northwood squad. Hartman was integral to this comeback from the Sharks after falling to Northwood yesterday. They exact revenge in the best way possible, onward to Championship Sunday.
And you could feel it going into today. You could see it when that first series. Look at that man there, Calix. He is so happy to be able to take that dub. They were locked in from the jump. Yeah, they had the coach on the desk. Like, they were radiating confidence. And you got to give credit to Northwood White. We knew how much of a threat they would be, Stack, and they showed us what they could do. But when it came down to Game 5, clutch situations, Hamburg really leveled up. And that's just one of the things that, you know, when you talk about being a world championship level player, even in the CRL space, this is something that I think a lot of us are going to look back at, because this is the start here. and we'll only see just how far Hamburg can go.
Well, well, well. Hamburger Haie finds their way into Championship Sunday with an absolutely dramatic finish over the Northwood Timberwolves. We've got Subi standing by on stage with a man who delivered one of the many daggers in this series. The hotshot man himself, Calix, is with Subi on the stage.
Hamburg able to deny the reverse sweep. My goodness, that was absolutely incredible on you guys. You're telling me you're full of adrenaline right now. Tell me what it feels like to be the first ever European team to make Championship Sunday.
Oh man, it feels good. It feels so, so good. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get revenge on Northwood. I told them for the last 2 days they're gonna see me again, and now they've lost.
I mean, you guys went up early, 2-0. It looked like you guys were dominating. And then we were talking in the green room. It just seemed like Europeans' downfall has been the inability to close series. You guys took it all the way to game 5. You guys let them stay in there. What was the comms like between all of you to make sure you got that victory?
The comms were really calm. Before day 1 we said we want to stay as calm as possible. Even if we score a sick goal, even if it's game 5, 2-1 with 10 seconds left, we want to stay calm. But then the explosion that comes when we actually win is just amazing. Like, I don't think I ever shouted that loudly in my life, man.
It didn't look like it. I mean, you guys just popped off. I can't even imagine the emotions that were going through you, the highs and lows of the series. But you guys had highs and lows throughout the season as well. You guys had roster changes in fall, in spring. What is that like? What is that dealing with different teammates, just not knowing what it's going to be like when you get to this moment?
I don't really know what to say. We picked up Hartman because we weren't really satisfied with the performance before. And the thing is I can say about Hartman is he's such a good learner. Like 1.5 years ago, he was like maybe a GC2 or something. But for the last 1.5 years, I coached him every single day. And now he's really stepped up in this series as well.
Now, you guys probably knew that that was one of North America's best teams. We've got another Northwood waiting in the wings. We've got Akron. We've got other teams that we're waiting to see punch their ticket. What's your message to the rest of the field of competition?
My message is that we're gonna come for you. And also, Cam, I don't know if you can hear this, mate. We are gonna come for you. You are embarrassing, mate. We are gonna come for you and we're gonna destroy you. Let's go.
Well, you hear to hear. We don't have anything else to say. We're gonna go back to the desk, but I appreciate your time, man.
Europe makes history in CRL. They do what they couldn't do last year. They have a team that makes it all the way to Championship Sunday. Tylacto and the boys, they came here last year in Dallas, Texas. They had so many expectations. They were all so high and they were all disappointed. But now Hamburg, they're the first of maybe potentially 4 to make it the Championship Sunday.
I knew it. I knew it all. I knew it all out of your head.
No, okay, Mr. Analytical.
Yeah, you said, I'm about to see it.
Yeah. I test,
well,
I
you
test.
saw it. You saw it, didn't you? And ended up getting a big W. You ended up getting a big W indeed. They were absolutely phenomenal. Offensive showcase, offensive firepower coming out of them, Jordy.
They really were excellent. And I mean, wow, how about it? I mean, Calix, he's striking all series. Whenever his number is called on offense, he's always putting it on target. He's been lethal with it, but you got to talk about Fox. The man is insane. He's a mechanical monster.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The mechanical monster is right. That being said, it was quite a show. It got dicey there in the middle of the series. Northwood White able to battle back in games 3 and 4, but it didn't matter because you said it, Calix. Game 5, Lee Fox absolutely crushed it in terms of the offensive side of things when it came down to those big moments. Had to execute, making big stops on the goal line, keeping Northwood White at bay. Absolutely phenomenal show from Hamburg and a well-deserved win.
Really like Lee Fox and company getting it done for Hamburg. The first EU CRL team to make it to Championship Sunday ever. Literal history made during that series. It had to go 5 for the history. What an insane run that they've had to get to Championship Sunday. And it really just impressive.
It really is just impressive. They absolutely balled out. Tylacto, he was losing faith and everything in between. But of course, Europe, they had to make it. And take a look at his bracket of Chiefs. History's been made. Hamburg, they're going up against Colombia tomorrow.
Whoa! Yeah, a whole different host of problems arises now that you've overcome the first hurdle, but you've made it, and that's all that counts. Doesn't matter how you get there, just that you did it.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to watch them play. There's still a couple of other EU teams to go, but as you can see,
we got history over here. History over here in Europe, man. Congratulations to Europe, but the job's not done. Berlin, they're going to be coming up next on the A stream. They're going to be trying to match Hamburg and try to make it the Sunday as well. Will they do it? Stay tuned to find out. Always.
It's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
If you missed it, we just made history here on the Collegiate Rocket League World Championship. Europe qualifies for Sunday for the first time ever. You see the emotion, you see the adrenaline. Look at the fans, they're all so happy. Hamburg, they do what couldn't have been done, what couldn't have been foreseen. Tylacto was flip-flopping all across the deck the whole entire series, but
Man
ultimately he ended up happy.
Yeah, I mean, man, what a performance, too. They did it in style. They look great, and I'm excited to see Hamburg in the top 8. That Colombia match is going to be sick.
Yeah, a lot of fun, and it's not done yet. That's the thing about CRL World Championships. It just keeps going.
It just keeps going. So far, we have 5 teams that have qualified for Sunday. All 4 of those 2-0 teams and Hamburg. We have 3 more teams that need to make it and 3 more teams that will be sent home. Berlin about to go up against Stockton in a rematch of last year's deciding match. Stockton took down Jorby.
Yep, Stockton moved on, and they got one more beast to take down, and that's Berlin. And Berlin ain't so bad. Stockton can't sleep on this team. Berlin, I mean, look, there might be like an EU buff on the stage after Hamburg ended up winning that one. I'm curious what's going to happen.
There might be an EU buff. Now, I feel like this year's a little bit different. Berlin, they got the monkey off their back. They're not the #1 seed coming out of EU, nor the #2. They're feeling good. Stockton, on the other hand, it remains to be seen if they can end up beating a Berlin squad that's looking great. The Chiefs, if you're Stockton, what do you do?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because we have a good example of what top teams need to do to be successful when it comes to any level of competition. Let's go ahead, take a look at the drawing board play that we have. So, as you can see here, there's one big thing to notice here at the start. Step 1, identification. You have to identify the situation to be successful. Anthony Pizza, this ball's coming towards him, and the first thing to identify, all this open space. He knows he's got the time to take the ball under control, try and make a play up the sidewall. Bussy going to be rotating out. Top Cheese is back here, and he knows he's going to have to rotate forward to try and support whatever Anthony Pizza does. So, roll the clip forward. Anthony Pizza makes a nice solid catch here, gets through Wheat nice and clean, gives himself an opportunity to try and set something up. Now, he doesn't actually have the ability to make a play in this situation, but that's okay. Sometimes you can't make a play out of every situation, but the point is he put himself in good position.
So
now,
what can he do?
Here we get to the second big thing. What can you do? Second big quality, disruption. Anthony Pizza coming through the goal line, trying to freeze Wellis. Top Cheese trying to freeze Guerin and not allow a strong counterattack with Wheat and Guerin. Try and buy time for Bussy, who's in the backfield, to get set defensively and grab some boost. Disruption always incredibly valuable. Step number 3, as this play rolls, trust. Top Cheese, thinking maybe Anthony Pizza can get this ball. If not, that's okay. We've got a man deep, and we'll put him on an island. We don't care. And again, Anthony Pizza rotating back, try and disrupt Garen here in the side, see if maybe we can get a demo, something, open up space. But now we go back to step one, identification. Again, the situation changes. Be able to adapt. Bussy, look at all this open space again.
It's a lot.
You know who was just over there? Top Cheese is still waiting in that corner, and he's going to be running back.
I call him Top for
Anthony
nothing.
Pizza freezing Garen, taking away this sidewall clear. Wellis is trying to pressure Bussy. He's trying to disrupt, but there's no shot. Look at this seam that Bussy finds on this clear, straight up the field, and the last great thing you need, execution. Top Cheese, double tap, wet, absolutely disgusting. And those are 4 qualities that great teams in Rocket League have: identification, disruption, trust, execution. You need every one of them if you want to be great.
I need more hype telestration from a Cheese. that was I am, what's the word? Enthralled.
Oh,
excellent. Excellent work.
Listen, you need all of that if you're going to beat this Berlin squad, especially in my opinion, number 2, disruption. Berlin, one of the best defensive teams coming out of Europe. They are just a brick wall. They do not fall down. They hold down to the back line, and they make you have to use all 4 of those qualities that the Chiefs just talked about. Stockton, if they're smart, they're going to be looking at the tape. They might even have been looking at that telestration to get some ideas from Mr. Analytical over there. Hey, Jorby.
Absolutely. I mean, Chiefs, he knows what he's about, and he knows how to identify what a team needs to do. Step 1, identify. And Stockton, well, they got one problem, and that's Berlin. But they looked pretty good earlier today, and Bussy, he loves to chirp, chirp, chirp. But Anthony A. Pizza, this guy does that quiet work. Chiefs showed you why. Just taking risks, or at least setting his team up for success. Can he do it this time?
That's the thing. I loved that Stockton was willing to take risks. And you're going to have to be willing to take risks if you want to go out and put people on notice on the defensive side of the boards. Like I said, you leave Bussy on an island in a 1v2, that's a scary thing in just about any situation, but the guy has been so locked in defensively that you can't hate the way he's played. You love to see him, how he's playing defensively, and great job, Bussy. I'm looking forward to more of it, but that's what counts. They've got the 3rd man that gets it all done. Top Cheese. So good.
Oh, look at him.
And he knows it.
Confidence right now. He knows he's on one right now. He's proven this Stockton team alongside himself. They went 6-9 in league play. It didn't look like he had the best season. Went through the LCQ. Regardless of whether the bracket was easier to some or harder to others, they're here, and that's all that matters. Just give yourself an opportunity, play on the stage, and then perform when the lights are shining the brightest. That's what Stockton did earlier against UNLV. They got to go up against Berlin on the other side, though, Jorby.
You know what they say a lot of times in sports, when you get to the playoffs, everybody's record resets. You're 0-0. Once you get to land in esports, it's the exact same. It doesn't matter what you did online. What matters is what you do here. Stockton took down the #1 team in the West, and now they got to take on Berlin. Not the #1 seed this time around coming out of our European universities, but they are excellent. Nagflow. How about him? He's been on the highlight reel all weekend so far, and the center of this team for all I measure.
Yeah, center of this team. And he's been a big-time player. When they were down yesterday against UNLV, had a couple great double touches, set Tigray up to be as efficient as he possibly could. And I understand they play Columbia, but sometimes when Columbia just starts going, they put you in that whirlpool. There's just not much you can do. That's what happens. They're going to take that experience, and they're back here in a rematch from last year at Chiefs. Deja vu to make Sunday. Berlin versus Stockton. They're not trying to lose this time around.
Oh, and Tigray, he's ready to go. If there's anybody who I would expect to want to get there the most, Tigray might be near the top, if not at it. That guy knows that he's an excellent player. He knows he's had a good team, and he should be quite disappointed with his performance yesterday. He wants to change that this go-around.
Especially because this may be his last competitive tournament ever, but his buddy High Roll has to help him out. And, I got to say, Ty Lacto, he's talked about High Roll kind of coming in as the weaker 3rd for this Berlin team. But this weekend, he stepped up. He's played excellent defense. He has played excellent in the midfield. Got picked on a couple of times in the physical game, but outside of that, he's been locked down for Berlin.
He has been locked down. When High Rolls holding down the back line, that's have their best chances yet. EU only lets something. I couldn't read it. I'm sorry, you didn't put it up. You didn't put it up. I can't read.
Probably
that
EU only. Let's go.
I was assuming, but it didn't look like go. Busty, on the other hand, it's going to be interesting to see because we just saw Hamburg win. The crowd was with them. But earlier, I haven't heard the crowd get louder than Stockton when they got that big W over UNLV, Jorby.
Yeah, Stockton had almost the whole crowd behind them here, but there are some die-hard Berlin fans in the stands right now, so might be a bit of a war. And I gotta say, fans in the stands, make it a war. And I know you can't. You can actually open your phone and vote in Twitch chat if you want, but just shout out who you think is gonna win, Stockton or Berlin.
And shout out who you think's gonna win. Also type it in Twitch chat. If you believe Stockton's gonna win, use hashtag SU. If you think EU's gonna go back to back, use hashtag BER as we get those type of votes going in back at home. And it's time to get into the analyst predictions. We were right on the money outside of Achieves last time. We're gonna see if Mr. Analytical, he just did all that breakdown. Achieves was winning.
Well, I said no Berlin yesterday. I think I have to stick to my guns. I'll take Stockton. I think they're looking good. I want one Cinderella team, a number 10 seed to make it to Sunday. Just a little bit of spice for tomorrow.
Look, Busty called us clueless. And he may continue to, because I got Berlin here. 2 European teams are going to make the top 8 and really cement some good history here.
2 European teams coming out of Jorby. Jorby, last time on the prediction, you and me were on the same side. I'm sticking with you. Give me Berlin.
Let's go.
I have 2 European teams making it through so far. Stockton, you've had a great run. Wow, that was almost the same prediction as last time, chat. Chat predicted Hamburg was 76. They got Berlin with 75. Who's going to come out victorious here? It's time to find out. Stockton with an absolute upset of a win going up against UNLV. Berlin, they're trying to do the impossible. They're trying to make amends for last year. It's deja vu all over again. Will the outcome change? Let's get into the match.
Oh, this is gonna be spicy. We have a rematch from last year's World's Group Stage elimination match between Stockton and Berlin. North America, though, vanquished the Germans last time, but will the past repeat itself? We're about to find out who's going to Championship Sunday.
It's amazing. In our second CRL World Championship, already so much history being portrayed on the desk there they talked about, but just history between 2 teams from 2 different regions having to go up against each other again in the run back 2 seasons straight. And we heard from Busty multiple times how much they wanted on the Stockton side. They're not coming off as a successful season as they did in the previous, but boy, they know just with the history alone how much a win here would mean.
Yeah, Berlin lost both their Game 5s last Worlds as one of the favorite European teams coming in. That's off the cross. Early pressure from Stockton. But Berlin have already beaten that Game 5 curse when they beat UNLV earlier on, so they're fired up and ready to go. But Stockton had a lot to say in their interview, and I'm sure they want to give it to Europe. But they've already sent 1 team forward to Championship Sunday, and Berlin want to join them.
There's got to be some good vibes on this Berlin side. They just saw Hamburg qualify, and after that matchup, you saw both of those teams kind of convene and talk to each other, elated to have that first European representative in the top 8. Berlin can do the same now as Tigray takes control. This one dead in the box. Follow-up is there in the defense. Hold strong for now from Stockton.
Yeah, Berlin taking their shots back after that early kickoff pressure from Stockton. Tigray gets the ball robbed from him by Anthony, that new third of Stockton compared to their roster from last year. Stockton were the 2nd place team at Worlds last year. Got to be a team that you fear. Even though they came in as the number 1 team from the LCQ, Berlin touted as a top team. We'll see how they run against Stockton. So far, it's Stockton's offense working out.
And it is interesting when you look at Berlin, especially from last season. They were a disappointment. I don't think they lived up to their expectation. They played below their level. When they come into this World Championship in 2023, they're playing a lot closer to the level that you expect, and they're having to field a couple shots now from Top Cheese and Stockton, who have been knocking on the door for the last 20 seconds.
It's been a stalemate. Still a 0-0 score. Nag at least bumps Anthony off of the ball. Dangerous drop in front of the box. Busty to the corner. Knows that there's too many defenders in that kitchen. Top Cheese patrols, waiting for the challenge of the defense. Stockton knocking on that door, as you said, but no one's answering.
Stockton are very wary about keeping possession. They don't want to give it over to Berlin. You see a couple of those touches just to avoid the dunk from Berlin. Stockton, that's a great touch across the box, but no one's there to crash it. Busty Looking to break the deadlock here halfway through game one as this one pops up above the box. Anthony Pizza's there. A second touch off the back wall, and Tigray there to clear it away.
And I mean, both these teams are on a redemption arc, it feels like, where Stockton had kind of that disappointing regular season run. Berlin want to make a comeback after last year's Worlds. They got a lot to prove because you know that their capabilities are so high. But now entering the second half, we've just had no goals yet, but Stockton putting on the pressure, Bussy up the wall, no defenders after him yet. Stockton crossed over, the challenges from Berlin, the 50 goes to the midfield where Top Cheese is waiting. Berlin being touted as this team, a very heavy defense, very passive, conservative. Even Ty Lacto said one of the most demo teams in Europe. As Stockton, do they want to take advantage of that?
I'm sure they certainly do. This game one shaping up exactly as the game one did in previous World Championships. It was a 0-0 overtime for 5.5 minutes in game one, the last time these two teams played on the world stage. As Berlin trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. Trying to end this one in regulation, but it's Stockton trying to find control. Neither team really holding on to possession.
At least Stockton's defense doesn't seem too threatened as high roll to the back wall. Almost connecting there. Berlin, just a small lethality, a small lethal offense. Anthony towards net at the 57-second mark.
And you felt like Stockton was going to get one here. Busty with a great challenge. Top Cheese to keep it dangerous. And Anthony Pizza, he went up and got it, and he put it on target. 1-0 for Stockton.
Took a lot of work to get that done. You see everyone's faces laser focused. You're not confident, you're not uncomfortable. You're just ready to respond. Berlin with the offense off of kickoff to the back wall. Not something Bussy, or at least he's free to touch, but this pinches. High roll, waited for his moment. Berlin, that offense didn't work out now. They're back to the orange end. Tigray spots Anthony crossing over, but that midfield is all for Stockton.
Stockton very direct on the ball. Just going straight up the middle of the field. Here's another one from Bussy, and Top Cheese, I think, fake going up towards the back wall. The pass actually came, but a shot comes down from Anthony Pizza, and boys, he's slotting it.
The second one for Anthony, stepping up as that third for Worlds, wanting to get Stockton just as far, if not go for the crown or the trophy, I guess. His second goal, they're fired up. You see it on the cams. Great placement in that bottom left. 26 seconds. It feels out of hand, out of reach for Berlin. It's a kickoff, it's a demo for Berlin, 3-on-2. Top Cheese slowing down the play. Here's Tigray, that star player from Berlin. Butts heads with Bussy, takes him away from the ball, and Berlin lose control.
10 seconds left now. Berlin looking for their equalizer here in game one. Tigray, he's got the pass out to Nakflo, and it's a shot goes wide. Hyrule trying to get a piece of it, but it's going to stay up, and Nakflo has boost options here at the top of the box. He's trying to find Tigray. The shot will go through, but at 0 seconds, it's not enough for Berlin.
Does look close on the bracket, though. At least you get one. You prove you know how to play. You know you can be in the shadow of Stockton, but you just needed more seconds. You needed to get that done sooner. Stockton will be taking game one.
And a good look there from Berlin. They finally got their offense to at least, convert on their chances, and it's important to see that one drop for Berlin, even with the game one going in favor of Stockton. But Stockton, they got the crowd behind them. And a good first game. I think the pressure was there. You saw the shooting come out from Anthony Pizza, which was really the biggest difference maker here for Stockton. And it's up to Berlin. Again, not really a horrible game for them. A couple lapses there, a couple of gaps that Anthony Pizza found, but regardless, Berlin, they had plenty of chances here, putting up, 7 shots in this game.
I don't blame Hyrule for that one on the replay that he couldn't save, but more about getting in the way of his own goal at that one time. But hey, we know that's a slow start for Berlin. I think it took till 4 minutes to get our first goal, it felt like. So pretty evenly matched across the board.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this was a game that went to game 5 last year. Berlin, both their series went to game 5 last year. Now coming out with the win, and they are certainly going to trade blows with this Stockton squad. So we jump into game 2.
Early shot from Stockton after a kickoff win by Anthony. Top Cheese removed high roll, so that's how Stockton kind of trying to relieve that pressure from the offense of Berlin, who are still kicking and screaming. Nice tip, nice setup. Berlin not home though. Stockton playing so close together, it's hard to get in between them.
Berlin trying to ramp up that offense, so crucial throughout league play. They're averaging almost 9 shots a game, and certainly that's, of course, in the European side of things. We expect them to keep that going. They were a little bit under the mark there against Stockton in game 1. Now Hyrule, well, he's got a couple of players in front of him, and it still gets out. Nagflow there to clear it away. Hyrule trying to disrupt Anthony Pizza a little bit as Stockton trying to get their bearings defensively.
Yeah, Berlin still have to register kind of this centered out, accurate shot. As Stockton, because they play so close together, it's hard to get a passing play through them, really just have any space at all. Stockton first to reach up in the midfield, double commit, so Top Cheese with a heavier touch gives us back over to Berlin. And it took several minutes for our first goal. Nag has the reset, but it lands right into Bussie's lap.
Yeah, what a flip reset there from Nagflow. Just put it on target. Now Tigray trying to slice through Anthony Pizza, and he certainly does. Berlin up 1-0.
That's how Berlin can sneak up on you, yet the challenge up into the corner. High roll taking boost. Anthony, the challenge a little too high. So Berlin slipping right under them.
Got Anthony Pizza just to bite a little bit on that challenge. And they were just trying to keep the challenge in front of the box there from Tigray. And instead, Anthony Pizza went a little bit too far. 1-0 for Berlin, and a great response from game 1. As Berlin have their first lead.
Berlin just... Okay, that's right in the box. All 3 defenders of Berlin there. Just panicking, trying to get this out. Looks like Nag is able to get a clear. Here's Top Cheese bringing it right back. Collides into Tigray. Anthony, Top Cheese working their way forward. Mistouch gives possession to Berlin. Pass to High Roll. Bussie has to save. He's able to follow up with it to just slow down that rally of Berlin.
And what an out here from Stockton, and Anthony Pizza couldn't connect. That was a great flip reset pass. Now 2 demos on the side of Stockton. Look at the space from Nagflow. Can he get through? Another big save from Stockton to slow down Berlin. But those demos opened up a lot of space on that Stockton side.
Berlin setting up camp in that blue end. Anthony, nice touch, but Hyrule's following up. Berlin connecting a lot more on the front side of things. Tigray versus Bussie. The 50 favors Stockton. Top Cheese to the back wall. Nag bumps into him as Tigray gets ready on the defense too, and Stockton unable to center this ball out the way they want.
Another demo coming out from Berlin as that physical game certainly ramping up. And Stockton, I mean, they've struggled to fill the gaps when those demos came through. At Berlin, you got to give credit to them as well. They brought the ball down onto the dribble, taking that space that's afforded to them with the demolition. Stockton now looking to keep possession. Great cut from Busty, getting high roll to bite as well. Anthony Pizza, as Berlin do well to keep Stockton at bay. For now, it comes off the back wall in a scary situation, turned to a clear as Berlin looking for the out.
A lot of people were talking about Berlin's boost management, how they're able to also take resources from the other team. That's what lacked in that offense of Stockton. So low on boost, less than 30, and just not able to maintain that offensive pressure. But you just need one lucky, accurate shot. Maybe force a mistake out of Berlin, which just doesn't seem like they can. It's to the back wall there for Tigray. Waits for the drop in the box. Stockton with a save. High roll with the follow-up. Berlin, 2-0.
And High roll likes to see that one go through as he put his fist into the air, and they got everyone to go from Stockton, and the season parted right in front of them. And it's an easy shot for High roll to put through. 2-0 for Berlin.
Berlin all committing to that play. You love to see when Stockton feel like the first save is enough. Berlin sneak up on you, and they keep striking when you're not looking. Demo, High roll coming back in a second. Berlin, not too threatened. Stockton just need a second to breathe. Here's Top Cheese moving downfield. Oh, Anthony's going for demos too, so Berlin panicking a bit, but High roll's buying a lot of time, bumping Busty around in the air. Berlin still can't get a solid clear. Busty with the ball. Top Cheese goes for demo in the net, but Busty can't hold on to the ball. And Stockton are still chasing that first goal at the 47-second mark, and they get it!
And he's something incredible from Anthony Pizza. Again, just finding a little gap on the defensive side of Berlin, and look at this, between High roll and Nagflow, puts it on the ground and in, and Stockton cut the lead in half.
47 seconds, and 1 goal separates these two teams. Can Berlin even up the series, or can Stockton come back from that 0-2 deficit? Stockton a bit trapped. Top Cheese trying to find angles around this. It's a little wide there on the post. Stockton, gotta be aware of this. Berlin, that's a missed touch. Bussy has some room to work with, but to the corner, Tigray was ready. Stockton reading these plays well. Berlin is the clear, and they have the counterattack, but Top G is buying time.
Less than 20 seconds now. Stockton, oh, that's not good for Anthony Pizza as Top Cheese does well to recover. 10 seconds left now. Stockton need to get down the field. Time here, space for Bussy. A flick will go high. Needs follow-up, but the demo comes out, and Stockton sent back to the other side. It'll drop down, and Berlin get a game back.
And a deja vu, 2-1. The exact same way that Stockton won. Again, it's a win that Berlin needed, but not a win or a loss that anyone is too happy with and too uncomfortable with. You're always just right there close to coming back. You're just right there, almost ready to drop that lead. Berlin started off with a 2-0, took a lot of hustle to crack that Stockton defense. It really came up to surprising them, these challenges in the corner where Berlin snuck one by.
History repeating itself after 2 games. We were tied 1 apiece last year. Slight deviation, Berlin won the first game last year. It was Stockton who had to recover. And for Berlin, this was a great response in game 2. You looked at the differences between game 1, and it's quite obvious, I think, from Berlin. They were able to execute at a higher level, moving down the field with possession a lot more, and they really got Stockton to bite on a lot of these challenges. You saw Tigray pushing through, Hyrule tapping in one after everyone went from Stockton. It was Berlin just capitalizing on the space that they opened up themselves.
Stockton are a confident team. Whenever you hear them talk in interviews, they do be yapping. Now they'll be yapping to each other. But on Berlin's side, the other hand, I saw an interview with Galgan with Berlin that they were a bit nervous. I mean, which European team wasn't nervous coming into their first match, that first day in a totally different land?
Yep.
But the way that they just picked up that confidence is how they're really coming back.
Well, and it's a storyline, I think, for all of the European teams. They've come back, the teams that have come back this season that were here last season have come back with a lot more confidence. You look at Hamburg, you look at Berlin especially, who got their win as well, and are 1 series away now from getting to that top 8 with Hamburg. And they know they can beat these teams, there's no doubt. Berlin went to 2 Game 5s, had a crushing defeat against Oakland last year where they were up 1-0 into the final seconds, gave up the equalizer, and then gave up a kickoff goal to lose in Game 5.
Ooh. Redirect kind of nice from Berlin. Both teams have taken and registered their first shot. Both saved as Nagflo makes his way through to the blue end. He'll get there before Bussy, trying to center this out into the box. Tigray patrols, almost wanted to challenge, maybe demo Bussy. Goes for the boost instead. Here's the counterattack of Stockton. You got the demo save from Nagflo. This goes all the way back to the blue end.
And that was an incredible save from Nagflo. Not only does he make contact with the ball, but he dodged a demo there as well, or a demo attempt, as he got up and made the save. So 2 things at once. Tough to navigate as that last man in the net.
Bussy gets slowed down for a second. Anthony goes for the demo. Double commit in the net from Berlin to save the first one. But can you save the second one? Bussy's up high, pinches it off the wall. Top Cheese is retreating. Berlin make a bit of space. Not the counterattack they wanted. They also missed that touch against Bussy. Berlin have control, but Bussy's looking for bumps. Anthony's challenging. Top Cheese is involved. Stockton are full committing to this offense.
In a lot of senses, you look at Top Cheese to be that big shooter for Stockton he has in seasons past. Giving that opportunity at the top of the box is very scary if you're Berlin. You can't let Top Cheese have that space. He's so capable on the ball. It's been Anthony Pizza in this series, has been slotting it away for Stockton. But Top Cheese, you give him that space as well, and he can be scary.
Yeah, Anthony keeps sending it to the orange end, forcing Berlin to play a lot of defense, and a hectic one. Top Cheese 50 goes to Bussy, reset, no, Tigray denies, and this bounces above Anthony's head. Whoa. And Berlin will not be slowed down.
Look
to
out.
the box, to the back, Berlin first goal.
And another way for Berlin to capitalize here. Stockton again, a tough bench goes in favor of Berlin, and it's a tough ball to deal with if you're Anthony Pizza. And Berlin there to tap it home once more. High roll, putting it away, and a 1-0 lead for Berlin.
It's the counterattack, and Anthony not being able to slow down Berlin, who are picking up the pace. Since the Uni Rocketeers, here's high roll again. Like that Stockton being more successful this time with the challenges. Top Cheese taking boost, looking for bumps in the net. Stockton will bully them out of the way if they have to, commit all 3 if they do. And that's how Berlin's counterattacks have found success. Top Cheese demos doesn't matter. Anthony gets one too. The ball is now in Berlin's hands. Top Cheese won't let him though. Stockton are constantly harassing them.
Yeah, Stockton really finding that flow state. Well, They did, until Bussy missed that touch on offense. And for Berlin, great composure there to turn away Stockton. Bussy trying to get after this one, and Anthony Pizza went as well, so it's up to top cheese as he does find a clear downfield.
All right, Bussy, red. That attempted clear from high roll, tries to cross in front. Nagflow won't let him. Midfield for Stockton to the back wall, protected by Tigre. It's Berlin's defense. You can respect it, as Stockton just almost feeling antsy, just not getting anything done thus far, despite registering 6-2 shots in favor of Stockton, but it's not Stockton winning right now.
Yeah, you feel like Stockton certainly feeling the pressure of time. They don't want Berlin to put them on match point. It's only a 1-goal difference. You can't, if I'm on Stockton, you feel like you can't let this one slip away, but it is, and right in front of your eyes, Tigre puts it home. It's 2-0 Berlin.
How does he tuck this into the bottom 90? Disgusting. Bussy's in the net. Anthony can't stop the pass. He's too late. Berlin connecting on that 2-on-1 gives him a way more comfortable lead with almost 90 seconds left.
And it feels like it's becoming more and more of a theme from Berlin to spread out Stockton and pass the ball across the box in some fashion and have someone there on the goal line to push it home. Berlin have done a fantastic job spreading that Stockton defense, and they've taken advantage.
Well, we're expecting this to probably end 2-1 because that's what happened the last 2 games. But can Stockton reverse that script, the 2-1 script? Well, they can live through this upcoming offense. Nagflow gets denied, high roll gets involved, goes for the bump on the top cheese, but misses it, so Stockton has some space to work with up until yet an aerial challenge from Berlin, keeping Stockton stuffed in this blue end. And Berlin, as long as they just keep wasting time, Stockton are gonna run out of opportunities, but that demo from Stockton opens things up. They dump it into the orange end, but where is the threat that we know Stockton for?
Yeah, they're not finding those shots that they had before. Berlin are keeping them to the side. Stockton, a lot of the fruit from their offense has come through the center of the field, but Berlin are forcing them to the sidelines. Anthony Pizza having to go up and get this one, but he's not gonna get there in time. Less than 30 seconds to go. Stockton running out of ideas offensively.
It feels like Berlin can just play full defense. They're never really committing more than one person to that blue end. And Stockton just have every opportunity stifled. As soon as they even look at the orange end, they're getting challenged. The 50 pops up, the play is slowed down, and Stockton committing so much boost to get this done. They're running on empty. And you're feeling like that morally after not getting a single goal. That's 2-0 for Berlin in game 3.
One more for Berlin for their redemption, for their revenge here over Stockton. And this game was in full control. Got a little dicey a couple times, but for Berlin, this is exactly how you would expect a lot of their games to go. And for Stockton on the other side, I mean, we really mentioned it there at the end of the game. It feels like Stockton have got to get their offense going. They've got to come up with some new ideas, and they can't let their last man be stuck in an awkward position. You see here in the replay, Anthony Pizza, that's such a tough ball to go after as the last man stuck flat-footed on your goal line, and Berlin took advantage.
Berlin, they don't need to shoot a lot. They just need to convert and execute. That's exactly what they did. And once they had that comfortable lead, they're able to just sit back and go back to that conservative high defense play style that Europe knows them for. And Stockton, whenever they committed all 3 members, it still wasn't enough. They tried demoing. That still didn't, pave that red carpet to the end of the net. It's Stockton not, I guess, breaking the 2-1 deja vu that we had.
You see their top cheese on your screen. Well, hockey player, hockey reference there for his name. He can teach us how to ice skate. That's great. I live in a desert. There's no ice there. So I don't know where we're going to do that.
Me
but
too. I'm also in Nevada. Well, match point for Berlin. Are we sending a second team from Europe to Championship Sunday? We're about to find out. And it's already Stockton on the back end. High roll harassing them. Top cheese with the counterattack. 2 defenders in his way. Goes for the bump instead. Anthony has to step up. Not only in that moment, but like he did at the start for Stockton, making that magic happen. Bussy goes downfield, has a friend behind him, but Stockton needing to find just any kind of footing in the orange end is difficult.
Yeah, I mean, and you really think about just from our POV, how many times we really talked about Stockton's offense in that last game? Really nothing at all. We didn't have to say any names, they didn't score. So, I mean, for Stockton, you know, that's not good. Obviously, with the way Anthony Pizza has been playing through the first couple of games, the way Bussey's been playing this weekend, and we know what Top Cheese has in store for us mechanically throughout his tenure here in CRL, to not have anything to write home about for your offense is disappointing.
Berlin being physical as well, which is great to see. I said it before this match that they were the most demoed team. And now I feel like they're giving it back to Stockton a little bit. High roll, that's a dangerous clear right center down the net. Anthony spots that moment, gives Stockton a spark of hope maybe, but Top Cheese goes for a demo that maybe doesn't matter because Tigre is going for the clear. Bussey slows it down. Stockton start to stop them. It's to the back wall. Is there someone from Stockton there? No!
Oh, that's a shame for Bussey. He had the flip reset, but this was just floating in. Where did everyone go from Berlin? I'm shocked. After the clear from high roll, Tigre got bumped out by Top Cheese, and Anthony Pizza made everyone watch this one drop from the heavens down, and Stockton with the 1-0 lead.
Berlin had like synchronized swimming in the corner of just both realizing, oh shoot, we are not in the net, and that's going to the back. Stockton, for the first time, leading a game. Let's see if that momentum will help them carry, because now Berlin can't just play defense. They got to convert it to an offense, but they've been so clean on their executions. Like we've said before, Berlin don't need a lot of shots because they make the most out of every opportunity.
You talked about demos just a moment ago. Last game, Berlin actually out-demoed Stockton 5-4. Currently, it's 4-1 in favor of Stockton. They have cranked it up to another level in the first 2 minutes of game 4. As Top Cheese looking for a bump as no one was there. And a clear comes out late. Bussey tried his chances at the net, but it was wide. And Anthony Pizza trying to salvage the play, but Tigre there to push it down to Nagflow.
Amazing defense from Berlin. Shot after shot, they deny so much and keep themselves on the tail of Stockton. Top Cheese to the upper 90, saved! Here's the follow-up off the cross. Berlin are sweating.
And Anthony Pizza almost slotted that one under the crossbar. Now a flick from Tigre is denied, but Stockton, we asked them for offense, and boy, they're giving it to us now as they have gone to a different level here in game 4.
I mean, we were hoping this match would follow the previous match of that game 5, and I'm getting those vibes. This is exciting. Berlin cracking through, but the back wall there for Stockton. Bussey a second late, so Berlin sneak up. They like the challenge. That's how they snuck in some goals in game 2. Nag following up. This crosses in front of the net. Berlin on the left side, taking shots right and left. Stockton saving every one, and a decent clear.
Yeah, Berlin holding this possession. Even after that attack, they regrouped, got possession back. Is that one given up? But again, Stockton just give it away. High roll backflips here. Misplay, but Berlin had the defense, had the structure to clean it up. Tigre gave it back up to Stockton, and Stockton trying to get a hold of this Top Cheese. To the back wall is Berlin. Monster clear to bail them out.
Stockton ready to send it back. This goes to Top Cheese. Everyone crossing, committing for that one. Berlin, though, first to touch it off the midfield. And Berlin's so low on booze, they're going to keep trying to take these chip shots. Here's Anthony down low. Bussey diving for it. Just buying time for Stockton to make some space. Berlin are back for boost, though. Nag steps up. He's got some friends in the midfield. Good demo. Does he have some friends? High roll too high. And Stockton working on a counterattack.
What a dunk from Bussey. And now Berlin, they're in trouble. Top Cheese doesn't connect. What happened? As Stockton had an opportunity. Berlin get out lucky here. Now they're on offense. Tigre trying to threaten himself. He's a bit wide. Top Cheese there to stuff him on the back wall. Nagflow trying to drop it off to High Roll. High Roll waiting, has the shot. He'll place it through for the equalizer.
It's tied 1-1. 34 seconds. Everyone's getting lost in the sauce. Triple commit from Stockton. One down low. High Roll makes up for it. Berlin stay in the game. 34 seconds. Is it Berlin going to Sundays? It's Stockton going to 5.
Might have been too many hands up there from Stockton as Anthony Pizza tries to threaten immediately off the kickoff, but that persistence, that control from Berlin pays off. And now Stockton with 20 seconds left attacking.
Stockton are attacking that wall, all right. Just not getting the second touch. Not threatening Berlin too much. Bussey now to the back wall. Anthony tries to go for the demo. Nag still gets the save. Berlin on their defensive end. Stockton will bring that ball back. back for a chance to get a lead and go to 5 before OT. Anthony spots Tigre, misses that. Ball lands on the ground. It's overtime.
Overtime in game 4. The bracket on the line for Stockton. They've got to extend this series. Berlin, can they hold on to this control as Anthony Pizza has no boost to get out though, in trouble, asking for help, and Berlin's there to help him out as they keep the attack going.
Berlin maybe want to avoid the game 5.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too deja vu. But they've beaten that curse before against UNLV. They could do it again, but they can also end it here. Top cheese in the air. Tigre makes contact with the ball. Anthony there to harass. Almost a nice center bust. He's coming from the left, struggling to get this just to the back wall. Anthony misses that touch. Berlin can follow up. To the blue end they go. High roll to the back wall. He backflip in front of the net. Bussy salvages.
Bussy almost choked on the goal line, but he came out with the save in the end. Top cheese places that one away. Nagflo tried to get a bump on Bussy to open up that net. No shot was there for Berlin. But again, Berlin really holding Stockton into their defensive third, not letting them out from free. You can see Hyrule, with all 3 of Stockton in front of them, winning that challenge and keeping them locked in the corner.
Oh, Nag there to Tigre! And the script is flipped! Revenge for Berlin! They're going to Championship Sunday!
It took them a year. They thought about it. They plotted against this Stockton squad. And they get their revenge a year later. Top 8 for TU Berlin.
Oh, the hugs. Europe got hyped. You heard it in the last series. They got on the desk. It felt like all of Europe was one team, all supporting each other. They got fans at the front. Stockton too have their North American fans, but we won't be seeing Stockton on Championship Sunday, which is surprising to see after the run they made in LCQ. It was a disappointing, CRL run, not making playoffs and not making a return to playoffs Championship Sunday after that second place from last year.
World's finalist, yeah, second place, like you said, from last year, knocked out here. And as it were in the previous seasons, heartbreak for Europe. Heartbreak after heartbreak its season of 2022. Now the script has been flipped. Back-to-back heartbreak for the North American teams here. Northwood White tried their chances in a reverse sweep, and Stockton tried to come back after getting 1. But Berlin was too strong, and they have returned the favor to their North American counterparts.
Europe has improved so much since last year. Top talent across the board. It's almost arguable who is the #1 team, 2nd and 3rd and 4th. And Berlin proved they deserve to be in that, they are in that conversation and are going for more than just Championship Sunday. They want the crown, the trophy for Europe, and Tylacto won't be on his knees.
No more Tylacto memes for sure. Europe now have 2 representatives in the top 8 and plenty more chances for more. And you feel like for Berlin, what a sigh of relief here just to make it to this top 8 bracket. They had such a struggle last season, disappointment, underperforming. They come out, they got their first win, and then they take care of business with the top 8 on the line.
Yeah, Berlin, the heavy defense paid off. I've been hearing about this slower, conservative play style that maybe I was worried against Stockton of just how aggressive and how much they attacked Berlin and committed all 3 and just couldn't find the gap. But we're gonna find an interview. Stubby's on the stage and Berlin's hyped. Let's go hear from them.
Berlin Phoenix and High Roll take them down and move on to Championship Sunday. I gotta ask, is this the beginning to the EU takeover?
I hope so, but we will see. I think the playoffs are hard. Every team is good. There are no easy wins, so let's see.
Now I gotta know, this was a long journey for you guys to come all the way over to play in the CRL World Championship. What is it like to go all the way to another continent to play Rocket League?
It's amazing. Like, this is an event I couldn't have dreamed of. Like, this is the dream of every player that starts this game. This is unbelievable.
Now, you've got some amazing teammates over there as they're wrapping up their cords and everything. You got Tigre, Nagflo. What is it like having 2 players that are offensively dominating like that? Do you sometimes get a little worried that you might get in their way, or do you just kind of do what you got to do?
Oh, I'm not really worried about that. Like, our play style is around that. Like, we try to get the best out of us and out of everyone. So I give them space when they need it and when they want to take over the game. And I'll be following them up as fast as I can.
Now, was there a lot of pressure when you guys came and took this stage? I mean, you were known as one of the best teams coming from the European region. You guys lost a game yesterday and it was like, uh-oh, is this going to be another performance where EU doesn't come out, doesn't make it to Championship Sunday? Were those thoughts starting to kind of creep into your mind?
Not really. Like, since we got the first win on the first day, like, we had no pressure at all. That was already better than last time. And now this is bonus. This is all bonus.
It's all bonus, but tomorrow is going to be rough. You're playing the defending champs, Northwood Blue. You know that they are one of the toughest teams here, if not the toughest. I'm not going to ask what the game plan is. I'm not going to open up the playbook, expose the secret, but what is the message that you want to send to them right now?
We will pressure you as hard as we can. Be ready for us.
I think they're going to be ready. And this crowd is ready, but the stage is also ready to break down your guys' awesome play.
That's right, Stupid. We are ready because 2 EU teams are made it this Sunday. Now, Berlin goes up against Northwood Blue tomorrow in a matchup which a lot of people thought was going to be the CRL World 2022 Grand Final. Now it's happening in the quarterfinals. That's how intense. That's how intense CRL is at the moment. I'm a Tyler Bates. I'm joined by a Jorby. I'm joined by the Chiefs. The Chiefs, identification,
0 for 2.
disruption. Boys, identification, disruption,
trust,
and execution. Berlin did all 4 of those things.
They got them in spades. They looked great, especially early on in the series. Stockton started to battle back at least a little bit there, but boy, you cannot hate consistency and big saves. Anthony Pizza, top cheese. You know, they were trying to get the job done, but that shooting started to take a little bit of a downturn, and then the saves came in when they finally dialed it back in. It was hard to score if you're Stockton.
I gotta say, like, it is so fun to just watch some good fundamental Rocket League, and that's what Berlin played. They played good fundamental Rocket League. Nagflow, he didn't make a single mistake all series.
He didn't.
It was absolutely excellent, and Stockton just had no answer. They couldn't get by the midfield line. They couldn't get anything done. They lost every 50. They lost every touch, and look at that. Even when you weren't playing defense well, you were still getting scored on. That's how good Berlin were in this series.
That whole entire play in Game 3, I understand it only showed the last about 5 seconds. Nagflow to T-Gray on that pass, but it was just a build-up. He took his time. He recognized, he identified, according to the words of the Chiefs. That was a great save out of Busty. He identified the space, identified the fact that Busty or whoever was in the net wasn't moving, and got across the net right to T-Gray, who slotted it home. That's a through ball. And for those who actually watch soccer, aka football, for all you Europeans. In Berlin, they move on. Stockton, you made it all the way to the grand finals last year. Unfortunately, you can't replicate that, but it's nothing to put your head down about. You played a great Berlin squad. The question is now, can 2 more European teams join them, Jorby?
Oh, that is going to be pretty difficult, but I think it's possible. You know, this one I had pegged for 5 games for sure, but look at that top 8 in general. I mean, Northwood Blue, Columbia, the 2 teams that are going to be playing 2 of those European teams, and arguably the 2 toughest teams left in the tournament.
Arguably, exactly. And whoever, listen, we finished Groups A and Groups B. We're about to do Group C. And whoever wins that matchup has a date with Fisher College. The road doesn't get any easier, Chiefs.
No, not at all. Fisher College, a poor consolation prize for making it through to Sunday, to say the least. And, of course, on the other side of things, West Virginia, Boomin Academy. Everybody, I think, probably pulling for Boomin Academy. Boomin Academy should be pulling for them. They probably think they should have beat West Virginia. So last 2 matches of the day are going to be an absolute banger.
That's winnable.
That's winnable matches. Let's check them out. What we got here? Boise State going up against Amsterdam. A rematch of yesterday.
Also
Amsterdam
winnable.
Got reverse swept. West Virginia going up against Dr. Boomin. Another rematch. West Virginia had Angel absolutely performing, probably outside of his mind. I don't know if he can replicate that performance, Jobs.
Look, I don't think Boise and West Virginia want to hear this, but I think we might have an even split, 4 EU, 4 NA teams in our top 8. It very well may happen, and that would be insane. Stuff like that only happens in RLCS. That's sick.
I know, yeah. Well, I don't know if we want to have that happen over here in CRL.
You're not ready for it yet?
Yeah, I don't know, because we already given up RLCS. I don't know if we want to give up
I'm on the train, bro.
It's called CRL for a reason. They call it Uni Across. They're going to change it to Uni Rocketeers at this point. It's 4v4. It's only 2 years in. Next year, it'll be all 8 European teams. We got 2 more matches coming up on the Age stream. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a product, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the other field. On the reset, getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
Noxus from Northwood University.
Hi, I'm Buzz from Akron.
Spoos from Sinclair.
And this is CRL Trivia.
That's before my time.
That's before my time, but I know the answer.
What? Turning him? I put fire, but Akron.
It was Northeastern, so
What?
Buzz on a point.
Who is that?
Yeah, who was on that team?
Bro,
Oh my, you're right. I was gonna write Flom.
You forgot. Can't forget the OG, man.
Oh my god,
dude.
Why do you guys know this?
Because
You
I
guys
know,
this
because,
in the Twitch stream?
I mean, I would hope Noxus knows this.
Shut up, man. Ripped a jersey and failed, bro.
And it was a, oh, dude.
That was top 10 cringes.
This one lives in infamy, and he can never live this one down. You just can't do that on stream, dude.
Hockey.
It's hockey.
It was hockey,
It was
bro. I
hockey.
threw Bussy. I know it sounds like such a Bussy.
You're like, that's some boosty stuff, dude. Yeah, no, that was hockey.
Oh, man. Since its inception? Bruh.
Since the team's inception or since CRL began?
Since CRL began.
So every
Bro.
It's gotta be, right?
It's North Texas.
Who is on that team?
West. Bro, no, we should've known
Oh,
West.
D-Bank. Oh.
Come on.
Bro,
I was literally like, dude, I'm
I know,
blanking.
I know like 4 teams in CRL.
Yeah, I'm like, it wasn't
Did
me.
you put Akron as well? What did you put?
I put Akron.
Yeah, I was like, it wasn't
like,
me.
well, it's not me.
Yeah, I forgot I missed the season. Right after Reticence and Tristan left, I didn't even make the league, so.
Can we get a hint? Like which season? Is it like our time, his time, like
His time.
Era?
17.
There is
7
7
teams, and we have to name one of them? Bro.
So,
Ready?
I'm pretty sure our B roster went 0 for.
That's messed up.
Like
That's
15.
messed up. Even if they did that.
No, none of those teams did.
Dang. Oh, they want.
Bro, I put Laval. We're standing in Quebec, bro.
Oh Oh
You
my
gotta be
God,
kidding
that
me.
can
Total,
be
like, between
like.
two
And I'll give it to whoever gets the closest or two people get it right.
Okay.
Oh, the most amount of goals in a series. So like
One
top
game.
16, like.
Just one game in league play.
Okay, okay, in league play.
Wow.
Oh, bro.
15.
Yes, sir.
Oh
Oh, my
my
God.
God. Wait,
Bro,
how much
I'm
you put?
crazy.
16. Oh, I put 12.
I was
Wait,
one
was
off
it
the button.
15 on the dot?
He's looking at me like like I'm gonna give him the answer.
Gotta back the boys in blue.
Both at 4. Buzz got it right.
Both?
You don't realize I got 4 and your school's got 4, buddy.
How many different countries? Okay.
You gonna do the thing where we get the closest? 'Cause I'm not gonna get that exact.
Wait.
But I got an idea.
It's at least 2.
You know, Knox, I would
USA, Canada. Oh. 7.
So it was 12.
Wow. 8.
I had
8.
eight.
8. No
Eight.
way, bro.
I hope I'm always on your side. No, I'll look up till I die. I hope I won't end up in your fight. But if I do, you're probably right. I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December. I'm explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. It's fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut the ties. It's fire in your eyes. 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 I hope you will get at me, but you indifferently. You talk so.
I
6 matches have come and gone. 2 matches remain. We have 2 groups left to decide who's going to make championship Sunday. C and D. History's already been made multiple times today. Berlin joining the likes of Hamburg. Amsterdam wants to join them in an upcoming match. I got Lemon on the desk with me, and of course, Cheese. You've been sticking around for a while now.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on the day on the desk. That's okay. Sometimes that's the way it goes. What can you do?
That was just the most sad sad statement. Lemon, you have a little bit of energy, a little bit of joy.
No.
Okay.
No.
Anyway.
No, Sinclair, Europe got into Sunday and not Canada.
Yeah, well, we all knew that was going to happen from the get-go. Canada was never going to make it. Sorry, Seb.
Hey, we got
take a
last
quick
year.
look at the group standings. For those who haven't been watching, for those who are a little confused, we have 4 groups here at the CRL World Championship. Everybody who has 2 wins has qualified for Sunday, and we have 2 more games to play. Boise going up against Amsterdam in a rematch from yesterday. Amsterdam got reverse swept by Boise Achieves.
Yes, it was not the best start in the world if you were Amsterdam there. Thought for sure you had it locked down, but those day 1 jitters kind of ran into trouble for a couple of European teams. But now they get the salty run back. Now they get a chance to show what they can really do and hopefully close it out this time around.
And I talked to Boise's coach, strategic coach of Waiting, about that series, and it was just, yeah, those nerves, those jitters. Once you make one stupid mistake, it snowballs because you're just not able to mentally come back. But just halfway through, they just gained all this confidence, were able to reverse sweep. But you hear in interviews from Amsterdam, they're not going to let that happen. They're very confident that they're going to win this series.
They're very confident. They're going to need it. But over there, the boys from Idaho, Instinct. He is, like, I usually like to put people into positions in Rocket League. Instinct, he's the fill guy. He fills in the gaps. He tries to make sure and elevate Gil and the big man in the middle, Dirt, though, as much as possible, because when them 2 are on, it's really hard to beat this Boise squad of Chiefs.
Yeah, Dirtho, generally they're big scorers, especially when it comes to online play. And you really are, I think, oh my goodness. That's as big as my thigh.
Bigger than his head.
He's ready to carry.
Well, that's great that you got the muscles. This ain't football. We're playing esports out here. You don't need them. You just gotta have fast fingers and fast reflexes. And the best players in the world, they're just young kids. You don't need all that. Gil, he's still the person that's been a little overshadowed. Rock, paper, scissors. What's that mean?
I lost.
Oh, well done, Gil.
Oh.
He's not. Look at those arms.
Oh, wait.
At least he's good at rock, paper, scissors, though.
Oh, he's saying he's going to get swept or something. I don't like that. Why are you turning around? Nobody got that reference, Gil. I hope somebody at home did, 'cause I know I didn't. Anyways, Gil is still a good player. Dirt, though, I believe, averages over 400 for the year. Gil's somewhere near that, if not at least averaging 400 as well. Amsterdam, though, they got reverse swept. They were the second best team, third best team in EU coming here across the pond, Lemon, and they want to remain. They want to make sure they join the likes of Hamburg and Berlin tomorrow.
Yeah, Amsterdam are a very offense-heavy team, but you wonder, where do you rate them when they don't have Vency? They have Defsy in. Cass spoke in the interview about just the nerves that they had. I mean, like I said before, which European team just didn't have nerves coming into day 1? I think that's how they got reverse swept. But Europe has improved so much from last year, and Cass said that they're confident they're going to be able to get back to the point where they started the series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He putting the hearts up. Defsy, we know we've seen that a lot. We saw that out of who's doing the hearts back in San Diego a lot. It was Sizen playing a lot of hearts. Defsy also doing that. That must be a European thing. We love that love. Our love in Rocket League. But Cheese, I really want to know, they played Setu earlier, and Setu, they couldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot at all. And the question is, do you think Amsterdam's defense has improved that much to where they can really shut down this Boise attack?
Oh, well, I think Amsterdam should be feeling pretty confident here. I know that they may have gotten away with it with Setu not really being able to put the ball in the back of the net, but they know that they let day 1 get away from them. So I think they're not too worried. And yeah, does the defense have to improve? I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of that big step forward we were talking about in the last one, execution, and I think they've got that today.
Hopefully they do if you're an Amsterdam fan. Looking back at the series where they got reverse swept, the energy changed. Once the momentum switched from 2-1 game 3, everything just became high scoring, 6-4, 3-1. They want to keep the goals down. Tell me who you want to win back at home. If you want to root for Boise in North America, #BSU. If you want to keep rolling with this European wave, this European tide that's just on a steam train through North America right now, use #HVA for Amsterdam. Ooh. It's going to be interesting to see. Chat, you've been right the past 2 predictions. I want to see if you keep that streak going. But before we do that, Achieves.
I've been wrong twice in a row. I've been wrong twice picking against Europe. I want Amsterdam this time. They get redemption. Amsterdam wins this one. I'll go in 4. Oh.
I've been bribed. I got the ring. I need 2 fingers to fit. I got the Boise Mountain West champion.
There we go. There we go.
And I got a shirt. And I'm going to beat everybody with it if Boise loses. Because last time I casted them, they lost because I didn't have the ring. So I'm trying to be their good luck charm. I'm going Boise. They have the composure. They have the good mental. And I'm looking for a good series.
I'm not gonna attack. Stop. I'm about to. Now I want to root for Amsterdam. Listen, I think Europe's played absolutely admirably this whole entire day, but the wave, it stops here. Boise State, they're about to take you out. Amsterdam, you proved what you got yesterday. You got reverse swept. I don't think it changes. Boise might just come out here and sweep you. You're going to be one of the few EU teams that doesn't make it all the way. History has already occurred. That doesn't mean we need to have even more history happen. Boise State going up against Amsterdam, a rematch of one of the best series that occurred yesterday. Will the outcome remain the same? Will Boise keep on moving, or will Amsterdam continue the European way?
Europe on a streak in the top 8. 2 have made it. Amsterdam would love to join their company, but can they get it done against Boise?
That's right. EU didn't even get 2 wins last year at the World Championship. We've only gone and got 2 back-to-back. And well, it's Lemon yielding the Boise bat, but what sort of
scary, by the way.
That is incredibly scary. You saw that look in Bates' face. He feared for his life. But what kind of retribution can Boise deliver on the field? They managed to bring it back yesterday, but you got to remember, Amsterdam did run away with it the first 2 games. I'm expecting a high-scoring series, and before I can even finish my sentence, we got the first goal.
We get the first goal. Instinct picks it up. And a good return there by Dirt, though. You saw him kind of bait the defender, lulled him into a sense of a 50-50, and instead it was popped right over his head.
That's right. Neither one of these 2 teams have been shut out in any game so far this weekend. Now that I've said that, you know Amsterdam will somehow not score in the remaining 4 and 40 seconds. Boise, great and really perfect start for them. Instinct He dunked on that occasion, though. He's not going to be able to find a fast response to the touchman, certainly not if Gil gets bumped like that.
Now, this Amsterdam offense does run through local Banana, and they're going to need him to stand up again like he did earlier today. And maybe they just get that goal. Devsey will pick it up off the demo.
Take the equalizer, Will Devsey. Dirtho with a loose touch. He won't be happy about that. I mean, he gave an interview in their series, after their series yesterday, talking about how difficult it was when they went 2 down in that matchup, and he felt really lifted by his teammates. He then dropped 750 points in Game 4, and once that ball was rolling, Amsterdam couldn't stop it. But it does feel like there's a couple kinks to iron out early on.
Another pass in front of the box, and zero boost pass, and an easy Dirtho shot, his second.
Messy defense from both sides. Nervous, tough axe to follow, just a whiff on the challenge for Amsterdam, and Dirtho with the angle back to the far side. It's a tidy finish.
You said that this would have a lot of goals, and those goals come at the absence of defense for both of these teams. They have struggled to keep the ball out of their own net, in addition to being able to score. The team that figures out their defense first in this match just may be the one to come out the victor. Amsterdam starting their push here. Gil looking for a way out. Ooh, that one's looking good from Instinct. Got the 50 as well, but they got to play from the corner.
Cover down off the backboard. Quick rotations required for Boise, making sure they're going to have the numbers back, as defense has been that question, as we say. Gil with the dunk, though. It's going to force Devsey back to his own backboard, and Amsterdam are struggling to get going.
Good air dribble out. Cass trying to set this up. He actually sets himself up. The air dribble just couldn't quite reach around, stay behind that ball. He's going for another chance after stealing the boost. Boise hanging on defense, despite the air dribbles. Last 2 attempts have been air dribbles. This one's off the ceiling. And that one almost rips in, but it smacks off the post. Amsterdam set up on offense.
Cool Bernard. He's going to have another chance here as he shoots back across the net, right into Gil. Offense does flow through him. He was the #1 assister in Europe during the main season, nearly an assist a game, but he has been their top scorer in particular this weekend so far. He can do both, and he is probably going to need to. They're going to be able to beat Boise State in this decider matchup in Group C. Defense, once again, tested immediately, though. Every time they come forward, they've got to watch that.
Long ball that no one from Boise would answer. Last 2 Amsterdam shots have left some to be desired. Cass getting the clear downfield. Easy cutoff, these long passes, a lot of hang time. Plenty of time for the defense to get set up. What an angle on the redirect from Dirt, though. That one was nasty.
It's a brace from the man himself, showing off the biceps, and he's flexing them here in the game itself on half-time. Amsterdam. But remember, they lost 3 on the bounce to this team, and the way it's standing at the moment, it could easily be 4.
Easily, for sure. Now Amsterdam, looking at those last 2 moments, Local Banana gets the dunk, but Gil, a nice response. I mean, where do Amsterdam really go here? They're getting pushed back. They didn't get the touch they wanted, and now you're down by 2. Local Banana trying to keep it close, but it's only shots for Boise State. That one put up real high. What is this pre-jump from Gil? No chance for him.
Absolutely confidence. I mean, Amsterdam can just draw from their surroundings. I'm pretty sure the Belma campus, literally, you know what, forget it. They're down 4-1.
I mean, Gil sniped this. They have full, like you said, full confidence, and he sees it come across. He knows as soon as Devsey jumps, any kind of power he's gonna get is gonna be muted. Getting a solid touch to the corner was gonna be harder. Gil jumped the route, recognized it, or as the Chiefs would say, identified the space immediately and punished.
Gil, the fox in the box, Devsey. Nearly able to respond with one off kickoff, but instead it's going to be Amsterdam who concede off of it. And Boise State are just running away with game 1.
Well, T-Bates has to be feeling pretty good because Lemon won't be coming after him if this continues on the path that it is. Boise rocking Amsterdam early here and just open goals every time. Amsterdam, they had a really strong opening 2 minutes, but it all just fell apart after that 3rd minute, or after the 3-minute mark, excuse me.
Tough time for the Dutchman. You want to know, actually, Devsey is studying to become a history teacher, Jorby. I hope he hasn't studied too much what happened with Europe last year, because currently it's repeating itself for him in terms of not making it the championship Sunday. Of course, if you're just joining us, Hamburg and Berlin have just booked their places there in the past couple hours, but this streak for Europe certainly seems like it's going cold at the moment.
This game 1 has been fully Boise State. Amsterdam, you're in feel-good goal territory right now, trying to build momentum into the 2nd game. And I know there's a whole minute left, but you're down by 4. We just haven't seen the teeth of the Amsterdam offense. They're still defending shots, and that's just wasting plenty of time off the clock for Boise.
Definitely haven't been seeing the dentist regularly enough. Have Amsterdam. Gil, well, he's gone. But doesn't matter, instinct is there in the midfield for the challenge, and Boise haven't really let Amsterdam have a look at a consolation goal. They won't quite connect on this passing play, but it's nearly wrestled goal-bound anyway.
Instinct seems to have their number on the challenges. Yeah. He doesn't seem to do any wrong, dodges perfectly. There's a nice goal for Cass, picking up a feel-good one with 30 seconds left.
It's an important goal for Cass. So far this weekend, he's at lowest goal participation for Amsterdam at a little under 50%. Not the strongest statistic. Hopefully he can get himself comfortable, because regardless of how this series ends, you don't want to see Amsterdam go out with a whimper.
Another one here. Amsterdam getting deleted, and that ball a little too high from Gil back to Durtho. It's a fun one, you know. Durtho, over the course of the season, really, at least, he wowed me. And I remember a couple of the other casters were also wowed by Durtho during that league play. He had just stood up. Boise beat a couple of teams that nobody gave him a chance against. And with the momentum that the European teams were building, you thought maybe you start to believe that, well, they're all just going to make it. But Boise State got something to say about that. They win game 1.
They will be very happy about that too. Very, very ideal opening for the lads from Western Idaho. Can they keep up that momentum, though, is the question. It was always the question indeed. With that great league play that they showed multiple times throughout this past academic year, they still struggled to put it together in the playoffs. And well, they're looking to make the playoffs right here.
Durtho, 2 goals, 2 assists. They pick up almost 600 points in that game. And that's exactly the game plan for Boise State. That's what's netted them success. Durtho's massive arms. I mean, my goodness, it's literally bigger than my entire body. It's insane, and you know, I don't care what T-Bates says about, you know, it's about your quick fingers or whatever.
That's true. I mean, at
you
least
get extra muscle help to the fingers, and you know.
I mean, at least you're not looking like an investment banker like I am at the moment. But you know, I was checking the stonks. They were looking pretty good for Europe until now. Things have definitely taken a dip after that game 1. Boise putting up 5. And that's just not acceptable. You are not going to win many games conceding 5, Jorby. Amsterdam now to win next game 6-5. Odds on, I'm not so sure.
Well, Amsterdam got to place their bets down. Odds or not. Cass going for the demo on instinct. That might be the plan. He decimated them almost single-handedly. I know Durtho certainly led in the score category, but instinct, you know, you don't get extra points for winning challenges in this game, but it's just as crucial as every other aspect. The only thing that's more important is scoring. And, oh, okay. I usually call it whifty-whifty. I don't even know what to call that.
That was more like a fakey-wakey. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like fakey-wakey.
They were both sort of asleep.
A little wibbly-wobbly.
Not quite on target. This one might be on target. Thoroughly as Durtho.
Oh!
Look at the redirect.
Man has a protractor on his controller. He's just finding every angle today. And he nails this one. He gets a freebie. He's just driving downfield, flying with no traffic to knock him out.
No challenge coming through from Amsterdam, both covering the goal mouth on the goal line, while half of them were in the back of the net before the ball joined them. And Boise State continue with their 6th goal of the series in under 6 minutes. Durtho getting another strong challenge into the corner, and he gets another touch to boot as well, though it could be a dangerous one because Cass now at the other end. That's an important equalizer.
Yeah, Boise getting a little lax in the rotation here, but to be fair, Gil's not expecting Durtho's challenge to just pop straight up and back over his head. Absolutely expecting something neutral at the very least there. He gets burned.
Continuing the record of neither team being shut out, and I would expect the goals to continue to rain down. The weather forecast looking chaotic on Forbidden Temple, even if it does seem quite calm. Actually, I do quite like the map, but this has been intense already.
It's my second favorite map. It's a great one. Behind good atmosphere. Deadeye Canyon Oasis, which is true peace. But there's no peace on this field right now. Even if you hear the silence or the calm, that's not peace, that's tension. Amsterdam killing it back to the corner, but they just can't get away from Gil. Boise's so good at closing down the corners, stealing the boost. Amsterdam, they want to play with space. Boise, not privy to giving them any.
Does feel difficult every time there's neutral 50s, at least in the midfield. That's better from Cass, but I find that these 50s aren't very controlled. That's better there from Amsterdam. A lot of the time it's a loose sprayed ball with Boise in chaos, caught out, and it's Cass again.
There's a bit of a panicky jump here from Gil as he's coming back. You see, he knows that the attack is coming. He knows the shot's going to go, but nobody was even in the air by the time he jumped. Just flick your camera over, see where the defense is on that as you're coming back. A little panicky there.
It was a koi, right?
Koi?
Yeah, koi carp. I'm pretty sure that was the fish. I mean, to be fair, it was Gil who probably should have sent us a postcard on that one. He was nowhere near the block required, and I thought the nerves might have been ironed out for Boise State, but this is the main stage. This is elimination or championship Sunday, and the second things start to go sideways, you're on a very slippery slope.
Well, that's a decent catch from DevC, but he couldn't get back to the ball. Local Banana, another shot, who has been quiet in the last 8 minutes. Finally gets a couple more shots on the board, and a big miss from Durtho with no boost. Cass also no boost. A no boost pass, but Local Banana can't go. And wisely chooses to control it back to DevC with full boost.
Amsterdam need to make the best of this passage. Do seem to have hit a nerve with the Boise State defense. A little bit thrown off their game as they are up through Durtho, who makes strong contact this time. Cass far from it. Let's leave it for Local Banana, but it's out, and the net temporarily open, but Local Banana jumping too soon. Loose touch from Cass, nicely placed towards DevC, who will have time to get back for a second touch of his own. The bounce, a dangerous one, live into the middle, but Local Banana can't control the finish.
I was surprised that he even won that as hard as he did, but the shot comes through, off the post, and in! DevC puts Amsterdam up by 2.
And Amsterdam have truly ignited into the series. Best lead they've had so far. Still 2 minutes on the clock, but Boise, after an incredible game 1, it's all gone shaky.
And Boise, where is that aggression? The offense that they had, it is the same instinct. He's been quiet in this game. He's not winning those 50s, creating those disruptive opportunities that he was in game 1.
So hot and cold from both teams. You cannot look away. A goal could be around any corner as Cass taking it the wrong way out the corner, looking for a back pass. He somehow creates a chance with another whiff, and he's going to get an open net. Cass, is that a hat trick?
I think. No, wait, that's his second. Cass comes across Gil. I don't know where you were going there, buddy, but you missed it, and Cass gets a freebie.
Well, well, well. Amsterdam. I mean, before I was rudely interrupted by a goal earlier, Jorby, I was going to tell you that from their Belma campus, you can actually see the Johan Cruyff Arena, Ajax's stadium. These guys should definitely know ball, and I was worried about that after game one, I'm going to be honest.
Or at least being around the culture of it.
Yeah, indeed. They've somewhat recovered it in game two, but I don't think we should overpraise the Dutchmen just yet. Majority of those have been the donated open net variety, if I may. That's a lovely little play from the ceiling, though, as he gets his reset.
That's always why you keep donations open, Tylak, though. You never know when someone's going to drop one in the bin for you. And Amsterdam, they got 4 from Boise.
You need to watch out what you put in the bin, because Boise are in there right now in game 2. Got Banana looking for the dunk. Devsy trying to keep them there. Going to control it.
That boost is killing me.
We have gone insane, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to apologize. Cass with the control. The dunk. 2 of them going for it. Make that 3 effectively into the corner. Amsterdam having Boise exactly where they want them as Instinct out of boost. Cass continuing to hound. And what this game 2 certainly has been is a marquee performance from Cass, who has really put in his best showing so far this weekend.
Absolutely. Oh, and Gil. He's had his struggles in this game too. Jumping routes a little early. He had that panicky attempt on defense that he ended up missing. Two of these goals really lie solely on Gil's shoulders. But you gotta have a short memory, Boise. And at this point, you just play in your rotations, you focus on your fundamentals, and you move on to game 3. Everything is reset. Almost a inverse of the score of game 1. And we have a match. Amsterdam tie the series.
We are still averaging over 5 goals a game. Ladies and gentlemen, Boise displaying the jack-in-the-box defense, springing open at any moment. And that time, Amsterdam were there to collect. The smiles have quickly faded. Wayton Pilkin is going to have some work to do. Serious expression, and I'm not surprised. It was quiet on Forbidden Temple.
2 shots on net for Boise State. That's not going to get it done. Amsterdam totally flipped the momentum on them. And now for Boise State, it really just comes down to execution. You just got to hit the ball. Oh, actually, it was 3 times for Gil. He can't let that one get into his head, though. It's so easy when you're on stage and you feel the pressure, especially when you're in the decider match to get to the top 8. A game like that could flip the mental the other way around, and Amsterdam could just take over. Gil, his teammates, have to help him out and have to keep him level and just play the next game.
Cass likes spicy food.
Who does?
A man with good taste. You like cooking spicy food, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay,
yeah, you just
fair
don't,
enough.
just, you know, be careful with how much spice you put in.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
I just
sniff
prefer
it.
to do the eating. I do less of the cooking. But we'd have to ask Cass after this series. He brought the spice in game 2, really turning the series on its head. But it is dead level, 1-1, as we head down to the field of game 3. Will there be 1 or 2 goals inside the opening minute again, or will we see that ancient concept known as defense?
It's been absent for a little while. No doubt it will show up. Here comes Durtho. Does not want that defense for Amsterdam to show. Instinct. Nothing for him here. Boise trying to get set up. They have all of Amsterdam a little farther back, even getting the boost. They're actually starting to run a little low. They're going to have to retreat, but putting that 50 allows them to stay in. Cass picks up that midfield boost. Is that going to be enough to help Amsterdam out on defense? They continue to throw it in, but that one off the bar and into the net. Durtho collects.
Incredible dunk from Instinct, who took off from another continent to dunk Cass here, and he gets the angle. It nearly went straight in, and Durtho with the faith to stick around, and that faith was placed in a good place. It was rewarded, and Boise, once again, an early goal.
Now Amsterdam in the response seat, if you will. Instinct, here he goes. He doesn't want to give him a response, but it's taken away. Durtho tried quick off the side wall. He had to use all of his boost. And keep an eye out for Gil in the rotation as he's roaming around, especially on defense when he's that goal liner. How is he looking? And that might give you an indication of how Boise are going to do. Jumped up a little early there, didn't have the read, and those are the scary moments for Boise. Even though they have this lead, it's those moments on defense that make you believe Amsterdam still have a good leg in the series.
That loose touch from Local Banana in the corner is a rare one at the moment for Amsterdam, who are taking the ball down a lot on the defense. You see them continuously beckoning a challenge from Boise State, not just to try and favorably take a 50, as there's no 50 here. It's just straight in. Gil's going to make it 2-0. It's crossbar down.
Gil gets some confidence back with this goal. A long shot, hole in one from him on the midfield line. And Durtho's just happy to watch it go in. He was there just in case it bounced out off the bar.
Exactly. He actually wasn't trying to steal it. Good vibes from Boise State. 2-0 lead, continuing the high-scoring trend, but Amsterdam still yet to get on the board on DFH, and it could be 3. Instinct choosing not to go. He had the boost in the tank, but I think he thought the Amsterdam response on the defense was going to be a little swifter.
He also saw Durtho up there on the backboard trying to do some crazy things. No doubt, like, someone on this team has to be at least reasonable, methodical. They got 2 aggressors. Instinct, not really that same aggressive type, but Durtho and Gil have shown that. Here comes Devsey, looking for Banana, but can't put it on target. The whole net covered.
Yeah, 3 goalkeepers back, Boise State, looking for a Buster Park, and they do so well on that particular offensive play, and it was a one and done for Amsterdam. They're back at the other end. They were a little bit over-eager with the positioning on Durtho. He gets himself stuck in front of the ball. Gil well behind it, compensating well. He gets to clear to buy some time, but Amsterdam trying to run that clock down very quickly in terms of the time they get on defense, not the one in the game right now, because they still need 2 as it springs back out. Banana's forced to make another block at the top of the box.
Well, they have stabilized on defense. Can't get the clear. That ball just skirts right back to the corner, and Local Banana was really awkward on that catch. Maybe kind of rushed the driving into that ball and put himself in a bad position. They're frozen again on the midfield line. Maybe they get one here. Cass can't quite catch it. Gets back to the ball, but bumped off of it. And Boise getting hurried up here a little bit. Gil in the air, just gets the touch. Local Banana, no chance. Cass on the catch, staying underneath it. Free ball, free shot, but a save by Gil.
Fantastic tire, a huge one. He gets to that to punch that ball away to the corner as Boise State making another critical save. It spills out to Devsey. That one's crossbar making the save. It's Local Banana who can't really get around the ball or create all too much with it, and Boise breathe a big sigh of relief there. Some breathing room. Back out on the field they are, and Amsterdam into the final 100.
Yeah, Devsey has to be careful when he's in that third man spot. He got caught just lazily driving up right behind second man, and that's probably the most useless position you'll be in. And now the backline's destroyed. Local Banana with no boost puts it back up.
I mean, was it destroyed? I don't think it was there in the first place. Devsey is picking it up at the midfield. And now, back line is there for Boise State. Local Banana, does he pick the pass? He does, but it's read by Gil. Quick pre-flip out, a fantastic interception and an important shot to deny. This shot, Devsey takes it. Post-bound it was, and Amsterdam cannot find the mark still.
Another one for Boise, another clear, more time off the clock. A very clockwork-like series. 1 game for Boise, 1 game for Amsterdam, and neither team competitive. But game 3, it's all Boise again, so we continue this trend. Amsterdam, though, they've had chances. They hit the crossbar a couple of times. Net's been mostly defended. Shut out so far.
That would be quite a surprise, though. It's the closest we've been at this part of the game thus far. A touch from Cass is nicely placed away from a defender. However, it's nowhere near his teammates either. And Amsterdam are 30 seconds away from being shut out for the first time this weekend at DreamHack Dallas. Gil will get bumped at a chance perhaps, but Durtho is there again. The defensive positioning has been so strong from Boise.
Boise looking to hand Amsterdam their first shutout. They got 10 seconds to do it. That's a hard ripper. Local Banana can't make contact. Durtho, a little pinch out. Local Banana, one more. Do they have the goal? No. Boise State, one more for the shutout. Ball touches the ground, and Boise 1 away from punching their ticket into the top 8.
Absolutely, and you would back them to do it as well. They did it on Champions Field against Amsterdam yesterday. That might not even be required today. And I mean, that 5-gamer on Friday was only the 2nd time Amsterdam have gone to Champions Field this spring split. They do not have much experience there, and it showed, and it cost them yesterday. They earned this rematch. they won't be happy with how they've performed outside of game 2. They're going to need to repeat and perform on the even number games at least to get us all the way.
Crowd shouting one more game. The Boise fans getting loud out there in the crowd. And EU, they got 2 teams into the top 8. There are 2 more EU teams. And Amsterdam, they're finding those struggles right now. And Big Gun Durtho, he was born on a leap year, so he's 4 3/4 year old. Math checks out.
I did not look like that when I was nearly 5, I'll be honest with you.
That's crazy. That's the bulkiest 5-year-old I've ever seen.
You'd be a proud parent, though.
That's true. That's true.
Incredible. Part of the trio from Treasure Valley, just the 1 game away. And they're looking good for it.
Can they get it done, though? Again, Amsterdam, you'd think after game 1 that Amsterdam were already done. But then they went ahead, scored 4 goals, prevented Boise from getting more than 1. Now in this game 4, can Boise actually take control of the clock and move time forward for them?
Desi staying hydrated. Make that twice as he sips from the water bottle. The tension is palpable. Amsterdam needing another kind of surprise, not miracle response, but one that's going to have to come out of nowhere, being shut out for the first time this tournament thus far in game 3. And it's tough. They've just followed 2 European teams performing and going to the playoffs for the first time. They're looking to make it 3. But the fact is the overall series score for Europe against NA at CRL World is 4 Europe and 17 North America.
Yeah, you know, they got some climbing back to do. We are on a slight pause. We appreciate everyone's patience as we figure out some audio issues that are going on. And as soon as we get those figured out and resolved, we'll hop right into game 4. But this is where things, it gets icy, and not in the clutch way, in the I am sitting here freezing way. I want to get into the next game. And Boise, you see them all smiles, they're chilling, they're happy, they're really confident about that last game. But Amsterdam, it's all serious, it's all business, it's all how did we lose that last game? What do we have to do? And sitting here with that for so long only increases that tension. Only 1 game separates elimination from this Amsterdam squad. They made it this far, it's still an improvement from where they were before. Can they force game 5 here?
That's the thing. Instinct, in particular, meaning business. Coming into this series after the first day, he had to make more than half of Boise State's saves. That has definitely not been the case this series. He has been the catalyst on the offense, really unlocking all 3 of the Boise State Broncos players. And frankly, it's that offense that Amsterdam haven't been able to respond to. It was great they only lost 2-0 last game. That's their best offensive performance so far, but it came at the cost of their own offense, and they certainly wouldn't choose that again.
I think for Amsterdam, you take this time, you take a deep breath, and you just wait till that clock starts going, and once the crowd starts going again, and you start to feel that energy pick back up, it's like you picked up right where you left off. You can't let it get in your head. It's all mental at this part. When you hit land, when you're close to top 8, you know, the skill is a given. But top 8, the pressure, the mental. Can Amsterdam overcome it? Or will Boise State end this one in 4 and move on? Right now, Amsterdam already a little bit of pressure, and Desi scores first.
Explode start immediately at the start of game 4. 13 seconds in, recovers from the backboard. Durtho looking for the in and out, but he just couldn't quite get there in time.
Now, great start here for Amsterdam, and again, it continues the trend of this entire series.
It does.
Boise scores game 1, Amsterdam scores game 2, vice versa, here we go. But Gil, no boost, no threat.
What a story for Amsterdam, regardless of what happens in the next 5, potentially 10 or more minutes. This roster coming together, this trio never tried before the CRL World Championship. They were still toying with a 4-man roster back in winter. They have been so interchangeable, and when you have so many talented level players, you have that sort of luxury. You wonder at times, does it affect the team chemistry? But certainly when they're winning, at least, they look like they're having a great time, and why wouldn't they be? Unfortunately, there's work to be done until that can be said for the series overall, because Boise State probing for a response, not finding anything concrete just yet, but the blueprints still look like they're there, ready to put together.
Another catch out. Amsterdam, no boost for local banana. Things quiet for the moment as Amsterdam try to roll across, and it's off the post, bounces twice, and then Kill runs into his teammate, gets the save. Another pop-up, Durtho waits on the back wall. Local banana will meet him. Can't grab that follow-up touch. Now Durtho, full tank, a demo to clear space, but a hard touch takes him away from the ball, and potentially a goal. Gil trying to steal it, but all the Boise have to wait.
What a moment that could prove to be. Amsterdam, certainly safe to say that one goal shouldn't be enough for them this game if the past three are anything to go by. And Boise State team pinching it off their goal line with the ball considerably far over the line, but not far enough for the Dutchmen to double their lead. They've got plenty of work to do if they're going to do that, because they look more like being leveled up if Gil can find his shot, but local banana was able to get up for the save.
Instinct setting up a shot, and the save by Cass. Putting it up high. Now a quick pass to Gil. Ooh. Another save, this time from Devsey. Another rebound, another shot, but it's wide, taken up again. Boise kicking up the offense, trying to get the engine running. Gil coming forward, he's got no boost. Next up, Durtho sets it up, looking for the piston. Instinct can't quite get the combustion going.
It's such a punchy offense from Boise State these past 30, looking like they've flipped up the other half of the ping pong table, and they're just playing against themselves with Amsterdam making save after save. Importantly so, they've got their clean sheet intact for just about for now. Cass will get back in time and take a soft touch enough to keep it close enough for another. Durtho tries for the 50, but Cass, in fact, he apparently built different as he gets the cut inside. And Instinct well positioned on the backboard to find Gil, who finds only local banana in the midfield. Durtho has to get back in time this time, and he can't.
Gil went for a pass to third man, and that was the riskiest pass he could have made. Instinct's out of this play. Gil has to protect that ball, and he couldn't do it. Amsterdam punished easily.
Just such an overzealous push out from Boise State, and suddenly they found themselves in that sort of spot where you cannot construct any more additional pylons, Jorby. They could not get any in the way of a P-roller into the back of the blue net. Amsterdam up 2.
Now, can they pick up any more of that juicy resource, that juicy boost? They may not need it. Gil, again, tasked with the shot. It can't make contact. Durtho having a retreat as local banana goes forward. Amsterdam staying alive right now, trying to force game 5. Up high, he misses. Durtho downfield. Instinct, waiting for the rebound. Through the smoke, Boise on the board.
Fantastic response from Boise State. Durtho fishing for the bump, and the angler, he finds it as Instinct rises to get the finish into the bottom corner of the lead.
Big life for Boise. They really thought it was just going to be Amsterdam in game 4, and then what's going to happen in game 5? But no, Boise, they've been priming, and now here comes Gil. That one taken away for now, but still, Boise ball. Again, local banana gets there in time. Devsey, no boost as he comes across, just trying to stay in. That's not lose mode when you got no boost in the 50-50.
Yeah.
Now local banana, that ball taken away.
Do love that when you've got no boost and you're running the ball out of defense and you just sort of jump behind it like, oi, please don't challenge me. Let me get this as far as possible. And that was Devsey's spot right there, but he's found himself stealing the boost. It's a lovely pass, it's blocked out, but Cass sends it to the corner flag, so Devsey has to go fetch, and he's beaten by Durtho. Banana back on the ball with a flick past one, looking for a second, but Instinct is up all too soon.
Oh, to Amsterdam, nice catch, nice flick, but Gil, last man back, got the touch. Get back to Durtho, just gives up the touch. Nobody has boost. Everyone was on 0 on Boise. Now Instinct picks up a canister. Durtho's got a bunch of small pads. Gil still has 0. And here comes local banana. Instinct just gets there in time. And another catch. Do Amsterdam really put this one out of reach? Boise, they're gonna find that one opportunity to tie it up. Gil wins the touch. Durtho's already downfield. Couldn't find that redirect.
Devsey now struggling to get the 50. He's looking
for
Durtho to tuck it in, and it's tied!
He will not go quiet! 15 seconds left! He does not want game 5! He wants top 8!
Boise State, can they finish their dinner early? Because Amsterdam have only gone and sort of dished it up to them there in the first place. 15 to play and a 2-goal lead tossed to the wayside. Can Local Banana find a response? Because Boise State, they might have the ball off kickoff, and Instinct does. He's dunked out and beaten by a Cass who tries to get us to golden goal territory. Well, I'm afraid we're probably already there because Gil is up looking for a double, but it's denied on the backboard as Amsterdam now in the corner looking to play the ball down, and they will.
Overtime, golden goal for Boise State. A top 8 goal for Boise State. For Amsterdam, it's just survival. It's just so their health bar stops blinking. Boise looking for the final kill. Gil, first up, trying to find his way to Dartho. He will. Dartho, poor flick. Gil up quickly, but shut down immediately by Devsey.
Can they find it? Amsterdam, once again, back on the search in the blue side of the field. Will the great boost drought of Utopia Coliseum come to afflict both teams again? Because Devsey, he's out of resources, but he gets the ball. It's down in front, and we have game 5!
Local Banana, fresh off the stall, and right into game 5. Amsterdam got something to say. It ain't over yet.
Devsey, so problematic that for Boise State defense, giving them more issues than a magazine stand, as we will be heading to Champions Field once again to decide whether EU can get another team to the playoffs, because, well, we already had a game 5 between these two teams, Jorby. Perhaps it couldn't have been any other way.
Not bad from Amsterdam, though. Defensively, overall, there were some scary moments in the back half of that game. Dartho hit a nice shot to the left side to finally squeeze through. But Devsey, not just on that goal, but also in the paint. He's getting bumps, he's getting those 50s, and Devsey saved them a couple of times in some tight situations to keep that lead and prevent Boise State from overcoming them.
Cass there, very, very happy that his backboard whiff did not come to be the demise of Amsterdam. You said their health bar was bleeding. Well, they've still got 1 life left, as the Boise State University. It all comes down to this in our penultimate series of the day, and it's anyone's guess.
It really is. Amsterdam, they came out the victor, but that was anybody's game at the end. And now the Rocket League Classic, Champions Field. The pressure literally can't get higher than this. You either go home or you make it to the top 8, where we have our 3rd European representative in that top 8, or Boise State gonna find a way to punch through.
Fisher College are waiting in tomorrow for an underdog challenger. Which one of these teams will deliver as it's to the backboard, and Amsterdam already strike.
Capital punishment from Devsey. You cannot whiff that ball on the crossbar. You will get punished.
And Instinct did. 1-0 to the Dutchman. Boise State in free fall the past couple minutes of gameplay. And they need to saddle up, because this is not going to be an easy ride as Instinct gets the demo, gets the ball to the backboard. Miguel, he couldn't reach it. He couldn't stretch far enough.
It was way too saucy. There was way too much sauce on that pass for him.
Saucy.
Gil taking it back. Hard ball from Local Banana. But Instinct, no boost here as he tried to get to the ceiling. And a whifty, but a 50-50 came right after.
Important to discrepance between the two, as you have Instinct with time to pick up the ball in the midfield. Cass will rise, and Cass will win on the challenge as Dartho floats another up, beckoning the response from the Amsterdam defense, and it is there, and then some, as Devsey, continuing to heat up, will get the flip reset and a demo. Boise needing to get back. Can they serve the defense off of the backboard? With Instinct, they can. A dangerous 50 spills to Dartho, but he's so fast off the mark, not fast enough. As
Gil.
Cass is up, Gil has to make the touch.
That's not good.
Does, and Instinct there for the cover for now.
Instinct saves them. Local Banana gets deleted. Now racing back is Devsey. He's got a lot of boost. Nobody from Boise getting on him immediately. Avoids Instinct. Gil on top of him. Dartho immediately up for it, but he's too slow. Cass, clear downfield. The slowdown? No. On the 50, straight down off the ceiling. Somehow Local Banana gets a clean touch, but Boise State get a quick clear.
Boise State's defense, it has to remain absolutely steadfast here. Amsterdam cannot be given the room, and a whiff, loose. Realm on the
Local
leash,
Banana?
as maybe Local Banana's off it. Devsey couldn't make the angle. Comes off the back of the post. And Gil is going to be able to get that away. I don't even know what happened.
Destiny jumped so early for that ball. I think he was expecting Local Banana to drop that way quicker, but Local Banana was really sizing up how the defense was looking at it. He just jumped a little early. Destiny maybe a little nervous, but a hard redirect, not on target. Covered up high by Durtho, comes back down, looking for Gil. Haphazard rotation for Boise State. Not gonna get punished yet. Instinct gets another clear. Amsterdam rolling forward, hanging on to this lead for dear life. It wasn't that long ago that we were almost saying they were dead. But here they come at the last second, the heartbeat still pumping. Amsterdam, in fact, they're getting out of bed.
Let him go.
Destiny, look at him go, but it's taken away. Amsterdam with cast, not over. Local Banana gave up on the play. Destiny has no boost, he's retreated.
Really strong defense from Boise State, and it had to be such well-timed challenges. It did take 2 of them, but Devsy was denied for now, and so is Local Banana with a strong hand from Instinct. That one's just off the mark. Boise struggling to wrestle themselves some lasting possession. Instinct will only clear the ball as far as Cass, who takes it up the wall. Has he got the skills to pay the bills? No, he hasn't. He's just looking for a dunk, and he gets it to the corner as Local Banana now around the backboard will look for the bump and not find it.
You know, the skill has been leveling up for Amsterdam. They've been getting a little more mechanical. They've been feeling a little more confident. Time keeps ticking down. Feels like it's on their side. Cass, there's another catch. He wants the mechs. He wants the 50. He's just overkill. And Instinct trying to find a way to get this ball out. Kenny keeps it close, but that's Local Banana. Pot shot easily denied. Boise withstanding the assault. Local Banana flying in, no contact. Coming back again. Actually, it did register the shot for him. And there's the clear. Nobody back. Gil has to flip with no boost. Local Banana keeps it back again, but Amsterdam will not relent.
And they're just over 1 minute away from revenge on Champions Field against Boise State. The lads sent them to this very lower bracket in Group C. Durtho trying to send it mid-bound. He will find Instinct, but Local Banana, he's there again on the backboard.
Another touch there. Gil, not a lot of boost, not a great catch either. That's a little bit of wasted time, but Amsterdam weren't forthcoming. And now, Cass smart to stay on the ground, let Instinct take that ball away, but it didn't matter. Durtho stole it from him. Gil. Time running low. Gil off the board to commit, but Cass puts it back over. He's got no boost. That's a free shot. Instinct. Oh, he missed. Goal!
Durtho delivers. 27 on the clock, and we are tied again.
It ain't over. 27 seconds. We might have Game 5 overtime. Boise, they went quiet. You didn't think they had any more noise in them, but then you heard the decibels. It got louder. Now Amsterdam, they've held on to that 1-goal lead, and now that offense has to get kicking. There's the demo from Cass. Trying to get back around it. Instinct trying to protect the ball. Everyone's committed for Boise. Free ball. Cass! No! Denied by Instinct! Instinct the full tank. Headed the other way. Near the end of regulation.
No way.
Here he goes. Reset. Oh, denied! Devsy gets in the way. Another one again. Overtime.
My goodness. Boise State, the backup boombox is going again, and we were nearly listening on repeat because it's golden goal to go through to tomorrow. It's Game 5 overtime.
Oh!
And Cass has done it!
3 European teams in the top 8. Amsterdam comes back. Celebration, jubilation, an unbelievable result. What a comeback!
Amsterdam and Europe with a treble into Championship Sunday, and we're not even done yet.
I need a moment.
Me too. Amsterdam, complete and utter ecstasy, jubilation. But on the other side, Boise State, it wasn't even competitive after the first game. They got such a strong program, the despair, but the sportsmanship, it's all on show.
All on show. What a series. It did start one-sided in each game. Teams trading blows on who can dominate the other. And then that last game, Durtho scored late. And Instinct at the end of regulation, you see him get that flip reset, and you start to believe that he might do it. But somehow Devsy gets the save. gets the block. Local Banana, he had double committed on it too. Everybody committed on that play.
Oh my
They're like,
goodness.
there's no way we're getting scored on in 0 seconds to end this game. There's no way that's gonna happen. Oh man.
I mean, I think we were right to highlight Cass in the middle of that series. As you see him there, he was the man to deliver the winner. I'm afraid fortune favors the cold, Jorby, and he was the iciest man on the field. You could have dropped a tarantula on his controller and he still would have remained calm in that Game 5 overtime when he delivered.
Not even the Titanic could sink that ice. Boise State, Amsterdam. But it's Amsterdam who move on to top 8. Let's go ahead and listen to those Amsterdam boys over with Subi on the interview.
The European takeover is officially here. My goodness, Amsterdam. You take them down in 5. I got to go back to Game 4, the resolve that you guys had to not only get through that, but you hit that big OT winner. Just talk to me about those emotions in that moment.
I'm not gonna lie. Game 4 was really weird because I thought it hadn't started yet at the beginning. So I was I put my controller down and then we scored. I was like, okay. And then it's like, guys, focus. I'm like, oh, what? And then so I was completely out of it for a second. And then OT, my heart was in my throat, and then we just made it work. Man, I was so excited.
So is the secret to your guys' success to play 2v3, you just set your controller down and just not even worry about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I could just join spectate and they'll take care of it.
I mean, that's a good team that you got then. That's pretty awesome. But it was so fun to watch this back and forth series. It felt like eventually Boise State was running away with it, and then you guys just stayed calm, cool, collected, and you talk about that focus. You get that OT winner, you go into Game 5. How do you go from the highest of highs back to that mid-level of, okay, we got to focus up, it's Game 5?
We were really worried because Boise, I mean, obviously they're insane, but they're a very momentum-based team. So as soon as they start getting a little bit of momentum, that's when we worry. So our coach was like, all right, guys, don't worry about it. You're here to have fun. I mean, you're here. You're in Dallas. You're playing Rocket League. Just have fun, put on a big smile, and just make the best of it. It doesn't matter what the result is. If we win, that's awesome. If we lose, it's still awesome. We're still here, so don't worry about it. And we just stayed focused. We just had fun. And I mean, yeah, I guess that's what it takes, energy, mentality.
There you go, just have fun and just relax on stage. Easier said than done, though. But, you know, I want to kind of take us back to the regular season. This team had kind of a slow start in fall, and then spring, it was just domination, and that's when you came onto the roster. So I'm going to focus on you a little bit. You kind of joked around, said your teammates, you 2v3, but obviously you bring something to this roster. What exactly is that?
I don't know. It was really funny, actually, because when I got back from my exchange in the U.S., I had to do tryouts, and the first tryouts went terribly, so they were going to go without me. And then I think my coach, JLT, said, let's do another try tomorrow because we still have time before the first qualifier starts. We did that. I popped off. I got on the team, and now I'm here. So, I mean, I got to give a big shout out to JLT for giving me that opportunity and to play here on stage.
There we go. He's getting the love from the crowd. But speaking of the crowd, it seemed like every single time that Boise State scored, this arena was erupting. And then you guys scored, and it was crickets. What is it like to just silence this crowd?
I know throughout the game, I think it was Game 3, Devsky was like, oh my God, they are so loud. I just wanted to shut them up, you know? And we did, so that's awesome. But I thought this was just really funny because they were clapping at some point. I'm like, I want to clap with them. This is so much fun. But yeah, obviously I got my people over there. They were cheering for me. I could hear them through my big headphones. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, it just seems like regardless of who's up here, there's love all over the arena. It's just great to see. Now up next, playing tomorrow, you guys got to go up against Fisher College. I'm sure you guys know, pretty strong team, but so was Boise State. So for Fisher, what secrets do you guys have in store for them?
Just work hard. We're probably going to be here again tomorrow morning. As soon as it opens, we're going to go do scrims, practice, and we'll make the best of it. We think we have a fair chance against them. They're obviously a good team, but so are we. So yeah, let's see who's the best that day. We'll see.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. We've got one more match today, but you know I got to know how the desk is going to break that one down because Game 5's always exciting. So we're going to go back over to them.
chaos on Champions Field. Unbelievable. Amsterdam, they get their revenge against Boise, against Idaho. They move on to Sunday. 3 European teams. The scale is starting to equal out, and I'm a little afraid now. I was rooting for EU to make at least 1, maybe 2, but now it looks like it's going to be 4 potentially achieved.
It was terrifying. Granted, it looked pretty sketchy there for a minute. Boise State was on an absolute tear, Lemon.
Yeah, put the plastic fork down.
What do you mean?
You're waving the plastic cutlery around. You're aggressive, scaring me. So was Dirtho. You had the arms out. You had that equalizer at the end, and you heard the crowd, Dirtho. And when you hear that, I think Boise got fired up, but just. And me and Bates are scratching our heads. What happened in Game 5?
I don't know what happened. That's why I can't wait till that clip plays because I need to see how that happened.
Gotta see it all come tumbling down
I need
one
to
more
see how
time.
that happened because it happened too quickly and I was a little confused. Boise, they felt like they had the momentum going there. They almost pogoed for the victory. And if they pogoed, I would have never wanted to hear from anybody again the CRL Champ 2 gameplay. I haven't even seen that RLCS shit, I think. But speaking of, there was a good play. Here we go. That's a good equalizer. The crowd got all loud. Now, what happened here?
Straight through the middle.
I told you it was Dirtho! I told you it was him! Oh my God! I was so confused. Dirtho, I need a challenge right there, man. Come on. God. That felt very reminiscent in a different way of when Season 5, when Burner accidentally bumped. There was just like a mistake on NA's end. EU capitalized. I'm so good at that on Champions Field. That's why it's called Turbo Field. Looking at the bracket for tomorrow, it's filling out Northwood versus Berlin, Fisher, Amsterdam, Columbia, Hamburg, Akron, and they're awaiting the winner of this final match in Group D. Woo! The Chiefs. Bracket looking good?
Yeah, bracket's looking spicy. There's only good matches. Granted, they've all been pretty good this past couple of hours. It's been a scary ride, Lemon.
It's EU versus NA. So that's terrifying for Sunday. There's a lot of Europeans, a lot of Germans, and North Americans should be shaking in their boots. I don't know if Northwood Blue can go all the way. I'm worried.
I know. Northwood Blue, their worst nightmare, playing a European team, especially one that's so solid.
Down.
Put the ring off because we were incorrect. You know what people love? I know
I would beat you at Boise. We blame the Chiefs.
No. Why you stop with the pain? We love here on the CRL. You know what else we love? We also love items, and there's one item in the game that's right back. Jurassic World makes its return to Rocket League with the all-new Crimson variant of the T-Rex Go Explosion and more. Available now in the item shop. Go make sure to get that. That looks absolutely great. I kind of want to use that. I want to use that.
We should have played the clip of when Hamburg were playing and everyone was doing the baby shark, and just follow that, and maybe like Photoshop some like dinosaurs back there.
There you go.
Photoshop some dinosaurs. That Go Explosion looks absolutely amazing. Make sure to get that in the item shop when you're playing Rocket League. Of course, click on there, do a little click, and there to go. There it pops up. 7 matches have come, 7 matches have gone. We have 1 more match remaining. A rematch of the best match from, in my opinion, yesterday. West Virginia, Dr. Boomin. They started us off here at the CRL World Championship. It only makes sense that they end us off on Elimination Saturday. Will it be 4-4 or will it be 5-3 in favor of NA? Stay tuned to find out.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a beast, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side.
one and never rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
was cold, alone, I couldn't see that you were right there waiting. And I was sinking down and out of reach. I'm not a heart worth saving, but you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. Try to find the light in misery. I'm hiding my hesitation. We flew too high. If I could only see all the time that we wasted, but you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. Breaking up all this static running through my blood. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Out of luck, can I keep my head above this time? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me. Blown around in a storm that only brings me down. Again, why does it feel so hard to breathe? Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? I was putting in the hours.
In 2 short days, we have had 19 series already played at the CRL World Championship. 7 teams have gone home. 7 teams have made it. Or is it 9 teams going home? Oh, bad maths. Bad maths. Anyways, we've had a historic CRL moment so far. 3 European teams have already qualified for Sunday. That's 3 more than last year. We have 1 more European team who's in the run and 1 more who's trying to tip the scales and balance them out. 4NA potentially going up against 4U tomorrow on Championship Sunday. West Virginia, they stand in the way of the #1 EUC, Dr. Boomin Curley.
Oh my goodness, this Group D matchup. It's exciting. This is the one that we kicked things off here in this tournament on Friday, and it's the one we're ending on day 2. It could be the most exciting matchup we had all day today.
And I think that first match was such a tone setter for the whole tournament, as you said, because it was what showed us the initial gap between Europe and North America, where I went in predicting Dr. Boomin in that match because they're just the #1 team in Europe, and you had West Virginia coming in as top 7 of NA, middle of the pack, very strong, but they performed so well this tournament, and it was West Virginia that took that series against Dr. Boomin in a long series.
Yeah, you know what I will say? Dr. Boomin, y'all should be very happy. Be very happy that West Virginia didn't beat Fisher. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be ending off too well tonight. But this one, it's got to go 5, in my opinion. West Virginia, it took everything out of them. It took Angel hitting the 2 best shots of the tournament still to this moment to overcome a Dr. Boomin squad who honestly didn't even play their best Rocket League.
It did. It did take big moments out of Angel on West Virginia, but I look towards Deck early on in that series on Friday. That was the player that I think was struggling the most to find his footing in that series. And when he did, West Virginia looked a lot better. But the old faithful here in Rots, he's been so consistent for West Virginia. I don't have a lot to say about him only because he's played so solidly, I think, throughout not only league play, but coming into this tournament as well. Even in that first series, he was crucial defensively.
And I think West Virginia have surpassed a lot of our expectations, at least from the casters from North America, where they're playing phenomenally. Against Fisher, they took them to 5, where I feel in the regular season that would have not been a close series. You beat the best team in Europe. West Virginia came out the gate swinging. But now that all those nerves have settled from Europe, kind of like in the series we saw just from Boise now, where they beat the European team and then choked at the finish line, will that be the case here again?
Yeah, it will be a case. The man you just saw 2 seconds ago, that was a superstar. He needs to ball out again, but like you said, Jack, Deck, he kind of sets the tone for this team. When he's on, when he's flying around, he makes it that much easier for Angel, that much easier for everybody else on the pitch. And when they're doing like that, when they're playing at that type of speed, they're tough to beat.
Yeah, it's just like a puzzle. I mean, no piece is more important than the other. You have to have all of them if you want to see the full picture. And without Deck early on that series, they struggled. On the other side, you have Dr. Boomin, the #1 seed coming out from Europe. This was a team that everyone kind of put down as, yeah, we expect these guys to make top 8. And just think about the optics here so far. All 3 teams from Europe in the last 3 matches have made it. Dr. Boomin's got to be feeling pretty good about their chances right now.
I just don't know where to measure Dr. Boomin when there was so much hype behind them coming from Europe. You lost to kind of a middle-of-the-pack West Virginia team. You beat Doran's Boxfish, which is on the lower end of European teams. So where do we measure where Dr. Boomin are? Now that they're comfortable, I'm expecting this series to be close. You have Sai and Setu, who are an incredible duo on those front lines that work exceptionally well off of each other. You look at Setu as the captain to really mold this team together, and I don't think Dr. Boomin are going to lose again.
Oh, well, they might not lose again, but Jack, you were talking about how 3 European teams have made it. On the flip side of that, there could be additional pressure added onto this Dr. Boomin squad, because they just watched their European faithful.
Depends on how you feel, yeah.
They've all been making it through. They're the #1 seed. It's not, I know there's a little bit of pressure, whether or not they've been or not on them, as they know everybody else is making it through. We are better than all y'all throughout the whole entire season. We should make it through as well. And we're going up against a team that we did lose to on the first match of the tournament. I think that also needs to be taken into account here. How much should we factor in the fact that that was their first game on land, Jack?
A lot, because if you go back and you look at that game 1, it was super antsy from both sides. It wasn't Dr. Boomin, it wasn't West Virginia. Both teams looked super slow and super nervous coming into that series. But now you're at the end of day 2.
I know.
And I expect the sparks to fly, Bates.
I expect the sparks to fly as well. We have one more match here on the A stream, here on Elimination Saturday. If you believe in West Virginia, use hashtag WVU. If you believe in Dr. Boomin and EU, use hashtag BUH. Chat. The whole entire day has been rolling with Europe. I don't expect that to change right here. No achieves on the desk this time, but he did correct his little wrong predictions. He ended up on top. Jack's taking his spot. Are you going to continue that streak?
I'm going with Dr. Boomin.
Oh. Why?
Well, I think that, well, listen, we've had some matchups, or sorry, some rematches already here at the CRL from previous seasons.
That's right.
And here in the groups. Those teams have won. Hamburg was one of them here today.
Berlin
I think that Berlin won, of
Hamburg
course,
won too.
against Stockton from last season.
And Amsterdam won as well.
So here we are. So how could I go against that, Bates? See what I'm saying? I'm not going to go against that. That's fate. That's fate saying something. I'm going Dr. Boomin.
Well, according to our script, we need North America versus Europe in that championship Sunday. I'm also going Dr. Boomin. If all these top European teams are going to make it to Sunday, you got to expect the the #1 team from Europe to make it there too, or else, the script will throw it.
Let's throw the script. Okay, here, let me see here. Bates right on the edge. NAEU, of course. I'm not rolling with EU. I'm right back to being my usual self. Give me NA. It's gonna be 5-3. Give me West Virginia. The Mountaineers, they were special yesterday. Chat, you might have been right all day, but you're gonna be wrong right here. This is still CRL. The scale has not balanced just yet. Maybe in the year 2024, not in the year 2023. Dr. Boomin, the best team from Europe, going up against West Virginia. The Mountaineers, they're a high altitude over there. Dr. Boomin, can you climb the mountain? You couldn't yesterday. We'll see what you can do today.
We've got one more series in Elimination Saturday. 3 out of the 4 European teams have made it to Championship Sunday. Dr. Boomin trying to be that 4th spot, but they've got to go up against a very clutch West Virginia team that sent them into this position in the first place.
Have the scales been balanced between Europe and North America? Yesterday, 4 NA squads punched their ticket. Today, will we go 4 for 4? That's what we're here to find out on Manfield night as we kick it off. Rots up the ladder right there against Fabso. And you couldn't ask for a closer matchup or a more appropriate matchup to close out the group stage. This is how it all started with West Virginia and Boomin Academy.
Right, we start with these teams, and like you said, group stage will end with these 2 teams. Seeing so far,
Dr. Boomin definitely have been on the up and up. We have seen them, and they've, again, really shown their stride. But can they continue it all the way? Sai gets the first one, and we're all off.
Off and running with Boomin Academy getting the opener. Just a classic NAEU showdown. It came right down to the final shot yesterday. Will we have a repeat? All these matchups felt like they were coin flips in the initial run through. Maybe with the exception of Northwood over Hamburg yesterday. That wrong has been righted as this is back towards the backboard, and Zeto's got it away. Now Setu forward right at Angel. Angel's the last guy Boomin wants to see on this ball. Sai will take it away. Deck there to meet him. Looking to score just his second goal of the tournament if he can get one to go through here. But he's been important in so many other ways for the Mountaineers.
Oh, Angel trying to wrap around that, leaving it for Deck there. Almost ended up making contact. Now Deck on the ball, just trying to wrap this around the side wall. That corner sometimes can get very messy. There's Angel with the control, looking for the bump, and does not get it. Great individual touch there from Sai. Once again, being able to make some of these stops. But West Virginia getting that pressure, getting into the orange half, looking for a little bit of a mistake on the defensive side of Dr. Boomin.
It's Angel met by Fabso. And this drops to Sai, who will at least let one rip. Setu coming on as well. Here's Fabso looking to double the lead. Now Sai has a lane on one, turns around, and his shot will float high. The rebound popped away by Rotz. And Dr. Boomin Academy will have to work just a little bit tougher if they want to add on to their meager scoreline so far.
Halfway through game number one, and you're starting to see things kind of tense up here, especially on the side of Dr. Boomin. Kind of stuck into their own end. West Virginia again, shot there. That one gonna hit the post. Follow-up's gonna be blocked by Sai. Again, coming up big. Dr. Boomin have only gotten one shot. Meanwhile, West Virginia is still trying to get in, and Fabso will get another one. 2-goal lead for Dr. Boomin.
Fabso adds to the tally to a 2-0 lead now, past the halfway mark of game number one. Try to make up for the sins of the past. Here's Setu to the backboard. Met by Angel. Sai is there and blocked away. Follow up now, Fabso to Sai. Drop down Fabso, and they're just trying to pass circles around West Virginia right now, and the Mountaineer defense not having any of it. Still very much in this game now with 2 minutes. And now inside two, as Angel will have to guide this to the corner, but make no mistake about it, West Virginia have been smothered by Boomin Academy.
Yeah, they have, and it's been kind of tough for them to really kind of get things going here offensively. Even there, Ross goes for a bump. There's a double commit there as well. And things have just not necessarily been in form. And even there, Angel has to get a diving save. This has been tough for West Virginia in the opening game.
Around this goes now with Angel circling around to the midfield boost. Rotz underneath him. Angel bring down a Rotz, and they picked it on target. Angel denied on the follow-up. Fabso and Sai come through on the defensive effort. And now Deck looking for his second. Not getting there, and Angel's got to scramble in front of the net. He was outnumbered for a moment, but the defense falls in line to support as Rotz will have his hands full.
But look at that control, though, from Dr. Boomin, the way they're able to push the ball upfield. They put Angel in a spot. It seems like it's a free ball. They instantly challenge. They're trying to look for each other in transition. This looks like such a different squad than what we saw at the beginning of the tournament. It's good to see them kind of find their form.
This ricochets down in front of Sai. This could waterfall down. It's a downward angle that Angel couldn't read, and Boomin Academy leads by 3.
Angel couldn't read it, but Sai could. I mean, sends this one all the way down, knows it's going straight to the tip of that fennec. And splash is the goal explosion. 3-goal lead for Dr. Boomin. West Virginia, they feel flat here in game one.
The scoring has been very balanced from Boomin throughout this whole weekend. Nobody has jumped out in front of the rest of the pack. And it's had to be everybody contributing equally. So far, that's what they're getting here. A couple of goals out of Sai, A couple of assists out of Setu, threatening another assist as well as that's bounced away. And just more time burned off the clock as resistance seems futile at the moment for West Virginia. The final seconds will burn away, and Boomin Academy has a dominant, clinical opening game.
Yeah, dominant is an understatement, and you can see just again how well they were moving around the field, how they ended up controlling the ball. Just so much pressure there as well. Just again, they had 10 shots, 3 goals, and even on the other side, West Virginia being able to kind of almost match that. They just didn't really have that consistent pressure, and the sense of danger wasn't there as well. We take a look back at the highlights. One of the things that I think is really kind of a big factor is, again, just Dr. Boomin's rotations, their field presence. They were always in the right spot and then pushed the ball in really important places that West Virginia weren't, made them work if they wanted to try to get it upfield.
So the kind of the angel show for West Virginia, as it was late in the series yesterday that started all of the shenanigans between North America and Europe. He was there this game, but couldn't get on the scoreboard at all. Nobody could for West Virginia. And now we go to game 2. Will there be a late bloom out of the Mountaineers? Or does Dr. Boomin take care of business the way they felt they should have yesterday?
5 minutes on the clock. We'll see if there are any adjustments to this. Biggest thing is just kind of managing this pace that Dr. Boomin are on there and get that quick shot. Rotz trying to come up and make the save out. Deck ends up playing that one off of the back wall and gets sent upfield. Fabso with the long clear and, almost a chance there to put that one on target. Ross will try to get this one sent away, and still even more ball pressure from Dr. Boomin off the opener.
Still very dangerous in the West Virginia half of the field, as the ball has been for much of this series. Granted, it's only a game and a minute old. As this goes neutral out towards Cy, bounced away. Now Fabso with Cy running across, looking to steal some more boost, and West Virginia in grave danger of being starved out deep in their own territory. Angels got to be sure-handed with this. Got to play the possession game a little bit. Rod's almost got caught coming up too far. And here goes Boomin Academy again. It's Angel to power it away. They've got to scramble to get some boost so they don't just get completely overwhelmed.
Setu trying to get that one tugged into the corner, and you're right. Just making sure that they're not overwhelmed is going to be a big thing here. Chance there for Angel. It's high. Follow from Ross. Blocked out by Fabso again. West Virginia coming up empty. They're getting the ball where they want it to be stacked, but that final shot is always someone in the way.
Rotz will wrap it around the boards and out of the zone. Angel with West Virginia's best opportunity. Loose in front, and Deck will score the first goal for West Virginia in this elimination series.
There you go, Deck getting a piece, but you gotta take a look at Rotz. Gets the demo, says toodaloo to the defense. Wide open net for Deck. First goal for West Virginia. Let's see how they set the tone.
A shutout for Boomin in game 1. West Virginia trying to repay in kind. Setu has that bounce out over towards Cy. Now Rotz, low on boost. Couldn't get possession. Deck will have to take this little wave dash just to get any kind of forward momentum. Pass too strong for Angel. Now everybody's got to scramble back now for West Virginia as that ricochets back into the center of the field, and Angel takes charge. Pass Setu, try to center this here, and Fabso waving the Dikembe Mutombo finger. Absolutely not.
Nice light touch over as well. Angel, again, good pressure there, but just trying to hold on to it and kind of keep things moving in a close space. Dr. Boomin right now looking for a way in, but it does feel like there's just been a little bit of trouble for them starting to move upfield now. When you think about game 1, they had the space, they had that control, but West Virginia coming out with a little bit more aggression, making it hard for Dr. Boomin to move up.
Straight down the middle. Easily deflected away. Now Setu with all day to play this. Around deck. Now to Zai, and he beats the defense, and we're all tied up.
Big goal here. Zai able to get this. A great read, too. Setu sends it out. Zai gets there just in time. No one home on the defense of West Virginia, and now we got a tied-up ball game.
This is exactly what we signed up for when we saw these two teams on a collision course for a rematch. Deck with a full tank of boost, charging into the corner. Just beaten by Setu. And now Zai will spring Setu down the field. Rotz right there to stop Fabso. Zai again, Setu in front, and it just whistles wide.
You're starting to see the confidence, though, come out here from Dr. Boomin. They're being able to get more of those quick shots. They're getting just to the ball faster than West Virginia. You see Zai up again here, just trying to add on to that total. West Virginia has to start to get more in control of the pace like they did in the opening parts of this game.
Available ball that Angel will try to take charge of, but it's Setu instead. Intercepted by Deck. 40 to work with, got it cleanly to Rotz, who gets it cleanly to the net. Mountaineers back in front.
Give them some space, and that's exactly what Deck does. Defense tried there. You saw Zai go up, but Rotz had that one read all day long. Good power to catch Dr. Boomin, lacking that rotation was placed.
54 seconds, can West Virginia hang on to tie the series? Fabso, just a little high. Clean rebound and a tie game, just like that.
And you can see it, Fabso, that threat of him coming off the ceiling. Angel tried to see if he could get the read to block, but Fabso didn't need to make contact. Had someone behind him, knew no one was home. On the side of West Virginia, we are back tied up.
I feel like West Virginia would have preferred if Boomin was going to win earlier today in a sweep. They would have liked it to be maybe 3 dominant games, not 3 overtimes. This is a battle-hardened squad, and they are continuing to perform in clutch time. Fabso dances around the ball and actually got a piece of Rotz on the way through. And Angel and Deck kind of get tied up at the center line. This could be dangerous, and they just can't get on the same page. Boomin are swarming right now. 15 seconds as Setu will bring it central, and Deck repels the attack. Final countdown separating us from yet another overtime from Dr. Boomin Academy. Zai has other plans. Fabso's let it go for Setu. Had time to get the shot off, but now we go to sudden death.
West Virginia have to get things under control right now. We've seen this before in the earlier series with Hamburg. Taking 2 games up in the series, putting this on match point. I don't know if West Virginia can manage being under that much pressure. Dr. Boomin are hungry for this, but can they get it? No! They can't stop Angel! He scores over the defense with that flick and ties up the series for West Virginia!
Another clutch overtime goal. Heaven sent from Angel himself. West Virginia gets the equalizer they so sorely needed.
That was big. You got to think about it as well. Angel being able to step up too, going to bring him more into the series. And you know what a threat that is for Dr. Boomin if Angel gets going. He has the ability, especially up against this team, to be able to turn things around when it's on the brink of despair. Did it here in this game, keeping West Virginia in a comfortable spot. We're going to be going into a big swing game here on DFH Stadium. And for Dr. Boomin, having to get things kind of back into their pace of play is going to be important, because if Angel gets more of those goals, we see more of that reaction that we got there on the camera, there is going to be danger on the side of Europe.
Everybody shoots, everybody scores for West Virginia. Meanwhile, Boomin Academy squanders another 2-goal performance from Zai. He had a pair in the first game, and both goals for Boomin here in game 2. As we zoom in on Rotz, the lone senior in this matchup. I mean, when we saw West Virginia play yesterday, he was a senior amongst a host of freshmen and sophomores, and that's what CRL has become. You know, the seniors are few and far between. Those who are on their way out of the league being just replaced with an abundance of this youth revolution. But Rotz still hanging on, still very prevalent here for West Virginia. He's got a goal to his credit in this final series of group play. who will take the upper hand now on DF8 Stadium. Somebody's on match point at the end of this tie-breaking game.
Infield passes coming out from Dr. Boomin. Great start for them. West Virginia kind of keeping themselves in here. As this one goes over to the side. Deck gets that pinch out. Rotz plays this one off the corner. And you see Sai just getting that big clearance. So far, no one necessarily wanted to spend too many resources. I say that, but Rotz tried to crash the net. Setu was there to make the save out.
First minute, so critical for these two squads just to not get overwhelmed, as West Virginia had been a couple of times already in this series. Fabso deleted off the pitch. Setu to the backboard. Deck will collect this. Rebound control is solid for West Virginia, but they're not out of the woods yet. Fabso actually hangs that up there and delayed Boomin's potential charge towards the net. Here's Zai now trying to play it for himself, and Rotz is having none of it, but he couldn't follow the play. Fabso to center. That's deflected by Angel, who's been a thorn in Boomin's side all weekend. Big right here as Zai lets a laser loose. He's got 5 goals in this series.
Yeah, you can check the speed on that one. You give Zai that space. Perfect placement, perfect power. Dr. Boomin in front.
We know they can play physically. We know they can bump and demolish the opposition. Somebody's got to get a body or two on Zai, who has just been phenomenal. Fabso has had his time to shine, especially earlier today against Nijmegen. 3 overtimes, he had 2 of the winners. Angel, slow play on the challenge. Zai pops it away, and Setu finishes the defensive effort for now. Rotz will print it back in. And who will take charge here? It's Deck, who just got his 2nd goal of the weekend in that last game. Rotz now will have to bring it down to Angel, who shots wide, trying to draw out the defense. And the defense controls extremely well for Boomin, but there a misplay from Zai.
Whoa.
How costly? Not very.
Yeah, but this one still looked a little awkward. Finally some room given here, but only for a moment. Setu trying to get on the back wall, only had 12 boosts, so it was very awkward. Got bailed out by the teammates. But you can see West Virginia starting to really smother Dr. Boomin in their own half. They're looking for a way in.
Bounced around, and now Deck and Angel get tied up, so too did Rotz. Not a lot of spacing for West Virginia, and while it's a great idea from Rotz to bring that ball central, there was nobody home. As now Fabso has to watch and see what Rotz has in store. This is dangerous in front, as Angel brings it right back to the wall, and again cleared out towards the center line, and a great finish by Fabso to at least buy his teammates time to reset and continue the surge into West Virginia territory.
2:10 left. West Virginia now having to play on the defensive end. Fabso gets a great double. Setu looking for the top spot, and Angel, great save out. Even puts that in a good position for Rotz to kind of try to take the ball and move upfield. And when West Virginia having all that offensive pressure, trying to make something work, still coming up empty. They've had 3 shots this game to Dr. Boomin's 2. So it's been quiet in the shooting department as both teams have been battling for possession. But things can change here, all in a switch.
Coming up on 90 seconds for West Virginia to find that lethal strike to tie the game. They may need a little bit more though, as Dr. Boomin all over him. Setu used all he could to get the central drop down and cleared away by Angel. And that's great. West Virginia can get the ball back out to the center line, but they can't do anything with it after that, as this is put on. Follow-up from Setu, his first goal, and a 2-goal lead for Boomin.
You gotta love the pressure there. First off, the intercept, then turning into a pass play, bringing the defense out, Setu being in the perfect spot to push that forward, and Dr. Boomin now, they stopped the West Virginia onslaught, they turned the tables on them as well.
Tylacto has come out of hiding with 3 European squads having punched their ticket in 4 opportunities, or well, really in 3.5 opportunities so far today. Waiting to grace us all with that smug grin. If Boomin can pull this off, they're getting ever closer as that pinches in front. Zai still kept it available, and Fabso has to sweep it out.
45 seconds remain. Chance here. Stagg trying to put it to the top left corner. Got blocked out by Zai. Rotz contesting ball, and Angel does get there in time, trying to get that one straight down. You're seeing a last-second push for West Virginia, but is it too late as we see 30 seconds flash in front of the screen?
Got to get a strike with about 15, 18 seconds to give yourself a couple of looks at tying the game. Deck has it off the backboard. They got tangled up in the corner, and Angel strikes again.
Are you like a prophet or something? What was that? Because as soon as you say that, Zeto tried to go up. Fabso, who went for the initial challenge, got hit, bumped by his teammate. It was an open lane. 16 seconds to go, and West Virginia down by 1. They go for the fake kickoff. Angel does pick up the ball, but he got bumped. Side, trying to get that follow-up. Rods does get the clear. They got to go the length of the field, and Fabso's trying to stop him at every second he gets. 3 seconds to go. Ball off the sidewall. It'll hit the ground. Dr. Boomin puts the series on match point.
Well, well, well. They gave it a run. They did everything they had to do to have a shot at it at the end. But Boomin hangs on. 2-1 in Game 3. Another 1-goal game between these two squads. And now, the pressure is really on. The pressure is on West Virginia to a level it has not been this entire tournament. Win or go home here on Elimination Saturday.
It's been back and forth between these two. Again, lots of opportunities, but West Virginia does only score off of a misplay on the side of Dr. Boomin. They tried to surge late, but it was too late. Now, backs against the wall, and we need to see what they can do when they're cornered. Dr. Boomin has everything going for them. They just need to close out the series in one more game, avoid the Game 5. But kind of seeing how today goes, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up at Champions Field anyways.
Fabso, a real problem solver himself, just a freshman at Dr. Boomin Academy.
Oh, he's got a white hat.
He's got a white hat. He's trying to outrich you. All right, here we go.
I'm not rich, so
Sure. Utopia, Game 4. Is this the end of the line for the Mountaineers, or do they have yet more miracles in them? As Rotz will get this over to Angel, who could not play it. Deck has to do all he can. Angel will take charge. You have to imagine, at this point for West Virginia, Daz, give the ball to Angel as much as you can, but it's Deck right down the field, and nobody saw this one coming.
Deck, look at this read. Perfect touch, perfect use of the dominance there as well. That gave dominance players all a smile on their face. Beautiful redirect from Deck to kick off Game 4.
Somewhere Jeeves is going, see, it's still good. Angel, hard pass off the back. And Zeto whiffed on this. Zai and Fabso almost falling over each other. The spacing wasn't pretty, and they're still going to get a goal out of it. Zeto finishes the job.
Look at that, just immediately just rushing the pressure. Once they knew they had to counterattack, they sent the whole house. Lots of confusion in front of the net, but Zeto had his eye trained on the ball, pushing it into the top right corner. We are back, tied up.
Just over 30 seconds has gone by, and it feels like we've already had 2 minutes of action. Angel blocked away. Still downfield, though, and available if Rotz can hit him. Angel chasing Fabso into the net, but Zai is there to clear this away only as far as Deck, who has absolutely come alive in this series.
Oh, Zeto.
Oh, that's a great setup by Zeto, and even better reactions from Angel.
Oh, West Virginia has to be careful. They are in a little bit of a soft retreat. They sent too many people forward there and then got cut off in the midfield. Now a little dangerous in front of their own box, and they have to play some defense here as Dr. Boomin trying to extend the lead.
Zai in front, stopped by Rotz. Oh, he gave it away, and Fabso almost made him pay for it.
Gotta keep composure here. It's a win or go home situation for West Virginia. They cannot afford to falter. Everybody has to play their assignment.
That was a great touch by Deck defensively as well, as this catches a bounce and Rotz can still chase it. Angel's forward too. It'll fall to Deck. The man of the hour has his shot blocked wide by Zeto. Follow up now, Rotz for Angel. And that's deflected out as well. We remain tied, though West Virginia had a couple harrowing opportunities.
Still a tied up game, and they still have control. They're looking for, again, another chance here to out-pressure Dr. Boomin. You see, look at the boost totals. There may be a chance here. Deck with factor. Deck leveling up, pulling West Virginia. And this was something no one saw coming. And you can feel it almost transitioning to the rest of the team, but there's a lot of Rocket League to go with less than 3 minutes remaining in game. Can they maintain this?
Look, the stat is not the be-all, end-all in any situation. The man shot 6% in the first match against Boomin. Boy, he has made up for it in a big, big way. 3 goals, 2 assists. Rots will have this one over the backboard, and Deck is there at the center line. Only Zai to beat. Fabso cycling in behind him, who's made the initial stop, and Zeta will send it downfield where Angel will be waiting.
West Virginia got a lot of momentum, but once again, have to be careful of that transition game on the side of Dr. Boomin. They're good at just, again, out-pressuring West Virginia. We've seen them do it a couple of times, and even now, West Virginia on the retreat. Angel did get a demo on Zeto, though, so that's going to slow down the offensive push.
What does Zai have up his sleeve? Got a bump, but there's Deck to sweep it out. And past Fabso as well. Again, everything Deck has touched has turned to gold in this series, Daz. Rots up to meet Zeto. They'll slow him down. 2 go for West Virginia. This could be trouble. Oh, and Zeto didn't get it cleanly, but the dunk is dangerous. Rots will just casually guide this out, and West Virginia pull a high wire act.
It was a free ball. That should have gone into the net. Now Dr. Boomin, again, has to start from scratch. They're still trying to keep this offense going, but you can see West Virginia pushing this ball to the back wall. They're setting up for an offensive push.
Rod's trying to force this through and met by Zai and Zeto. Zeto's got to power this out. Zai was there on the side wall, and still Angel got a piece of that. He was beat by a mile, still managed to have the read. Now Zai launching. Now it's Zeto underneath and powered out by Rots. West Virginia holds the line, needing to win this game to send us yet again to Champions Field for top 8 qualification.
Last time we went to Champions Field with these 2 teams, it was in overtime. 2 minutes 28, and again, it was Angel that ended up bringing West Virginia in. This time it's on the side of Deck here as he's looking for his third. It's not gonna go in, cleared away.
Yeah, but Deck still has it. This goes to Zeto, over to Zai. 3-man play now for Boomin as West Virginia went for it all, but they do not crash and burn just yet. 20 seconds now separate us from Champions Field. Deck would love to deliver one more to make absolutely certain. Down to the final countdown now on Utopia. Last call for Dr. Boomin Academy. It's Zeto around the boards. Deflected by Deck, but not out of the zone. He overran it, and it's Rots to the rescue. The senior saves the day, and still in the air for now, but Angel will kill it. Who else to send us to Champions Field?
The resolve on West Virginia has been shown. Players leveling up. This is what you expect when you have teams trying to fight for the CRL Championship. Now we go back to Champions Field. That's how we started this group stage. That is how we will end it.
These things just have a way of working themselves out in the end. How many is that? 10 shots to just 3. Deck had all 3 shots for West Virginia. That's one of them. And then the defensive effort, not quite enough, but you're about to see one of Deck's others. And boy, was it a beauty. Double tap on their head top as Deck drags West Virginia kicking and screaming towards Champions Field.
Now everybody trying to lock in and get things going here. Game 5 situation. We know both teams are capable of really taking it all the way. But seeing how this series has gone, there's so much pressure on the line. Who's gonna step up? It is still game 5. I know we're used to Champions Field. I don't know what happened. I don't know, Bates. I don't know.
Game on.
But we're still gonna play some Rocket League. That's what's gonna happen.
Well, you've heard of Orange is the New Black. Well, Utopia is the new Champs Field. Let's go. Rots will start it off for West Virginia. Deck will bring it around the corner. Angel waiting and could not get there in time. You know, if you just close your eyes for a moment, you can imagine the banners are there as Fabso sends one up to the ceiling, and Setu will take charge of the offense for Boomin. 1 win, and maybe the way these two teams have gone, 1 goal to send somebody on to Championship Sunday.
We'll have to see. Pressure is still building. You can still feel that tension between them all. A couple of demos to start things off here. 1 for each team. Rods looks for the control, does get it past 2. Trying to set up Angel. Angel wants to get there in time, but it will be saved out. First minute going by, and West Virginia kind of controlling the possession.
Side will let one rip from way outside. Angel couldn't control this though, and the rebound had to be addressed by Rotz. Angel there to make another stop as Deck will pop it out to the side. Rotz is there just over Sai. And now Fabso just launch another deep into the zone. Setu couldn't play it, Fabso can, but no possession either way. Maybe trying to catch the defense, napping, get lucky. I don't think that's gonna happen here the way these two teams have been so evenly matched.
Yeah, you can kind of see the space that they're giving each other as well. No one wants to kind of force this or force an error or be the one that makes the error. Fabso was trying to push that one towards the net, but again, a little wide. The speed was the most impressive thing though. Got there so quickly, but the defense was able to react.
Oh, Deck able to get his tires on the ceiling and keep control of his car in free fall. Now that goes over to Sai, who has it out to the corner. Rotz blocked that clearance effort. He blocked that as well. Only 1 more to beat. It's Fabso who stands his ground. Now Deck, ground to air, double no, and the follow-up denied by Sai.
Rotz, ooh, trying to get that light touch. Want to get a little bit more control off that on the ball, but you see again, Angel and Deck, they were kind of sitting there in that midfield line. Again, no one wanted to push too far forward. We're halfway through game 5, and this one is still tense as ever. West Virginia are sitting with 4 shots. Dr. Boomin only 1.
Akron watching with great interest as they see maybe their opponent decided as Fabso gets the first goal just past the halfway mark in game 5.
Angel tried to see if he could get a read, thought the ball was going a completely different direction. Didn't make contact. Fabso with a big time goal here to start off game 5. As they started off, it's halfway through. Clock ticking now on West Virginia. They got to get things going.
A lot of time to work with and very critical not to panic as Deck, who has been awesome in this series, getting stymied there in the corner. Now Setu met with a challenge from Angel. Angel, you almost have a feeling he's going to force an own goal at some point, bringing the ball across. He's done so well for West Virginia, especially against Boomin. That one kicks downfield. Seto's got an open net.
And again, West Virginia trying to send this everybody upfield. Angel, again, these are big time misses. Your tournament life on the line. What happened to the ice? He looks melted. Dr. Boomin giving West Virginia a hard pill to swallow right now. They're up by 2, and West Virginia have a lot of work to do if they want to get back into this game.
Well, they're trying to feed the hot hand right now, and that is Deck, who's getting a touch almost every time down the field. But here's Angel. Angel, who
another one.
Just the Grim Reaper yesterday, not so much. He's a messenger here as he's given possession right up to Fabso, and the lead is 3.
And you can almost see the relief there on Dr. Boomin. They got smiles, they're laughing. That is comfortable for them. 1:28 to go, up by 3. They just have to play their game until time ticks down.
The gravity of the situation starting to hit for West Virginia. They need a goal right about now. Deck might be the guy to deliver. It's only Angel at the back. Fabso went underneath. And Rotz now with a full tank of boost. Just over a minute to go. He's taken off the field. So now it's on to Zai. Physical play all around now for Dr. Boomin, and that does not make things any easier at all for a very desperate West Virginia squad.
Minute to go. Demos coming out, and you can see Dr. Boomin totally okay with taking this ball into their own end. They say, yeah, we'll let it bounce a couple of times too before we make contact with it, as they have been in control. Deck, no, that was Rocks trying to get that shot off. Deck was trying to get the bump out. Still not enough. This is history that we are watching being made right in front of our eyes.
It started with the Hamburg Sharks just a couple of hours ago, and pure elation on the stage as they expelled their demons in Northwood. It continued on as Europe has gone 3 for 3, sending teams to the top 8 today. And when this clock mercifully hits 0, Europe's gonna make it 4 for 4. Dr. Boomin Academy has a date with Akron on Championship Sunday.
They've done it. They fought against West Virginia. That is how we started the series, or started the tournament. They end up getting revenge in the best way possible. A spot in the playoffs to keep yourself going in this event. What a performance on the side of Dr. Boomin. What a performance just from Europe in general. They have come back to the World Championship and they have made their name known.
Humiliated a year ago on that very stage, left disappointed not to send anybody with a fighting chance into Sunday. Oh, what a difference a year makes. Europe has come to play here at the CRL World Championship. And you talk about all the parallels. You know, we finished league or group play the way we started it with this very matchup. This very series finishes the way it started with a 3-0 victory, bookending a fantastic performance out of Dr. Boomin. And you can see the disappointment on the other side for a West Virginia squad that, look, they gave everything they had this weekend. And on another day, maybe the smoke will fly for them. But on this day, it is Dr. Boomin Academy. To the victors go the spoils. They get Akron tomorrow in the top 8. And yes, we can't say it enough. The European teams today, Daz, 4 shots to advance, 4 conversions.
And what a way to end Championship Saturday as well. I mean, just being able to have that group play come down to what it did. Lots of incredible Rocket League competitions, including this one here. Went all 5 games, but Dr. Boomin able to finish it off. And of course, we've got to send it to the man up there on the stage, as beautiful as he is, Subi Smash, with the interview.
I'm joined up here by Fabso from Dr. Boomin. By far the best named school here, by the way. That is incredible to say on broadcast, on stage, everywhere. But first off, congratulations. Yet another Game 5 against this West Virginia University. I mean, what is it about this team that just doesn't seem to go away?
I mean, like, Angel is just nuts. And they're demo heavy, so it counters us a lot. And so we have to work on a very, really good strategy to counter that, and we succeed.
Now, talking about that strategy, you guys faced them yesterday. You lost in Game 5. What differences were made from then until now?
A lot of scrims.
Hey, practice makes perfect, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it from the man himself. Now, moving forward, you guys were a heavy favorite from Europe. 3 European teams punched their tickets right before you guys took the stage. Did that add any pressure on you guys to perform?
Sure, I mean, we're the top team, and we need to show that, and we did, so yeah, a bit more pressure, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Now, you guys say you performed. All that matters is a win, but do you feel like a performance like this is something that can beat any of the teams here, or do you think that there are things you're gonna have to improve on from tonight to tomorrow to take down those teams?
Not really, we just have to keep the comms up, and then we can beat everyone.
Now, tomorrow you're gonna face a team that knows something about success, that knows a little bit about something of CRL and hoisting trophies on this stage. 4-time champions Akron. How are you going to defeat them? Do you have a message? Do you have a plan? What do you want to say to them right now?
I mean, we already scrimped them. It was close games. I mean, the better takes it all.
Better's going to take it all, and the desk is going to take it from us right now.
The day belongs to EU. They had 4 opportunities to qualify for Sunday, then they cashed in on all 4 of them. My goodness, if you want to talk about a team who just plays solid Rocket League, it's Dr. Boomin. They got the rotation solid. They playing straight. They hit the ball straight down the pitch. They don't need to go for any mechanics. They're just waiting for you to make the mistake, and when you do, Jack, they capitalize.
You can't give them the mistakes. You talked about it, the control from Dr. Boomin's squad here. It was just incredible. And listen, you're not going to get the high-flying mechanics. You're not going to get the crazy Game 4 shots from Deck on Dr. Boomin, but what you are going to get is a consistent squad constantly controlling the game, and that's exactly what they've done in every single one of their series.
And the patience pays off. They waited for West Virginia to make those mistakes. You saw it on the defensive end. Rod's there. And a few times, but Dr. Boomin, that's what I like about Europe is they'll be passive, they're not gonna be full sending it. Tylacto's smiling and giggling, having a huge ego as he walks past the desk, and I think Europe should have that big ego.
I mean, I guess they should have a big ego. They should be pretty proud of themselves because this has been a tremendous improvement from last year. I think most people would have said it was a little optimistic, a little crazy to even expect 3 teams to make it, let alone 4. They've absolutely performed so far. They got a big day coming up tomorrow, and man, just watching this game 5, man, I'm sometimes a soccer fan, you know, soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, and I just equivalent WVU like a Brazil, nice and fast, nice and pretty gameplay, but it doesn't matter because when you're going up against the Germans, it's just a straight machine, man. They just know how to play the game. It doesn't matter. Kudos to them. That's very impressive indeed. And that's just really what to show. You don't need high-flying mechanics, Jack. You just need to know how to play Rocket League.
You have to be consistent. And again, they've done that in every single one of their series. We haven't seen Dr. Boomin up against a team like Fisher, maybe, for example. They dodged that matchup here. But I want to say something about the bracket now because you've really pruned the weak from North America, I think, at this point. You really got the big boys there in the top 4, and you certainly have that from Europe.
Okay, let's get to the bracket in 1 second. But first, Jack, we gotta start off with the groups. You jumped the gun a little bit, slow a little bit down.
I thought we finished
group
the groups.
standings. Groups A, B, C, and D. Those are the 4 groups to start off with yesterday. Lemon, anything surprise you? Did the groups go as expected?
Obviously, just all of Europe showing up. I thought Northwood White would join Northwood Blue. That was the big upset in my opinion. But honestly, this has been the most exciting Worlds. I know it's only the second iteration. A ton of Game 5s and predictions. Even the underdog teams definitely stepped up. Your Boise's, your West Virginia's forced a lot of Game 5s. They don't make it through, but they made Europe sweat at the beginning.
Group B, that was Group A. Looking at Group B, Berlin, Stockton, the only match of the day that didn't go Game 5. Jack.
Yeah, and I think for Stockton, a painful loss there in that decider match against TU Berlin. I mean, again, Stockton's the team that was runners-up last season at Worlds. So for them to drop in the group stage was a disappointment. And for Berlin, finally some success here for this squad with so much expectation behind them in 2022. Coming into 2023, the expectation might have been even higher from them as they've improved, and they do make it out of the groups.
Yeah, that's Group B. Looking in at Group C, Akron, of course, already qualified. Amsterdam, Boise State, Lemon. I mean, you put up the ring, you put up the Boise State championship ring, but they couldn't do it in Rocket League here.
Oh, but Akron are looking good today and back on top. I know you were saying, like, I think whoever comes out of the series, Akron should be on top, but Europe have upset a lot of people. You came into day 1 just a bit wobbly, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Europe closed out today. Setu, I mean, came in with mid-expectations, weren't able to deliver at the end. But Group D, Fisher have been the ones that I've looked at to maybe even challenge Northwood Blue for the trophy.
I mean, they could. They have arguably the best roster, probably the best roster on paper in CRL. The results do not equate that, though. They always lose to Northwood Blue. They always lose to some of the best teams in CRL. You expect Fisher to compete for this national championship, and Dr. Boomin will be there with them. WVU, you stole everybody's hearts, but you haven't made it championship Sunday. Jack, you said you wanted to talk about the bracket. Talk to me.
Listen, you look at that upper side of the bracket there, the top side of the bracket, rather, in the quarterfinals, Northwood Blue and Berlin, Fisher and Amsterdam. That's a big-time matchup. I think a lot of the European teams in that top side could play spoiler because I think a lot of people are looking at Fisher and Northwood Blue to come out of that top side into that semifinal. And I feel like these, especially that TU Berlin matchup against Northwood Blue, that's where we really get to find out if Berlin has what it takes to go all the way.
4 NA, 4 EU. Perfectly balanced as all things should, and we'll be taking a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Championship Sunday starts at 11 Central, 12 Eastern. I believe that's 4 UTC or 4 UTC time. Akron would start off the day against Dr. Boomin, Columbia, Hamburg, Fisher, Amsterdam, Northwood Blue, Berlin. Lemon, looking at these 4 matchups, anyone in particular really stand out to you?
I feel like Europe's been targeting Columbia a lot. I don't know if it's because Columbia got a lot of talkers, but I've been hearing, oh, Cam, something. But
yeah.
Columbia seems to be the one that Europe was targeting for some reason.
Calix said Cam's embarrassing. That's what he said in his interview.
That?
I don't know, but I want to see that quarterfinal number 2 because that's going to be a spicy matchup.
Yeah. I think every single match was going to be spicy. We started off with 16 teams, 10 from North America, 6 from Europe. We're now down to 8. 4 from North America remain, 4 from EU remain. CRL, the World Championship, it's been nothing short of spectacular. I want to give my 2 analysts the last opinions, the last thoughts before we close out today.
Okay, I'll start and say that, Canada got top 4 last year, but I'm so happy that this, I would say an underdog region, comparing to what Europe did last year, the way that they showed up, this has been the theme of this desk. Very happy for that, but I think North America is sending their 4 best teams.
I agree with that.
So although there's not as many North American teams, Fisher, Northwood Blue, Akron, like all of them are so good, top level from the CRL on the North American side. I think North America will probably retain that trophy.
Listen, I've been here since 2017.
Sure
I've seen this league grow. I've seen players come through this system left and right. And you know me, I love content more than anything, and I would love nothing more than big European upsets here in this bracket. I'd love to see some big-time NA egos go home with a little bit of pain. I'd love to see some of the best teams succeed as well. You know I'm a low-key Buzz fan. I'd love to see Akron make the run, but I want upsets. I want chaos. That's my final word on the day.
That's great. That's a good final word. I don't know if I can't co-sign on that one. I don't want the chaos.
Come on, Bates.
I don't want the chaos. Listen, the last thing I want to see is that Lacto running around saying, Bates, I told you so the whole entire time. He's been flip-flopping all weekend. I don't want to see that, but I wouldn't be mad if EU won. Of course, tomorrow, all the action kicks off. Championship Sunday, right at 11 a.m. You don't want to miss it, but there's still more Rocket League being played right at this moment, actually right in this venue. Rocket Clash, the largest women's event ever on the land stage. The grand finals is happening right now. We're throwing it to Hurricane Karma on the call. I'll see you then. Oh.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. You're your boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, getting out there.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, like scenes I do like. I stopped counting, feels I could try, I should try.